Chapter 247. In Heavenly Stellar City, a white figure quickly passed by, heading straight for the general family. The pedestrians only saw a flash of white light in front of their eyes before they could no longer see the figure. The general family was a famous family in Heavenly Stellar City and was very eye-catching. Ning Chin quickly arrived in front of the general family's residence and stopped. He looked at the two guards at the door and calmly said, "Where's Jiang Xian?" The two guards looked at the figure that suddenly appeared and were clearly startled. They couldn't react for a while. "Where's Jiang Xian?" Ning Chin took a step forward and grabbed the neck of the guard on the left. His attitude was clearly cold. The guard on the side saw this and immediately chopped down with his blade. However, before the blade could land, it was knocked back several feet by a strong aura. "I'll ask you one last time. Where's Jiang Xian?" Ning Chin narrowed his eyes, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. She's locked in the Great Elder's dungeon." The guard was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly and stammered. Ning Chan waved his hand and threw the guard to the side. He quickly rushed into the general family's residence. "How dare you!" The commotion outside the door had obviously attracted the attention of the experts in the general family. 3 peak 9th grade experts walked out and looked at the intruder with anger in their eyes. In Heavenly Stellar City, there was actually someone who dared to break into the general family's residence. They must have lived too long. The 3 elders appeared and surrounded the plain-clothed figure in the courtyard. This surprised everyone in the general family. Who was this person that actually alarmed the 3 elders? "Get out of the way." Ning Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked at the 3 and coldly said, looking at this ruthless gaze, the 3 of them felt a chill run down their bodies. They couldn't say anything. He was clearly a 9th grade natal stage expert, but he had such a terrifying pressure. The 3 of them didn't dare to delay any longer. They made the first move and 3 sharp blade lights slashed down. Ning Chan was worried about Jiang Xian's safety, so he didn't show any mercy. He clenched his hand and a beautiful blade flew out from a weapon rack not far away. It spun like the wind and the blades in the 3 people's hands broke. Their bodies were covered in blood as they flew out. Pung, pung, pung. The 3 heavy sounds of them landing shocked everyone present. The blade left them with a chance to live. Although Ning Chen was angry, he didn't lose his reason and let the 3 people live. Jiang Xian was a member of Jiang Xian's family. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he could not be too ruthless. Her white figure disappeared before everyone's eyes as she hurried towards the dungeon. He had just used his spiritual sense to scan the area, and Jiang Xian's aura was indeed there. However, at the next moment, a powerful aura blocked the way. Blade light appeared out of nowhere and came straight for his life. Ning Chin countered with a backhand strike with his beautiful saber. With a loud clang, the torrential current surged. Not far away, a rockery shattered with a loud bang and fell into the water below. "Great Elder!" Joy flashed through the eyes of the members of the general clan. Since the first elder had appeared, it was impossible for this audacious person to continue acting so arrogantly. "You are the Great Elder." When Ning Chun heard this, his eyes narrowed. He was the one who had locked his heart away. Since the truth was unclear, Ning Chin didn't want to waste any more time. He moved his feet and went around the person in front of him, heading straight for Elder D. The first elder's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to stop him, he discovered that he had already passed by and disappeared. In the general clan's dungeon, Ning Chun walked over. Before the guard could approach him, he was sent flying by a wave of qi. The iron chains were fastened, and Jiang Xian's hands were bound. His body was mottled with blood, and his tattered white clothes were full of whip marks and dried blood. "Master!" Jiang Xian called out hoarsely when he saw the person who had come. His heart that had been holding on for a long time finally softened, and tears fell like rain. "It's all right. Master is here." Ning Chen's pupils shrank, but they instantly returned to normal. He softly responded, waved his hand to break all the iron chains, then carried Jiang Xan on his back and walked out step by step. His steady steps were one step after another. Ning Chen's calmness was abnormal. However, after he walked past, the prison guard who was half lying on the ground began to tremble as if he had seen the most terrifying monster. His black hair danced in the wind. The instant he appeared on the ground, thunder rumbled in the sky. The strongest killing intent condensed in the sky and turned into a huge rock. Its ferocious aura soared into the sky. Crack! Dark clouds covered the sky, and the sky suddenly darkened. Thunder rumbled in the sky, illuminating the terrifyingly calm youth below. "All of you deserve to die." Those were the calmest words, but they contained an unquestionable coldness. Having lost his calm, Ning Chen returned to his most emotionless self. His killing intent was like a berserk mist that shook heaven and earth. That oppressive and terrifying aura made everyone present feel as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. They were so terrified that they couldn't breathe. In the next instant, the white-clothed figure moved. A beautiful blade swept out, and the first elder bore the brunt of the attack. The blade fell, blood flew, and an arm was cut off. In just one move, the first elder who had been in the Xiantian realm for nearly 100 years had lost an arm. Blood sprayed across the sky. "You!" The first elder was both startled and infuriated. He wanted to run, but the absolute difference in strength made that a delusion. With another slash of the beautiful blade, another arm was sent flying. "Exalted Master, save me." The first elder was terrified, and he miserably howled. Not far away, Jiang Hua, who had seen the changes in the sky above the general family, was hastily rushing back. When he heard this cry for help, he sped up and rushed back. "Feng Qin, there's been a change in the family. I'll go first." "Yes." Luan Feng Qin nodded, but she was still worried, so she also followed. Within the general family, the first elder's face was filled with terror. Looking at the young figure walking over, he was constantly trying to stall for time. Boom! A furious clap of thunder fell from the sky, striking the alien giant Peng's body. Heaven and earth immediately became unbalanced, and the ear-piercing cries of thousands of birds rang out. Scram! Ning Chen raised his head, killing intent flashing in his eyes. His beautiful blade slashed out, and a dazzling saber light slashed through the sky, crashing into the furious lightning. Lightning crackled as the two poles collided. Immediately, it exploded with a bang and scattered across the world. During this short pause, Jiang Hua finally arrived in time. When he saw the miserable state of the first elder on the ground, his brows furrowed and his killing intent surged. "You've gone too far." Jiang Hua slashed out with his leaning moon saber. The saber light was like a divine moon descending, releasing a dazzling moonlight. Ning Chen coldly snorted and slashed out with his beautiful blade. With a huge explosion, the ground beneath him split apart. Ning Chen exerted force in his hand, and a blade light flashed past, shaking off Jiang Hua. Ning Chen's figure flashed, and he walked far away. He put down Jiang Xan, who was on his back, and gently rubbed the little girl's hair. He said softly, "Wait here for Master." After saying that, Ning Chen turned and walked toward Jiang Hua. The alien giant Peng let out a long cry and scattered into Ning Chen's body. Its surging aura constantly filled the world. "Ha!" With a shout, the beautiful blade condensed a blue light that flashed in front of everyone's eyes. The white and blue light collided, and the saber light continuously scattered. Facing an unprecedented enemy, Jiang Hua didn't dare be careless. He used all his strength to deal with it. The exchange of sabers was so fast that it was dazzling. In the blink of an eye, Dozens of fierce moves had already been exchanged. Saber wounds appeared on Ning Chen's body, and blood flowed out, dyeing his clothes red. On the other hand, Jiang Hua's body was much better. Other than his clothes being a bit messy, he hadn't suffered any injuries. However, Jiang Hua's expression was not relaxed. Instead, it was extremely grave. Something wasn't right. The person in front of him didn't seem to have used the saber for long. It was more like he was deliberately hiding something. However, the speed of his improvement was truly astonishing. In just a short exchange, he had already absorbed his moves at an extremely fast speed. Just as Jiang Hua was thinking, a red-clothed, red-haired figure appeared in the battlefield. It was Luan Fengchen who had just arrived. "It's you." Luan Fengchen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the figure not far away. Although his appearance had changed, his aura wouldn't lie. It was definitely him. Seeing that his identity had been exposed, Ning Chen didn't hide anymore. He waved his hand to disperse his disguise and returned to his original appearance. His handsome and young face shocked everyone present, and they immediately thought of the Sacred Land's kill order. "Are you afraid?" Ning Chen looked back at Jiang Xan and asked softly. "No." Jiang Xan shook her head and replied, no matter who her master was, she only knew that the person in front of her was her master. "Huh." Ning Chen chuckled and turned his head. He waved his right hand, and Qing Mo flew out. In an instant, the cloth was torn and the sword was in his hand. With the sword in hand, Ning Chen's aura had completely changed. A powerful and sharp sword intent spiraled up, lingering between heaven and earth. Frost condensed on Qing Mo's sword, making it extremely cold. "Brother Hua, this is the person the Sacred Land wants. How about you give him to Yu Fengchen?" Luan Fengchen's fan dissipated and turned into a blood-red saber. He took a step forward. "Forgive me for not being able to comply. This person has caused trouble in my family, so he must be dealt with by the Jiang family." Jiang Hua didn't fear the Sacred Land's name and didn't back down at all. Luan Fengchen frowned and slowly said, "Since that's the case, we can only rely on our own abilities." "That's exactly what I was thinking," said Jiang Hua. His figure had already disappeared, and the leaning moon saber once more sparkled with moonlight. Luan Fengchen didn't want to give Ning Chen up. He also moved, and his saber became a dazzling red. Ning Chen wasn't afraid in the slightest. On his right was Qing Mo fighting moonlight, while in his left was the bright moon saber. The saber's edge was soul-sucking, and the sword's end was hanging in the air. Luan Fengchen's weapon changed from a saber to a sword, which increased the pressure on Jiang Hua. He could only focus on his saber. On the other side, the rainbow saber and the bright saber faced each other. Luan Fengchen also felt a powerful pressure. His comprehension of the saber intent from the Jiang family was still raw, but it was gradually revealing his extraordinary attainments. The saber and sword faced the dual sabers. Sword and saber light flashed with a dazzling brilliance. Ning Chen was fighting 1 against 2. This was the first time he had used his full strength since breaking through the third tribulation. His battle intent had reached the peak of his life. The bright saber and Qing Mo's sparks flew in all directions. Their cold blades clashed in an instant. It was a battle of absolute speed. The rainbow saber swung out, and a strand of black hair fell to the ground. The bright saber that met the bright saber was dyed red with her opponent's blood. The battle between the strongest fifth tribulation experts was unimaginable. It shocked the Jiang family as well as the other Xiantian experts in Heavenly Stellar City. The 3 people's auras had all reached their peak. The terrifying pressure was unstoppable. The surrounding houses couldn't withstand this terrifying power and began to collapse. Dust filled the air. Chapter 248. The Battle of the General Family had attracted the attention of the Xiantian masters in Heavenly Stellar City. There were 3 masters in different clothes. One of them was the heavenly stellar city lord, and the other two were his guests. They came from different sects in the southern region. What an amazing battle! One of the men in blue and white clothes said in shock, Jie, he's still a little kid. He's too arrogant. The old man next to him laughed. In the middle, the heavenly stellar city lord did not say anything. He watched the battle, and his heart was also not calm. Whether it was the young man who fought like a god or the head of the general family, they had both surpassed ordinary Xiantian masters. They had reached a height that was difficult to reach. I'll go down and take a look. The old man smiled and flew towards the general family. The heavenly stellar city lord frowned. He wanted to stop the old man, but he did not say anything. He just let the old man fly down. In the general family, the old man grabbed a person and asked, What happened? Why did that young man come to the general family? The person who was caught was scared out of his wits. He stuttered and told the old man what had happened. The old man tossed the person in his hand to the side and looked towards Jiang Xian in the distance. A glint of light flashed through his gloomy eyes. So it was her, the shame of the Jiang clan that everyone knew. In the general family, the battle was still going on. The three strongest people danced on the ground. It was a battle of cultivation, sword intent, and saber skills. One was the pride of the Holy Land, and the other was the invincible master of the general family. In the blink of an eye, the sword and saber continued to collide. Ning Chen's cultivation had reached the peak. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth revolved around his body. The white figure was getting stronger and stronger. He was constantly absorbing the saber intent of the Holy Land successor. His saber was getting faster and faster. Duan Fengqin felt the pressure increase. He had mastered the saber intent of the general family and the Holy Land's moves. His understanding of the saber was improving at an extremely fast speed. The battle was getting more and more intense. The figure who fought like a god had a higher understanding of the saber. He used his saber and sword at the same time and pushed away two people. In a flash, the saber and sword were exchanged. The plain white figure disappeared, and the yen saber in her hand flashed with a brilliant color. The saber intent of the yen saber made Hua Dun feel a terrifying pressure. It was on a completely different level, and it was as if he had been reborn. The figure that disappeared in a flash reappeared on the other side. The sword light was resplendent and stronger than before, suppressing the rainbow saber. The bloody light filled the sky. Shuang Chang retreated with a strange expression on his face. Seeing that his opponent was getting stronger and stronger, his saber turned into 1,000 different forms as he unleashed his ultimate moves. When the blood maple appeared, the surging saber intent mixed with the maple leaves filling the sky. It turned into the world and charged at the white figure before him. On the other side, Jiang Hua's blade condensed a moon. A brilliant moonlight fell, dazzling and blinding. Heaven's scroll, unparalleled in the world. Ning Chen's figure quickly turned and flew up. The beautiful saber in his hand turned into endless saber while it scattered in all directions. In an instant, the beautiful saber light was like a rapid current that scattered in all directions. When the heaven scroll appeared again, its might was completely different. The two's ultimate moves were instantly nullified. They were brushed by the dancing saber light and were forced to retreat several steps. Jiang Hua and Wan Fengqin both had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. In the clash of their ultimate moves, they had actually lost by half a step. However, the two of them were both heavenly geniuses of their generation. They had fought countless battles in their lives, so the difference of half a move didn't hinder their battle intent. Ning Chen's expression was exceptionally cold. He swung his saber and sword, each of them facing the other two. There was no more burden, no more restraint. There was only the coldest saber and sword, a merciless ending that would decide the outcome of the battle. In this peak battle, The sparks from the clash of sabers and swords and the bloody light that spilled out faintly appeared in everyone's eyes. They couldn't see it clearly, but it was still so cold and dazzling. Just at this moment, an elderly figure appeared beside Jiang Exan in the distance. He flipped his palm and condensed qi before pressing it against Jiang Exan's head. He indifferently said, "Young man, do you think that with this palm of mine she will still be alive?" His threatening voice resounded through the entire area. The expressions of the general family's people changed slightly. Even Jiang Hua frowned, revealing an unhappy expression. Martial artists all had their own pride. This method was truly too despicable. The despicable method instantly took effect. Ning Chen's attack stopped, and in an instant, blood flew out from his back. "You're courting death!" Ning Chen shouted angrily with his cold eyebrows. In the dazzling light of blue and dark yellow, he put his sword and saber together and dashed out quickly. Jiang Hua and Wan Fengqin were the first to bear the brunt. The moment they blocked with their sabers, their arms shook and blood gushed out. Heaven and earth resonate, life and death defying fate. The saber and sword left their hands and turned into two streams of light, one blue and one yellow. They attracted the power of heaven and earth, and saber light and sword intent descended. Heaven and earth twin scrolls, the only move that could be cultivated at the same time. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed. A large area of space and earth couldn't bear the huge force and collapsed violently. It was like the end of the world. The hunchbacked old man didn't have time to react before the saber light and sword intent rushed into his body. In an instant, there was a shocking explosion, and blood and bones filled the sky. Sui flashed and waved her hand to disperse the blood and bones. She took Jiang Exan and turned into a stream of light and flew away. Ning Chen appeared in front of the cliff and waterfall. He put down Jiang Exan and stabbed his saber and sword into the ground. He turned his palm and condensed qi, quickly healing her. Frost surged, shattering the seal within Exan's body with a bang. Under the effects of the life scroll and phoenix blood, the whip wounds all over her body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pieces of scabs fell off, gradually restoring her original appearance. Not long after, Jiang Exan opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar young figure in front of her. Her eyes were filled with tears, longing, excitement, and endless grievances. "Master!" She threw herself at him and sobbed. In the end, she was only a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Not only had she been ridiculed on a daily basis, but she had also suffered such an unforeseen event this time. How could she bear it? Ning Chen patted her back and comforted her for a while. Then he said softly, "All right, you're a big girl now. You can't always be like a child. Master, can I follow you in the future?" Jiang Exan asked while sobbing. Ning Chen hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Jiang Exan would not return to the general family. Now that she had no one to rely on, she could only follow him. It just so happened that during this period of time, he wanted to give Jiang Exan as much power to protect herself as possible to prevent the tragedy from happening again. "How's your master's cultivation technique?" Ning Chen thought for a moment and asked. Jiang Exan reluctantly left her master's embrace and nodded. "I've been working hard on it. I'll show it to you once." After saying that, Jiang Exan walked to the spacious area in front of the waterfall. With a flip of her hand, a sparkling white light vaguely appeared. Ning Chen waved his hand, and the yen saber flew out and landed in Jiang Exan's hand. He said calmly, "Attack me. Let me see your progress." Jiang Exan's expression turned serious when she heard that. The yen saber in her hand flashed with a flash of light, approaching 3 inches from Ning Chen's heart. Clang! Jiang Exan put 2 fingers on the saber and immediately took advantage of the momentum. 6 out of 10 of the saber's sharpness disappeared, leaving only 4. Jiang Exan flipped the saber again and shook off Jiang Xion's fingers. A strange look flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. Not a bad reaction. Jiang Xian leaned slightly to the side, and the saber's light slashed past her heart in the nick of time. Compared to before, she was 2 inches closer. The snowflakes scattered and condensed into a pure white saber. Ning Chen held it with his left hand and did not move from his spot. He swung the saber and slashed down. With a clang, the snowy saber's sharpness quickly disappeared in the sparkling white light. At the same time, the yen saber met the attack and blocked the remaining momentum. In the next moment, the yen saber turned sharp again, and the cold light was dazzling. Since he had seen what he wanted to see, Ning Chen flicked his finger and deflected the saber's light. He said calmly, "All right, you don't have to continue. That's enough." Jiang Xian immediately put away the saber in her hand and stood in front of him nervously, waiting for her master's judgment. Not bad. Ning Chen was not stingy with his exaggerations. After he finished speaking, he changed the topic and continued. However, if you want to improve faster, you have to experience more battles. From tomorrow onwards, I'll take you to various sects to challenge them. Don't disappoint me and your master. Yes. Jiang Xian nodded. She was nervous and uneasy. This was the first time she was going on a long journey, and she had to face various sections. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. Let's go. This place is no longer safe. Someone will come looking for us soon. After he finished speaking, Ning Chen turned around and walked towards the west. Jiang Xian immediately followed. Not long after, the two of them disappeared into the dense forest. The sun set and the moon rose. Soon, it was the cycle of the moon setting and the sun rising again. On Celestial Forest Mountain, Ning Chen changed his appearance and brought Jiang Xian to the first destination of this trip. Celestial Forest Mountain was a powerful sect with a second tribulation innate expert overseeing it. When they sensed the two of them appearing out of thin air, they immediately appeared to deal with them. Ning Chen's goal was very simple. Celestial Forest Mountain had a rank 4 disciple to fight with Jiang Xian. Celestial Forest Mountain's innate expert sensed the powerful aura of the young man in front of him. He did not want to offend him easily, so he agreed and chose a direct disciple to compete with the person brought by the latter. A rank 4 against a rank 3. It seemed like a battle without any suspense. However, under the glamorous blade and the sparkling white light, Jiang Xian quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jiang Xian was defeated. Jiang Xian had almost no actual combat experience. Even though her combat strength was absolutely suppressed, she still suffered some injuries. This fully revealed the shortcomings of a beginner martial artist. For the remaining 2 days, Ning Chen did not bring Jiang Xian to other places to challenge. Instead, he let the latter digest the gains of this battle by herself. 2 days later, the two of them appeared again. This time, they changed to another large sect and continued their journey of challenge. This time, Jiang Xian's battle was even more difficult. Her opponent was at the peak of the rank 4 and was about to step into the rank 5. The difference in cultivation almost caused her to lose several times. In the end, she barely won by a hair's breadth and ended this intense battle. It took 3 days for her to recover. 3 days later, the two of them walked out and embarked on the journey of challenge again. In the following 2 to 3 months, Ning Chen brought Jiang Xian to and fro. They constantly challenged various large sects and fully displayed Jiang Xian's talent for battle. Following that, the latter's cultivation rose rapidly. Soon, she reached the peak of the rank 4. The natural chasm between the rank 4 and the rank 5 was the first hurdle in the acquired realm. Many people were stuck at this point for their entire lives, unable to advance even an inch. However, Jiang Xian had a rank 3 innate expert by her side to teach her. She also cultivated the invincible quiet moon technique. It was only a matter of time before she stepped into the rank 5. After challenging the large sects in Nanjiang, Ning Qin brought Jiang Xian to the west. Once they were done in the west, they headed north. Very soon, the news of a young innate rancor bringing a little girl to challenge all over the place spread like wildfire. Chapter 249. For 3 consecutive months, Jiang Xian spent every day either fighting or recuperating. Ning Chen did not interfere and only watched from the side. The Xiantian cultivators of the various large sects would usually give face to the little girl and choose disciples to fight due to the powerful Xiantian cultivators by her side. After a series of challenges, the two people's identities attracted more and more curiosity and suspicion from the various large sections. They investigated in many ways, but there were few results. The little girl's cultivation method was extremely unfamiliar. Only her blade technique seemed somewhat familiar, but it was covered by the white light, so it was difficult to recall it immediately. Ning Chen had never stayed in a single region for too long with Jiang Xian. He knew very well that Jiang Xian's identity would be exposed sooner or later. It would be fine if it was the Jiang clan, but if the Longevity Hall and the 4 Extremities sacred grounds came after them, they would be in a lot of trouble. The two of them traveled from the southern border to the western region, then to the northern region. As they advanced, Jiang Xian's strength improved extremely quickly. When they fought again, the ordinary 5th rank cultivators were almost completely suppressed, and it was difficult for them to retaliate. Ning Chen once again increased the difficulty of Jiang Xian's challenges. He requested that her opponents be 6th rank and above every time she challenged them. The difference of 2 ranks immediately caused the little girl to fall into a difficult situation. On her 3rd challenge, she encountered a peak 6th rank disciple of a large sect. After a difficult battle, she lost for the first time. Jiang Xian's mood immediately sank, and she did not recover for several days. Clearly, her first defeat after winning so many times was a huge blow to her. Is it very painful? Ning Qin asked for the first time in 3 days. Jiang Xian nodded. The unwillingness and discomfort on her face were difficult to conceal. The inferiority complex that had been suppressed for so long unconsciously rose up, and she began to doubt herself once again. There is no one in this world who is absolutely undefeated. If there is, I only know of 2 people who can be considered undefeated in their entire lives, Ning Qin said calmly. Jiang Xian raised her head, and a trace of curiosity appeared on her discomfort. She asked, "Who are they?" "Your master, and a senior of mine," Ning Qin replied. "Master, you're so powerful, but you've lost before." Jiang Xian asked in confusion. "Huh." Ning Qin laughed softly and replied, "I've lost before, and I've lost very miserably. If it weren't for my luck, I might have died at your master's hands long ago." A trace of shock flashed through Jiang Xian's eyes. This was the first time she had heard her master talk about the matters between him and her master. She originally thought that the 2 of them were very good friends. Otherwise, why would her master impart the Tao on behalf of her master? "Master, can you tell me more about you and Shizhuan?" General Hart asked expectantly. Ning Chen didn't refuse and nodded lightly. It was time for General Xian to learn more about Fan Lingyue's past. As her only disciple, how could he not know anything about her master? Ning Chen casually found a place to sit down and patiently explained Fan Lingyue's past to Jiang Xian. Regardless of whether he agreed or disagreed with the matter, Ning Chen spoke without any subjective emotions. The right and wrong of Fan Lingyue's every action had to be judged by the little girl herself. He wouldn't deliberately guide her. Jiang Xian was fascinated by the story. Her small face was full of expressions, and all kinds of wonderful changes were happening. She was quite shocked by the matter between her master and her master. She really didn't expect the relationship between the 2 to be so complicated. They fought each other to the death, and in the end, they even entrusted their lives to each other. After a long time, Ning Chen stood up and glanced at the little girl who was still engrossed in the story beside him. He said calmly, "General Xian, everyone has their own different path. If you fall, just get back up. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Your master's path is short and exciting. She has already finished walking it. Regardless of right or wrong, success or failure, the most important thing is that she has never regretted it. It's the same for you, right or wrong. Even success or failure, there's actually not such a clear boundary between right and wrong. What's important is how you view it in your heart." Hearing these words, General Xian fell silent. She quietly thought about what her master had said, and a struggle constantly flashed across her face. Ning Chen didn't disturb her and allowed her to think on her own. She needed to think through this matter by herself. If she couldn't overcome this hurdle in her heart, her path would stop here. The sun set and the moon rose. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Jiang Xian didn't say a word since evening. She sat there motionlessly. Not far ahead was the 10,000 Snow Mountain. It was the strongest sect in the northern region besides the former Immortal Ascension realm. Ning Chen was waiting for a result. Whether or not they would be able to reach the 10,000 Snow Mountain tomorrow depended on whether or not General Xian could overcome this hurdle in her heart. It was cold in the northern region, especially when night fell. Ning Chen lit a fire in front of General Xian and then sat quietly to the side to wait. Just as the cold moon rose to the southernmost sky, the aura around Jiang Xian's body began to change. Strands of spiritual qi of heaven and earth circled around him, forming a clear vortex. A trace of gratification flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. Not bad. She didn't disappoint him. The spiritual qi around the fire became more and more obvious, attracting the attention of quite a few people in the distance. At the foot of the 10,000 Snow Mountain, one figure after another rushed out. Their bodies shone with dazzling brilliance as they quickly approached the two of them. Sensing the approaching figures, Ning Chen's face turned cold. What had to come had finally come. 3 Xiantian experts, 17 peak 9th grade experts, and countless others. They had clearly been waiting for a long time. The man in the lead was dressed in bright silver armor. His aura was abnormally vigorous. He had clearly surpassed the 3rd tribulation of the Xiantian realm. "It really is you. The realm lord's guess was right," said Xianchen coldly as he looked at the spinning cloud disk in his hand. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Ning Chen didn't say anything. He pulled out the sword on his back and stabbed it into the ground beside General Xian. Frost condensed on the sword, and the sword intent that occasionally appeared made people feel a heavy pressure. The battle at the general family had taught him a lesson. This time, he absolutely couldn't make the same mistake. With the beautiful saber in hand, a beautiful killing light flashed. It was abnormally cold. "Kill!" With an order, the sword light pressed forward. The 2 Xiantian experts and 17 peak 9th grade experts were the first to bear the brunt. Behind them, the army followed in batches. As the cold light approached, the beautiful saber in Ning Chen's hand spun. With a swing of the saber, 2 Xiantian experts were blown away. Then came the peak 9th grade experts. His sword technique formed a formation. Wherever the beautiful saber light passed, it actually dissipated in a short time. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. What a strange sword formation. The battle continued. The 2 Xiantian experts' swords pressed forward, while the other 17 people's sword formations supported them. For a time, the beautiful saber light dimmed. Not far away, Xian Cheng held a long halberd. He quietly observed the development of the battle, ready to attack at any time. The beautiful saber blocked the 2 swords. Flowing light scattered in all directions. At the same time, the sword formation's killing light was awe-inspiring. It kept pressing forward. Its exquisiteness was amazing. Above the plain clothes, under the corner of a sleeve, the same sword light attacked Ning Chen's ear. A strand of black hair fell silently, showing off in front of an expert. Ning Chen snorted coldly. He flipped his palm and pushed away the people surrounding him. His figure instantly retreated 30 feet. He raised his hand and pointed. As snowflakes fell, 19 snow-colored sword light condensed. With a wave of his hand, he swept toward the sword formation in front of him. Clang! The two Xiantian experts faced each other with their swords and barely blocked it. The remaining 17 peak 9th grade experts weren't so lucky. Even if they blocked 70% of the sword intent with the power of the sword formation, they were still injured by the remaining force. Blood splattered across the wasteland. Seeing that the sword formation couldn't withstand it, Xiancheng didn't dare to delay any longer. His figure swept past, and his long halberd slashed toward the moon. Ning Chen's figure leaned to one side, avoiding the sharp edge of the long halberd. As he turned around, his sword fingers condensed frost and pointed toward the former's dantian. The long halberd in Xiancheng's hand spun rapidly, trying to block the swift and fierce sword intent. However, the beautiful blade had already passed. The blade shook off the long halberd that was spinning. With a loud bang, blood splattered everywhere. Brilliant bloody light filled the eyes. A strange look flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. He saw an Xiantian expert using his own body to block in front of Xiancheng, forcefully resisting the sword. A terrifying wound appeared on his right rib. Luo Shao. Xiancheng was shocked and angry. He grabbed Luo Shao in front of him and quickly retreated dozens of feet. He flipped his palm and condensed qi to heal Luo Shao. The sudden change in the battle left only one Xiantian expert in the sword formation. The army at the back finally caught up. The soldiers surged like a tide, and the sound of killing shook the sky. Ning Chen praised the friendship of the Xiantian expert just now. However, the beautiful blade in his hand still didn't show any mercy. Wherever the cold blade passed, brilliant bloody light filled the sky. It was a one-sided massacre. It was bloody and ruthless. The plain clothes were unshakable in the light of the blade and the shadow of the sword. Waterfall after waterfall of blood splattered continuously between heaven and earth. The army was endless, and the massacre continued without end. The cold night in the northern region was so cold, just like the heart that had already been set on killing. Once it was set on, it would no longer show any mercy. In the distance, Xiancheng did his best to heal Luo Shao. After a long while, he finally stabilized the latter's injuries. "I'm fine now. The mission is more important," Luo Shao said seriously. Xiancheng nodded gravely. He rushed forward, not daring to be careless in the slightest. The halberd that rushed over again was clearly a little more oppressive. Ning Chen met it with his beautiful blade, waiting with all his strength. Luo Shao, who had recovered slightly from his injuries, also returned to the battlefield. His sword was swift and fierce. Working together with the other Xiantian expert and the remaining sword formation, they took his life. However, the difference in strength was still huge. Even though the army was endless, the sword formation was swift and fierce, and they had an absolute advantage in numbers. Ning Chen, who had stepped into the third tribulation of the Xiantian stage, was no longer someone who could be shaken by these people present. More and more people fell in the wilderness. Blood flowed in pools, and the situation of the battle was irreversible. In the sword formation, the 9th level peak experts who had been seriously injured were in despair. They did not understand why the outcome had become like this. The cold moon gradually moved west, which meant that the night was about to end. The other Xiantian expert, who was unwilling to lose, forcibly broke away from the battlefield and rushed towards Jiang Exen, who was not far away. However, just as he was about to attack, the green ink sword shone brightly with silver light. A terrifying sword intent rose up and entered the Xiantian expert's body in an instant. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and regret, but it was already too late. In the next moment, there was a terrifying explosion. Flesh and blood scattered all over the sky. Ling Jiao! Xiancheng's heart was filled with grief. Seeing that it was difficult to reverse the situation, he had no choice but to suppress the hatred in his heart and order a retreat. Ning Chen's figure flashed, and he returned to Jiang Xian's side. He did not chase after him. They were less than 50 kilometers away from Mount Wanshui. Since the people from the sacred land had already appeared, Mount Wanshui must have known their identities. It seemed that there was no need to go to the challenge tomorrow. The cold wind whistled, and the desolation after the great battle was reflected everywhere. Beside the bonfire, Jiang Xian, who was on the verge of breaking through, finally took that crucial step. In an instant, the boundless white light rose, illuminating a radius of 100 meters. Chapter 250. In the eerie longevity hall, the Disaster King stood quietly. Yu, Yangtian, Xingyun, and Buyu stood below him, waiting for the noblest person of the four extreme realms to arrive. At this moment, the void swirled and rays of light overflowed. An illusory figure appeared, surrounded by 5 colors. It was dazzling. Region Master. Yu Yangtian and the other 2 knelt down and bowed together. The Disaster King had already entered the 3 disasters, so his status was different. He didn't need to kneel. Looking at the Region Master's figure in the void, he narrowed his eyes. The Region Master was stronger than before. How did it go? Did you find any traces of Meng Xuanji? The Region Master asked. I'm useless. There hasn't been any progress. Yu Yangtian lowered his head and apologized. The Region Master didn't say much. He turned to look at the figure beside him and said calmly, Disaster King, Xiancheng, and the others have failed their mission. You should go personally. Okay. The Disaster King nodded. The 3 of you continue to pay attention to Meng Xuanji's whereabouts. I don't want to hear the same words again. The Region Master said one last sentence before disappearing. Yes. Yu Yangtian and the other 2 respectfully sent him off. Tianjin City General Family. Jiang Hua sat on the main seat. Below him were 10 elders. The Great Elder sat in the main seat. His empty sleeves were dazzling to the eye. Lord, the spies sent the latest news. The people of the Holy Land surrounded the 10,000 Snow Mountain to kill the alien realm expert. In the end, they were defeated. An elder spoke. Jiang Hua nodded. He glanced at the Great Elder and said calmly, Great Elder, your injuries are serious. You don't need to attend such meetings in the future. Recuperating is the most important thing. Hearing these words, the faces of the people below instantly changed. The eyes of the first elder, who was sitting at the head of the table, revealed a look of disbelief. Men, take the Great Elder to rest. Jiang Hua said coldly. Yes. 2 guards walked over and helped the old man up from the elder's seat. They walked out of the hall. The sudden blow made the Great Elder's expression change several times. He was not willing to be expelled just like that. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Jiang Hua's cold gaze from the main seat. His heart trembled, and he had to swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Lord, Great Elder is thinking for the sake of the general family. Everyone knows that General Xian is unable to cultivate the martial path. Now that he has suddenly stepped into the martial path, it is truly abnormal. If we can obtain his cultivation technique, our general family might be able to produce a few more Xiantian experts, said an old man who had been stuck in the half-step Xiantian realm for over 10 years. Second Elder is right. Compared to Jiang Xian, who has just stepped onto the martial path, being able to advance the strength of the general family is more important. Although Great Elder's method is a bit radical, it is pardonable. The 4th Elder also pleaded for leniency. After the 2 elders expressed their opinions, the other elders also began to plead for leniency for Great Elder. From their point of view, Great Elder's method was not too wrong. As for attracting the experts of the alien realm in the end, it was purely an accident. It was something that no one had expected. Jiang Hua quietly looked at the elders below him, pleading for leniency for Great Elder. His expression did not change. After a long time, he waved his hand and said, "All right, I have already made up my mind. There is no need to say anything more. As for Jiang Xian's matter, no one can interfere. I will settle it myself." Hearing the master's unquestionable tone, the elders nodded helplessly and respectfully agreed. Half a day later, Jiang Hua went to the sword tomb. He immediately left the general family and rushed towards the northern region. In the four extreme holy lands, in the paradise on earth where the four extremes were like spring, a blood-red figure slowly walked back. His long red hair fluttered in the wind, and every step he took was steady. Everyone who saw him knelt down respectfully. "Welcome back, Saint." The powerful Xiantian experts lowered their noble heads and respectfully welcomed the return of the four extremes holy land. "Rise." Luan Feng walked over and immediately walked towards the highest palace in the distance. Rumble, the palace's doors opened and Luan Fengqin walked in. A dignified voice rang out, "You're willing to come back?" "I came back because I want to know the truth," said Luan Fengqin seriously. "What truth?" Multicolored light condensed within the palace, and the master of the four extremes indifferently walked out. "Are they really from another world? Also, is the matter of the eastern region's divine prefecture invading the four extremes holy land true?" asked Luan Fengqin. "You suspect that the holy land is lying?" asked the master of the four extremes holy land. "I want to hear it from you personally," said Luan Fengqin. "It's absolutely true," said the master of the four extremes holy land. "I'll trust you one more time. I will bring him back to the holy land." After saying that, Luan Fengqin turned and walked out of the palace. "I've already sent the Disaster King to do that," reminded the master of the four extremes holy land. Luan Fengqin paused for a moment and then left without looking back. In a corner of the holy land, there was an evaluation platform made of huge stone. A long and narrow bloodlight blade was stabbed into the stone. Luan Fengqin walked over and grabbed the blade's hilt. Immediately, a dazzling red light rose around him. "Huh!" Chun shouted, and thunder roared through his body. The lightning pierced through his saber and brought out a bloody mist, making the rising red light in the sky even more resplendent. A moment later, the platform trembled and the bloodlight blade slowly rose up. The lightning retracted and was contained within the blade. On this day, the holy son of the four extremes holy land had returned for a short period of time. After taking back his blade, he left once more. In the northern region, Ning Chan brought Jiang Xian along as they traveled southeast. They fought whenever they encountered sections. He wanted Jiang Xian to grow as much as possible in this final period of time. By now, practically all the large sects knew who the two of them were. However, Ning Chen still had no choice but to sit and watch as the two of them came to challenge him before leaving. Jiang Xian walked out of his obsession. He was no longer as obsessed with victory or defeat as before. Whether he won or lost, he would do his best in every battle so that he would not have any regrets. The two of them moved faster and faster. They basically left as soon as they finished fighting. They never stayed in any place. A month later, there was no more news of the two of them in the northern region. The general family, the longevity hall, and even the four extremes holy land were all searching for them. However, they were always half a step too late and found nothing. Another 3 months later, Ning Chen brought Jiang Xian to the eastern region. He headed towards the Lihua Empire. News of the two of them had already disappeared for a very long time. Ning Chen no longer brought Jiang Xian around to challenge people. Every day, he only used his feet to travel through the four extremes, covering every inch of land. During this period of time, Jiang Xian's cultivation had actually broken through again, successfully reaching the 6th rank. In less than a year, he had gone from having no foundation at all to the 6th rank. It was truly a little shocking. This was inseparable from Jiang Xian's hard work. Of course, Ning Chen's teaching method was also inconceivable. He brought a little girl who was only at the 3rd rank of the prenatal stage to challenge the various great sects in the world. As long as her realm and comprehension reached a certain level, his foundation and cultivation basically relied on his phoenix blood. Only Ning Chen would do something like this. Only half of the 10 drops of phoenix blood that the 2 phoenixes had given him remained. Jiang Xian alone had used up 2 drops. After the 5th rank, it was not easy to increase one's realm. Ning Chen also felt that it would be difficult for Jiang Xian's cultivation to undergo another transformation in a short period of time, so he decided to bring her to the Lihua Empire. Ever since the master of the 4 extremes Holy Land had returned to the world, the 4 extremes Holy Land had gradually stepped onto the stage. Their movements were becoming more frequent by the day. Coupled with the existence of the Longevity Hall, he had no choice but to be more careful. It was becoming more and more unsafe for Jiang Xian to be by his side. Furthermore, the opponents he would be facing next were far from what Jiang Xian could handle. Now he had to send Jiang Xian to a trustworthy place. The cold moon hung high in the sky, and snowflakes drifted down. In the cold night, the clanging sound of hammering rang out continuously in the earthly craftsman manner. Even the falling snow could not stop the earthly craftsman from swinging his hammer. The little boy was practicing his sword not far away. Ever since he started learning the sword, the earthly craftsman rarely let him work the bellows. He only needed to focus on practicing his sword. The snowflakes were very big. The little boy was still young, and his cultivation was not high. It was a little difficult for him to resist the cold of the night, so his entire body was wrapped up like a dumpling. It was rare for him to reveal his sword-wielding hand, and he practiced again and again. Right at this moment, the wind and snow in the sky swirled. A white figure appeared out of thin air. Beside him was a little girl who looked to be about 16 or 17. She had a pretty face, and even though she was in the wind and snow, not a single snow touched her body. The little boy was stunned at first. Then his face lit up with joy. He quickly ran over and said happily, "Big brother Ning, you're back!" "Huh!" Ning Chun laughed softly. He patted the little boy's thick hat and said, "You're wrapped up like this. How did you practice your sword?" The little boy smiled embarrassedly. He was afraid of the cold, so he wore more. "Senior earthly craftsman," Ning Chin cupped his fists and said respectfully. The earthly craftsman raised his head and stopped the hammer in his hand. He said calmly, "I didn't expect you to actually dare to come back." "I have a clear conscience, so I naturally dare to come back," Ning Chin said. "I'll only ask you one thing. Is what the Holy Land said true?" The earthly craftsman asked calmly. Ning Chen's expression also became serious. He said, "Seriously, I do come from another realm. However, it was an accident that I came here. I'm not a spy sent by another realm like the Holy Land said. As for the Eastern region's divine prefecture's intention to invade the 4 extremes, it's purely the Holy Land and the Hall of Immortals twisting the truth. The real situation is that the master of the 4 extremes and the Disaster King want to use external forces to open the boundary between the 2 realms and achieve their goal of invading the Eastern region's divine prefecture." The earthly craftsman stared at the former for a long time. After about 10 breaths, he lowered his head and continued to wave the hammer in his hand. He said, "Speak, why are you looking for me?" "I would like to ask Senior earthly craftsman to take care of Jiangxin for a period of time," Ning Chin requested. The little boy looked at Ning Chin, then looked at his master. He ran up in a few steps and pleaded, "Master, just agree. Don't you still need someone to play the bellows?" The earthly craftsman knocked the little boy's head and said unhappily, "You have everything." "All right, if she stays, then she stays." The earthly craftsman manor doesn't lack food for her. Hearing this, Ning Qin glanced at Jiangxin beside him and said softly, "Why aren't you thanking Senior Earthly Craftsman?" "Thank you, Senior Earthly Craftsman." Although Jiangxin was reluctant, she still nodded sensibly and went forward to bow. Only then did Ning Qin relax. He rubbed the little girl's hair and said, "After a period of time, Master will come back to pick you up. In the days that I'm away, you have to learn well from Senior Earthly Craftsman and cultivate hard. Don't be lazy." These slightly long-winded words made Jiangxin's nose sour. Tears kept rolling in her eyes. Only her master would say these words to her. Chapter 251. Ning Qin left. He had nothing to worry about. He quickly flew towards the western part of the country. His figure flashed and disappeared quickly in the air. Before anyone could see him, he had already disappeared. From the eastern part of the country to the western part of the country, Ning Qin didn't stop. Spiritual qi surrounded him and he sped up. There were many celestial mountains in the western part of the country. It was a legendary place. The continent of the 9 clouds had been prosperous for thousands of years. But in less than a year, too many things had happened in the continent of the 9 clouds, especially the long-lived temple. People at the foot of the continent of the 9 clouds mountain felt uneasy. On this day, after the sun had set, a powerful figure appeared in front of the protective formation again. He was dressed in plain clothes and was flying through the air. Ning Qin raised his hand and put it on the deployment spell. Qi rose up around him, and the deployment spell started shaking violently. It seemed like it was going to collapse at any moment. The patriarch of the continent of the 9 clouds, the sword Zune, the flower Zune, and the medicine Zune sensed it at the same time. They quickly arrived in front of the Taishan Peak. When they saw the silhouette outside the deployment spell, they frowned. It was really him. Even though they had guessed it, when they saw him in person, they were still shocked. A cultivator at the Tian level had been hiding in front of them for such a long time, and they hadn't known about him at all. If he had had evil intentions. Thinking about that, the 4 of them were covered with cold sweat. Ning Qin put his hand down on the deployment spell and looked at them calmly. He didn't say anything. The patriarch of the continent of the 9 clouds hesitated for a few seconds, but in the end, he dispersed the deployment spell. He knew that if that person attacked, the deployment spell wouldn't be able to stop him. "Your Excellency, why have you come to the continent of the 9 clouds?" asked the flower Zune. She was the only woman in the group. "I am here to see Meng Xianji," replied Ning Qin. "Sister Xianji left a few months ago. She's not in the continent of the 9 clouds now," said the flower Zune. Ning Qin furrowed his brows. With a slight movement of his feet, he passed by the 4 of them and flew towards the 4 stars peak. "How dare you!" shouted the patriarch of the continent of the 9 clouds furiously. He wanted to attack, but the sword Zune stopped him and shook his head. He was also a sword cultivator, so he knew how terrifying that young man was. Without the golden feather drake, the 4 of them couldn't stop him even if they joined hands. The Xuanji Peak was filled with loneliness and silence. Ning Qin's status was no longer the same as before. A day's separation was like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter where one was, the pre-celestial stage and the post-celestial stage were completely different existences. This heaven was the huge chasm between mortals and celestials. Since ancient times, how many proud sons of heaven were all blocked outside this layer of heaven, unable to take half a step forward in their entire lives? When Ning Qin arrived at Xuanji Peak, he walked straight into Xuanji Hall. It was completely empty, and there was not a single person in sight. In the hall, ancient books were placed on a long bluestone table. The paper and bamboo slips were yellowed and emitted the aura of time. Ning Qin stepped forward and flipped through the ancient books. A strange look flashed in his eyes. These were all books that he had read in the scripture pavilion. Why would they appear here? In the past, he had read these books because he wanted to understand more about this world, especially to deduce the purpose of the Eternal Life Hall. But to Meng Xuanji, these books were of no use. The only explanation was that Meng Xuanji wanted to know his motive. Among the many books, there was one ancient book that was more special. Ma Bai could recognize it at a glance from the other books. Back then, Meng Xuanji had cast the separation and reunion death seal on him. After bringing him to Xuanji Peak, she had given him this cultivation technique. At that time, he didn't want to owe anyone anything, so he hadn't touched it. Outside Xuanji Hall, the Nine Cloud sect leader, the Sword Venerable, and the others had also arrived. They entered the hall and looked at the young man in front of them with complicated expressions. Fear, anger, forbearance, and relief finally turned into a deep sense of helplessness. To have such achievements at such a young age, what kind of terrifying talent did he have? They didn't know that Ning Qin wasn't considered a genius. Everything he had today was exchanged for by ordinary people. The pain he had suffered was more than 100 or 1,000 times more than ordinary people. After Meng Xuanji left, did the Eternal Life Hall come again? Ning Qin turned and looked at the Nine Cloud sect leader calmly. The Sword Venerable understood the sect leader's temper and didn't want to have another conflict. So he stood out and answered, "They did. A few months ago, the Disaster King came personally to borrow the Golden Feather Dragon. He also brought 3 cultivators of the third tribulation of the Khanate realm with him. However, the Golden Feather Dragon was taken away by Junior Sister Xuanji. The Disaster King came too late and could only leave." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and continued, "One last question. Does the Golden Feather Dragon have the ability to break through space?" "Yes," the Nine Cloud sect leader answered. The Sword Venerable also nodded. The Golden Feather Dragon was the sharpest weapon in the world. It did have this ability. At this moment, Ning Qin finally confirmed the suspicion he had for a long time. The Disaster King had spent so much effort to obtain the Golden Feather Dragon because he wanted to break through the boundary between the 2 realms. "Thank you for your answer." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen raised his hand and pointed. Suddenly, silver light fell from the sky, and an incomparably resplendent sword intent condensed. In an instant, it passed through the Xuanji Palace and slashed at the distant Heavenly Cast Peak. With a rumble, a clear sword mark appeared on Heavenly Cast Peak. It was so dazzling under the moonlight. "It really is you." The Sword Venerable was shocked. He immediately recognized this incomparable sword intent and exclaimed, "This sword strike is to repay the kindness of the Nine Cloud sect for taking me in back then. We'll meet again someday." As soon as she finished speaking, her white clothes scattered and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The Nine Cloud sect leader, the Flower Venerable, and the Medicine Venerable also felt the familiar aura in the majestic sword intent. A strange look flashed across their faces. It really was him. In this way, many of their previous doubts could be explained. When they went to the longevity banquet of the Holy Land, the Eternal Life Hall secretly sent Khanate cultivators to seize the Golden Feather Dragon. In the end, they were stopped by a mysterious swordsman. A few months ago, when Ning Chen's identity was announced to the world by the Holy Land, they had such suspicions. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they truly confirmed it. "Patriarch, I'm going back to Heavenly Cast Peak." The Sword Venerable was worried about the sword intent a moment before. He cupped his fist and turned into a sword. Lights flickered as he flew back to Celestial Sword Peak. Ning Chen left, but he didn't leave the continent of the 9 clouds. Instead, he flew up into the sky. This was something that he had always been curious about. Why did he fall from the sky back then? It was late at night and the wind was cold. Up in the sky it was extremely cold. It was unbearable. The higher he went, the stronger the gravitational force of the 4 extremes continent became. Ning Chen's qi was being consumed rapidly. The life volume and the celestial volume revolved, and a huge vortex appeared around him. Extremely cold chi entered his body and rose up. He was barely able to resist the gravitational force. The earth volume's chi was much dimmer. It was too far away from the ground, and the environment was extremely bad. It was difficult to use it. 1,000 jan later, the fog disappeared. It was extremely silent. The moonlight couldn't illuminate the eternal darkness. Ning Chen was standing in the sky. He didn't understand. Something wasn't right. More accurately, there was something wrong with this world. His sword and blade flew into his hand. Dazzling lights flashed. His sword and blade emitted dazzling lights at the same time. The sword and blade resonated. Lights flashed and collided with the sky. In a flash, the entire sky started shaking violently. An earth-shattering explosion spread through the sky. However, the sky was unshakable. After shaking for a while, it returned to normal. In the holy palace of the Four Extremes Holy Land, the master of the Four Extremes territory sensed something. He used a secret technique to transmit his voice. The Disaster King, he's at the top of the Nine Clouds mountain. In the Long Life Temple, when the Disaster King heard the voice, he disappeared. The cultivators of the three disasters were extremely fast. Wherever they went, space became unstable and distorted. According to legends, when one reached the peak of the three disasters realm, one could tear space apart and travel 10,000 li in the blink of an eye. At the top of the Nine Clouds, Ning Chen had no idea that his whereabouts had been discovered by the master of the Four Extremes territory and the Disaster King. Looking at the sky, he was indescribably shocked. His sword and blade had shaken away a trace of the illusion. Outside the sky, the moon and the starry sky were extremely clear. All of the light had been absorbed. However, the place closest to the sky was extremely dark. Looking back, the continent below was so far away that it was difficult to see it clearly. It was hard to imagine that for thousands of years, the sky in everyone's eyes was just a mirage. Ning Chen suppressed his shock and spread out his spiritual sense. He searched for traces of the past at the top of the Nine Clouds. He believed that it wasn't just a coincidence that he had come here. There had to be some other reason. After searching for a long time, Ning Chen finally discovered something strange. Under the dusky sky, there was a slightly brighter place. Only by carefully examining it could he see that it was different from the rest. Spatial turbulence filled this abnormal sky. Ning Chen entered it with his sword and saber in hand. He was very careful. Among all the rules of heaven and earth, time and space were always the most unpredictable forces. If he was not careful, he would be sent to some unknown place by the spatial turbulence. I didn't expect you to be able to find this place. It seems I underestimated you. At this moment, a cold voice came from the void. A man stood in the void in the flowing light battle suit, his aura shaking the world. Disaster King, I'm honored to meet you here. Ning Chen was deep within the chaotic flows of space. He looked outside and calmly spoke. Don't think that just because you defeated Xiancheng and the others that you can look down on everyone. The three disasters realm isn't a realm you can measure, snorted the Disaster King. Whether or not I can measure it isn't your concern. If you don't want to come in, you can just wait outside. Ning Chen casually replied and then ignored him. He carefully walked through the chaotic flows of space, doing his best to avoid being sucked in. Iciness flashed through the Disaster King's eyes. He also stepped into the chaotic flows of space. Spatial energy was extremely strange. Unless one was at the peak of the three disasters realm, no one would dare to rashly touch it. As one of the three disasters, the Disaster King's strength was extraordinary. However, he still had to be extremely careful in this chaotic flow of space. The instant the two of them intersected, sword light and palm energy appeared. However, before they could even reach their bodies, they were swallowed by space. The two of them once more entered different spaces. Chapter 252. In the strange spatial turbulence, an even stranger battle continued. The Disaster King and Ning Chen's figures crossed each other 3 times, but they were never able to truly clash. Under the sky, extremely weak streaks of light shone from unknown places. If one did not look carefully, it would be very difficult to discover them. Ning Chen followed the direction of the light and approached the sky as much as possible. However, in the spatial turbulence, he did not know where he would end up with each step he took. The Disaster King was the same. He could only rely on his most primitive instincts as a cultivator to find his opponent's tracks. After crossing paths again, the Disaster King gathered his chi with a flip of his palm. Vast essence shook as he slapped out. The inky sword intent in Ning Chen's hand sword. He slashed out, and in an instant he disappeared. The sword and palm collided. The palm energy devoured the sword intent, but it was once again brought into an unfamiliar space by the turbulence, disappearing without a trace. Ning Chen's intention was to approach the sky. He had no intention of fighting. He did not want to fight head-on. The Disaster King had come to take his life, so how could he give up so easily? He looked at the young figure that seemed to be right in front of him, but was actually countless spaces away. He moved his feet and chased with all his strength. In the spatial turbulence, the flow of time was clearly different from the outside world. The 2 people who had entered could not feel the flow of time, but several days and nights had already passed in the outside world. It seemed to be less than 3,000 meters away, but only after entering would one realize that a short distance was the end of the world, let alone 3,000 meters away. Silver spatial turbulence constantly flew around the 2 of them. Occasionally, there would be even more terrifying turbulent storms, whistling and rushing about. It was extremely shocking. In space, there was no place that was absolutely safe. The surroundings that seemed calm could become the center of a terrifying, turbulent storm in the next moment. The turbulent streams danced about. Ning Chen's blade and sword would occasionally swing about. The feeling of the blade standing above space was extremely strange. It was as if there was nothing there, but also as if it was indestructible. Unavoidable dangers existed at all times. Even someone as strong as the Disaster King did not dare to be careless. When turbulent storms appeared, he would avoid them as much as he could. If he got lost in space, it would not be as easy to get out as imagined. Apart from the great perfection of the 3 disasters, no one dared to say that they could survive in the spatial turbulence forever. The 2 of them did not encounter each other often. Ning Chen intentionally avoided him, and his strength was far greater than before. The Disaster King had no choice but to chase after him with all his strength. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. The 2 of them still had not come out. The 4 extremities sent Xian Tian to investigate, but in the end, they found nothing and could only return to report. At the same time, in the earthly craftsman's manor, Jiang Xian had already been here for a month. The earthly craftsman admired the independent and hard-working habits that he had cultivated since he was young. In comparison, the little boy seemed to be more lazy. Children were always more playful. If one did not pay attention, he would run off without a trace. The matter of pulling the bellows was naturally handed over to Jiang Xian, and Jiang Xian did not have any complaints either. Aside from working, she would work hard to cultivate, and neither would interfere with the other. Ever since the eldest princess returned from the Sudden Thunder Dynasty, she had visited the Earth Craftsman Manor a few times. As for why, only Li Yue herself knew. Over the past month, Li Yue had seen Jiang Xian in the Earth Craftsman Manor. At first, she didn't know what was going on, but after a long time, she gradually figured out what was going on. In the end, Jiang Xian did not know much about the ways of the world. In this regard, there was a huge gap between him and Li Yue, who had been in the imperial court for many years. Many times, he would unconsciously reveal flaws. The Earth Craftsman did not say much. In his eyes, the eldest princess of the Lihua dynasty was someone who could be trusted, apart from having some problems with her personality. there were very few things that Li Yuwei could not figure out. In just a few days, Jiang Xian's identity had been thoroughly investigated and deceived, and she found out everything about her. After a few more days, the two became good sisters who talked about everything. In particular, when Jiang Xian heard that the eldest princess in front of her was her master's friend, she trusted Li Yuwei even more. Regarding Ning Chen's past, Li Yuwei very quickly asked Jiang Xian about it. When she learned that he was not a spy of the otherworld, as the sacred land had said, she subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. During this period, Lian also came once to personally inquire about the forging of the weapon of destiny. When he saw that there was an additional little girl in the earth craftsman manor, a trace of curiosity appeared on his face. Li Yuwei whispered a few words in his ear, and only then did Lian nod, a strange light flashing across his eyes. Half a day later, Lian left. Before he left, he once again looked thoughtfully at Jiang Xian, and then left with a heavy heart. The day of forging the weapon was set to a month later. The Lihua dynasty would open the furnace and forge the weapon of destiny of the Lihua dynasty. Among the 4 great dynasties, only the Lihua dynasty did not have its own weapon of destiny. The dragon vein of the country was all suppressed by the sacred land. This was also one of the reasons why the Lihua dynasty had always been unable to break free from the sacred land's restraints. The concept of destiny had existed since ancient times. Although it seemed illusory, once one reached a certain level of cultivation, one would be able to experience the mysterious power that could almost affect heaven and earth. The conditions for forging the weapon of destiny were very strict. The Lihua dynasty had secretly prepared for nearly 100 years and barely managed to gather all the materials. Only with the existence of this generation's earth craftsmen was there a possibility of forging the weapon. On the other hand, the matter of forging the weapon had to be kept a secret, especially not to be discovered by the sacred land. Otherwise, all previous efforts would be wasted. In the Lihua palace, Lian stood in the main hall and paced for a long time. His eyes flashed with struggle several times, but in the end he steeled his heart and walked to the dragon throne to write a letter. When the person raised his head again, the struggle in Lian's eyes had disappeared, leaving only determination and indifference. Present, a guard walked over and knelt down. Send this letter out according to the method written on it. Remember, it must be kept a secret, especially not to let the eldest princess's people see it, Lian said coldly. Yes. The guard received the order, got up, took the letter, and quickly left. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that doing this will hurt the eldest princess's heart. An old figure walked out and advised softly. Qin Yan's expression did not change much. He said indifferently, Those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. I will repay the favor I owe you in the future. The old man sighed softly and said, Since your Majesty has already decided, I won't say anything more. With that, the old man retreated into the darkness and disappeared. In the following days, in the earth craftsman manor, the imperial family was secretly preparing for the forging of the weapon in a month's time. The little boy and Jiang Xian, on the other hand, were free. The two of them did not know the situation and did not need to work every day. They only needed to focus on practicing the saber or sword. Outside the imperial city, Elder Li, who was guarding the Lihua dynasty, also had a heavy heart. He maintained his usual low-profile life and tried his best not to attract the attention of the people from the sacred land. The 100-year plan of the Lihua dynasty depended on these less than 2 months. There must not be any mistakes. The cold moon hung high in the sky, and half the night had passed. In the eldest princess manor, Li Yuwei still had not rested. She was also thinking about the forging of the weapon. The forging of the weapon of destiny was not something that could be done in a day or 2. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, she had to think of a way to attract the attention of the sacred land elsewhere. Li Yuwei stood up and said, Come in. Yes. A black-clothed figure appeared outside the door and said, respectfully, Mobilize all the spies in our hands and spread fake news about the spies of the eastern region, Liu said in a deep voice. Yes. The black-clothed figure received the order and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. The emperor of the Lihua dynasty and the eldest princess had used the same methods in the same day for the same purpose. However, the different methods led to a world of difference in the results. At the top of the ninth heaven, in the endless space turbulence, Ning Qin and the Disaster King had already been in it for a month. Every step they took was extremely careful, always on guard against the space storms that would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Ning Chen was not too far away from the canopy at the top of the ninth heaven. His sword and saber shook off streams of light as he continued forward. On the other side, the Disaster King was in a different space. His frown grew deeper and deeper. Although he could not feel the passage of time in the space turbulence, he could roughly guess that he had been in there for a long time. Ha! With a long shout, the Disaster King's body continued to rise, shining brilliantly. He flipped his palm and slapped the space turbulence in front of him. In the next moment, his figure swept past as he moved forward with all his might. Feeling the violent space vibrations around him, Ning Qin was careful and tried to increase his speed as much as possible. Clang! The sword and palm collided again in an unexpected encounter. The beautiful saber slashed across, creating a dazzling brilliance. The Disaster King turned sideways and flipped his palm again. The figure in front of him disappeared again. The space turbulence surged, annihilating all auras. Close by, Ning Qin suppressed the surging blood qi in his body. His expression did not change as he continued forward. Finally, after more than half a month in the outside world, the canopy at the top of the ninth heaven gradually appeared in front of him. The brilliance grew brighter and brighter, as if it was sunlight from another world. Fine cracks appeared on the beautiful saber and the green ink sword in Ning Chen's hands, especially the body of the beautiful saber, which was covered with cracks. It could shatter at any time. The two weapons were not divine weapons after all. They could not withstand the erosion of the power of space. Coupled with the fact that he had to fight with the Disaster King from time to time, they could not bear the burden anymore. The brilliance under the canopy was so familiar. Ning Chen waved his sword and gathered power. Frost drifted in the air. He shook off the illusion in front of him and looked at the scene behind the canopy. It was not the sun, nor was it the starry sky. It was a piece of scorched land. It was desolate and silent. Ascension Valley. Ning Chen was shocked. There was no mistake. It must be Ascension Valley. In the end, he attracted the heavenly tribulation and heavenly punishment here. He dragged all the half-dead Xiantian monsters to the grave with him, turning the entire Ascension Valley into a land of death. It turned out that the four extremes and the divine land of imminent land they had been looking for so long were really here. Are you surprised? Unfortunately, it's too late. As he spoke, the Disaster King walked out. His flowing light battle armor shone brightly and was exceptionally dazzling. Ning Chen sneered. He did not panic at all. His saber and sword danced. Amidst the blue brilliance and snowflakes, the saber and sword intent rose rapidly. The ninth heaven shook, and all things flickered rapidly. Seeing that his opponent's moves were extraordinary, the Disaster King's expression turned serious. He flipped his palm and activated Vast Essence. He was on full alert. See you never! At this moment, Ning Chen's figure flashed. He entered the space turbulence and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Disaster King was stunned. He was furious. He blasted away the turbulence in front of him with a palm and quickly chased after him. Chapter 253. In the chaotic flow of space, Bai Yi's figure flashed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Now that he had seen what he wanted to see, Ning Chen's path no longer followed any pattern. After 10 days, the Disaster King was unable to find any trace of him. At the border between the northern and eastern regions, space rippled and Bai Yi walked out. Ning Chen looked at his surroundings. For a moment, he did not know where he was. With a move of his feet, he rushed towards a nearby city. At the peak of the 9 heavens, the Disaster King appeared, but he was not at his original location. He was thousands of miles away. Disaster King, return quickly. Without the obstruction of the chaotic flow of space, the master of the 4 extreme realms order finally reached the Disaster King's ears. The order was very urgent, as if there was something important that needed to be said. The Disaster King didn't hesitate. He turned into a streak of light and flew away. Within the Longevity Hall, the Disaster King returned. Multicolored light gathered in the air, and an illusory figure condensed. Disaster King, what was the result? He escaped. Furthermore, the border between the 2 realms has been exposed, said the Disaster King gloomily. The master of the 4 extreme realms was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "In that case, that child can't be allowed to live. Our spies have reported that they've found the whereabouts of the general's daughter. I'll send Xiantian to help, as well as you Yangtian, Xinyun and Buyu. This time, we have to eliminate that child no matter what." The Disaster King frowned slightly. Isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? Xiantian was a 5th tribulation expert, and even you Yangtian, Xinyun, and Buyu were at the 3rd tribulation. Adding on the fact that he was on the side, it was far too absurd for them to just deal with a 3rd tribulation expert. The master of the 4 extreme realms shook his head. It's fine. The most important thing is to make sure nothing goes wrong. Although the Disaster King didn't agree, he still nodded. Once that was done, the master of the 4 extreme realms figure rapidly vanished. As the final trace of multicolored light faded away, the hall returned to its former calm. Only after the master of the 4 extreme realms left did a black-robed figure walk in. The Disaster King glanced at him and gravely said, "How is it? Have you found Meng Xuanji's whereabouts?" "Reporting to the palace master, there's still no news," replied the person kneeling on the ground. "A bunch of trash." "Keep looking," said the Disaster King. "Yes." The black-clothed figure stood up and quickly walked out of the hall. The Disaster King's eyes flickered with cold light. This Meng Xuanji was clearly suspicious of the Long Life Temple and the 4 extreme holy lands. She refused to show herself, testing his patience. However, his patience was limited. When his patience ran out, the entire continent of the 9 clouds would be buried because of her stupidity. Ning Chen stayed in the city at the border of the Northern Territory and the Eastern Territory for half a day. Finally, he understood where he had been thrown to after walking out of the space turbulence. The Disaster King shouldn't be able to catch up. There was no sense of time or direction in the chaotic flow of space, so the chances of the 2 of them appearing in the same place was almost negligible. The border between the 2 realms had been made clear. Ning Chen wanted to continue looking for Meng Xuanji, but after hearing the rumors about him and his senior's whereabouts, he couldn't help but stop. Something was wrong. Ning Chen's mind was clear, and he quickly noticed the abnormality. In the 4 extremities, no one would risk offending the sacred land to spread false information to help him and his seniors. It was impossible for his senior to do such a thing. He had thought about it before, but he hadn't had the time to do it. Now, someone had done it first. The only explanation was that this person needed to use false information to attract the sacred land's attention. Ning Chen walked on the bustling streets of the city, quickly thinking about what was going on. The Disaster King had just parted with him, so it was easy for him to distinguish the truth of the news and not fall for it. The sacred land and the Eternal Life Hall were definitely connected. In other words, the sacred land wouldn't believe these rumors. The person who spread these rumors naturally didn't know about this, and they also had a grudge with the sacred land. The target was actually very easy to confirm: the Lihua dynasty. Thinking of this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. If he guessed correctly, the Lihua dynasty must have made some big move that they didn't want the sacred land to know about. He had a decent relationship with Li Yue, and this woman could be considered trustworthy. He wondered if there was a need to go over and warn her. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to ask the earthly blacksmith to help him repair the sword in his hand, and at the same time take a look at Jiang Xion's cultivation. In the Lihua Valley in the north of the imperial city of the Lihua dynasty, the weapon forging had already started for more than 10 days. Li Yan, Li Yuwei, elderly, and a royal consecrator were all looking at the earthly blacksmith on the weapon forging table with serious expressions. Sweat mixed with fire splashed everywhere with the sound of hammering. The earthly blacksmith's expression was unprecedentedly focused. Every hammering was accurate to the extreme. This was the result of day after day of practice. There were no shortcuts. Whether it was forging ordinary weapons or divine weapons, the craftsman's skill was the most crucial factor in determining the quality. The outstanding craftsmen in the sacred land were passed down from generation to generation. However, the Lihua dynasty only had one earthly blacksmith in the past few hundred years. This was also why the Lihua royal family was so anxious to forge their own weapon of destiny. In the earthly blacksmith manor, the snow had stopped not long ago. In the courtyard, the little boy and Jiang Xian were practicing seriously. Xiaoyu was young and made many mistakes easily. Every time this happened, Jiang Xian would stop and patiently explain to her without any impatience. Da-da-da! At this moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. A man dressed as a guard stopped the carriage in front of the earthly blacksmith manor. After showing his token, he entered the manor. When the little boy and Jiang Xian saw the person who had come, they were puzzled. "Miss Jiang Xian, Her Highness, the eldest princess invites you," the guard said respectfully as he handed over a letter from Li Yuwei. When Jiang Xian heard the guard call her name, she was startled at first. However, when she heard the words "eldest princess," she calmed down. The handwriting on the letter was undoubtedly Li Yuwei's. After reading the letter, Jiang Xian no longer had any doubts. She said a few words to the little boy and left with the guard. The carriage was already waiting outside the manor. Jiang Xian stepped onto it. The guard started the carriage and immediately rushed towards the south. The carriage quickly left the imperial city and the Lihua Valley to the north of the imperial city. A faint fragrance filled the air in the carriage. Jiang Xian quickly lost consciousness. Soon, she completely lost consciousness. The carriage did not stop at all. No one knew where it was going. Night fell. In Qingli City, in the eldest princess manor, a white figure walked out. His spiritual sense scanned the entire manor, but he did not find the person he was looking for. Ning Qin frowned slightly. He moved his feet and rushed towards the west. In the earthly craftsman manor, Ning Qin appeared. When he found that the little boy was the only one left in the manor, he immediately had a bad feeling. "Xiaoyu!" Ning Qin came to the little boy's room and woke him up. "Big brother Ning." The little boy was not asleep yet. When he woke up and saw the familiar figure in front of him, his little face lit up and he called out happily, "Where's your master and Jiang Xian? Why are you alone in the manor?" Ning Qin quickly asked, "Master has already left the manor for more than 10 days. I don't know where he went. Sister Jiang Xian was just invited by the eldest princess people today. She should be in the eldest princess manor right now," the little boy said honestly. "Oh no." Ning Chen's expression changed. In a flash, he disappeared. The earthly craftsman manor was located in the most remote part of the imperial city. People rarely came here, especially after the heavy snow last night. A thick layer of snow had accumulated on the ground, making the 2 carriage tracks outside the manor very clear. Ning Chen followed the tracks for a long time until he could no longer distinguish them. However, he also confirmed the direction the carriage had left in. In the Lihua Valley, Li Yan's expression was unusually cold. He looked at the weapon of destiny that was gradually taking shape on the weapon forging table, and his eyes kept flashing with brilliance. After forging this weapon and finding a way to transfer the hundreds of years of destiny in the dragon vein into it, the Lihui dynasty would be one step closer to breaking free from the control of the sacred grounds. Those who wanted to achieve great things could not be constrained by small details. As long as the weapon of destiny could be successfully forged, it was worth sacrificing anyone. On the side, Liu did not know that the brother she trusted the most had secretly made the most heartless decision. In order to successfully forge the weapon, he had taken the initiative to give Jiang Xian to the 4 sacred grounds. On the weapon forging table, green jade wood, blazing sun iron, purple marked divine gold, moon rock, and dozens of other rare divine materials had been perfectly merged together after being hammered thousands of times by the black gold giant hammer. The divine materials of various colors were mixed together. In the end, the weapon of destiny returned to its original white color. It was sparkling and translucent. It was very unique. The earthly craftsman's expression became more and more serious. As a craftsman, he only wanted to forge the most perfect weapon in his life. Without a doubt, this was his last and only chance. To the south of the imperial city, a white figure flashed past. Gradually, Ning Chen sensed a familiar aura, and he sped up. He had forcefully opened up Jiang Xian's Sea of Qi with the life scroll, so he was extremely sensitive to the little girl's aura. As long as it was not too far away, he would more or less be able to sense it. In front of Half Moon Mountain, Ning Chen caught up with the carriage. Sensing that something was wrong with Jiang Xian's aura, he slashed the carriage open from 300 meters away and quickly rushed up. The guard's expression changed greatly. He did not expect someone to catch up to him. Just as he was about to move, a sword was pointed at his throat. "Whose order is it?" Ning Chen's face was incomparably ashen as he asked coldly. At this moment, the guard's eyes quickly dimmed. He would rather break his own meridians than reveal anything. Seeing that the guard was about to die, Ning Chen did not waste any more time. He carried Jiang Xian on his back and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a bloody blade of light fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground with a boom. The figure that approached was dressed in blood-red clothes. His red hair danced in the wind. He was like a blade god that had descended to the world. "Return to the sacred grounds with me." "I can't do it." Ning Chen clenched his right hand, and the green ink flew into his hand. His sword intent vibrated, shaking the heaven and earth. The blade and the sword clashed again. 100 miles away, the Disaster King and the others who had been waiting for a long time did not see the promised figure. They were puzzled. 5 extremely powerful auras flew up and looked into the distance. There was a powerful enemy in front of him, and there was an encirclement behind him. Ning Chen did not know that he was at the edge of danger. He faced the bloody blade of light with a single sword. Luan Fengchen also did not know that the Disaster King and the others were 100 miles away. This killing plot against Ning Chen had not yet begun, but it had unexpectedly appeared earlier. Chapter 254. Under the Half Moon Mountain, Chaotic Wind Dust, who had been searching for Ning Chen, finally found the person he was looking for. His flowing light blood blade shone brightly, and he no longer held back. After retrieving his saber, the Saint Child of the Four Poles was even more powerful. Every move he made was far more oppressive than before. Ning Chen carried General Xian on his back and faced the enemy with a broken sword. Although he had some misgivings in his heart, he still did not fall into a disadvantageous position. The battle between the geniuses stirred up snowflakes that were hundreds of feet tall, blocking the view of the crowd and preventing them from seeing the battle clearly. Amidst the snowstorm, the flowing light and the snowy light constantly collided, each displaying their sharpness. No one was willing to take even half a step back. Earth Scroll, 1,000 Earth Revolutions. The scroll of Earth appeared once more, causing the Earth to churn. Large patches of Earth split apart, rose up, and closed towards the center. It was like the scene of the end of the world, shaking the heavens and earth. Seeing this, Luan Fengchen's blood blade shone brightly, and he also used his ultimate skill. A red light flashed, and thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. The two moves collided, causing the earth to crumble and the mountains to crumble. The light of the sword and the saber clashed once again. It was abnormally intense. 100 miles away, the Disaster King and the others sensed the intense Zhen-Qi fluctuations in the distance. Their figures flickered as they rushed over. In the fire canyon, Lian's mind spun. According to the plan, the daughter of the Jiang clan should have been delivered to the people of the Holy Land. With this woman around, the Sacred Lands would spend more of their energy on finding a way to lure Ningchen out, which would greatly reduce the risk of them being discovered. The sound of the hammer hitting the weapon of destiny echoed throughout the canyon. It was the 13th day, and the final moment of success was not far away. The original white color was so dazzling. It flickered with a powerful aura within the inky blue leaf fire. Before the artifact was completed, there was already an unusual pressure circulating about. Li Yue looked at the weapon forging table, and her right eyebrow twitched uncontrollably. A sense of uneasiness rose in her heart, but after thinking about it carefully, she didn't find anything wrong, so she didn't pay it much mind. In front of the Half-Moon Mountain, the battle was still ongoing. On Ningchen's back, Jiang Xian was still unconscious. The medicine of the Li Fire royal family was extraordinary. Even martial artists could not contend against it. Luan Fengchen's expression was cold, and his red hair fluttered in the wind. The blade in his hand became sharper and sharper as he pressed forward, determined to bring this person back to the 4 extreme Holy Lands. Ningchen was worried about his safety and didn't want to fight for a long time. He swung his sword and pushed the former away. Frost surged, and the love formula reappeared in the world. However, right at this moment, a powerful palm strike came from the distant horizon, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Ningchen was startled. He pulled back his sword to block the attack. With a loud bang, he was pushed back a few steps. The blood in his body was boiling violently. The auras of the 6 figures that descended reached the sky. Their terrifying might blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It was extremely shocking. The Calamity King, Xian Tian, Yuyang Tian, Xingyin, and Bu Yu were all experts above the 3rd tribulation of the Xiantian realm. In fact, Xian Tian and the Calamity King had already reached the 5th tribulation and the 3 calamities realm. The Disaster King glanced at General Hart on the former's back and sneered, "I was wondering where I went wrong. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me." Holy Sun, Yu, Yang Tian, Xingyin, and Bu Yu saluted respectfully. Luan Fengchen frowned as he looked at the 4 people in front of him and asked, "Why are you here?" "The Realm Master has ordered us to assist the Disaster King in killing the spies of the Eastern Divine Prefecture." Xian Tian took half a step forward and answered. Luan Fengchen coldly harumphed and waved his hand to put away his bloodlight blade. 5 against 1, and one of the 3 disasters, they were truly willing to do so. "We'll meet again if you're still alive." Luan Fengchen glanced at Ningchen, who was surrounded by the 5, and turned to leave. Yu Yang Tian and the others didn't stop him. They all knew the Holy Sun's personality. Even if the Realm Master was here, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The sun set in the west, and a cold wind blew. The Holy Land's encirclement had begun once more. Ning Chen's expression became serious. He tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes and tied the unconscious General Hart to his back. Silver light rose from his azure ink sword, and frost rapidly condensed. Although he wasn't sure if Li Yue had really betrayed him, it definitely couldn't be a coincidence that the Calamity King and so many people from the Holy Land had appeared together. "Kill!" Yu Yang Tian's halberd was the first to attack. The humiliation of He Shihai being tricked was still fresh in his mind. Every time he thought of it, he would be filled with rage. Bang! The halberd and sword clashed. The ground beneath Ning Chen's feet suddenly split open, and a huge gully continuously extended hundreds of meters. Moving clouds and setting rain raised their swords at the same time. The two swords joined forces, and sword light scattered, forming an impenetrable sword net. They joined forces and attacked. Seeing this, Ning Qin pushed Yu Yangtian away with his sword. Snowflakes surged as he fought against the two swords. The three swords clashed. In an instant, dozens of moves had already passed. The dense sword net couldn't stop the swift and fierce sword aura. A sword swept past, and both of their bodies turned red at the same time. The halberd swept past again with the power to split open a mountain. Ning Qin took half a step back and waved his sword to block. Another shocking explosion sounded. Crack! With a clear, crisp sound, the crack on the sword extended another half an inch. Ning Chen's eyes focused. His left hand grasped the air, and a beautiful saber appeared in his hand. He slashed out, and the beautiful saber light chased after the soul. Yu Yangtian's heart turned cold. He quickly retreated, but he was still half a step too late. With a ripping sound, the armor on his chest was cut open, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Xing Yin, Buyu, and then a battle formation. The sword of cloud and rain was exquisite and long, and extremely complicated. Yu Yangtian suppressed his injuries and also stood up. The halberd's power was impressive and abnormally domineering. The three of them took turns to fight. The sword and halberd clashed. Ning Chan was fighting 1 against 3, but there was no fear on his face. He waved his saber and sword and fought like a god. Qing Mo and the beautiful saber were waved in the last light of the setting sun. Blood was constantly spilling out. 3 against 1. They couldn't gain the slightest advantage. When the snow is about to fall, the sword will snow for 3,000 miles. The sword of pleasure caused the snowflakes on the ground to fly up into the sky. Although the frost spread in the wind and snow, the three's moves suddenly stagnated. The beautiful saber was dazzling, and a waterfall of blood bloomed again. Xian Tian. Seeing that the battle was not going well, the Disaster King glanced at the man who hadn't moved at all and reminded him, "I can't help it." Xian Tian sighed in his heart. He waved his hand, and an ancient sword appeared in front of him. In the next moment, Hao's sword was unsheathed. His figure moved along with it, and he instantly entered the battle. Clang! In the intense battle, an unusually clear sound of swords clashing rang out. Qing Mo and Hao's sword clashed. The powerful sword intent immediately clashed violently and scattered in all directions. With a swoosh, Ning Chen's left face was slashed by the sword qi. As his black hair fluttered, a bloody scar appeared. Yu Yangtian, Xing Yin, and Buyu immediately strengthened their attacks and encirclement. They were determined to kill the person in front of them completely. Xian Tian entered the battle, and his attacks instantly became several times stronger. Ning Qin was the first to show signs of weakness. At this moment, Jiang Xian, who had been unconscious all this while, slowly opened her eyes. She felt a familiar aura beside her and subconsciously shouted, "Master!" Ning Chan was distracted for a moment, and the beautiful saber in his left hand broke. With a swish, blood dyed his clothes red. The edge of Hao's sword was unusually sharp. In addition, the beautiful saber was already severely damaged in the spatial turbulence earlier. At this moment, it finally couldn't withstand the power of the battle and broke. "Snow in July!" Ning Qin shouted. Qing Mo and Yang Shui waved, and countless sword intents spread out. Yu Yangtian and the others were sent flying for more than 10 steps. The corners of their mouths were dyed red. Xian Tian took 3 steps back and suppressed his trembling aura. A strange expression flashed across his face. Could it be that all the swords of the divine land were this strong? Although the young man in front of him was still far from the blue-robed man's cultivation in the sword, it was already at an unimaginable level for his age. What kind of divine land could nurture such an outstanding swordsman? For the first time, Xian Tian had a trace of yearning for the eastern region's divine land. For someone who loved the sword and was obsessed with it, the best thing was to meet a better opponent. On Ning Chen's back, Jiang Xian also recovered her senses. She recalled what had happened. Seeing the encirclement in front of her, she immediately understood that her master had summoned a killing trap to save her. Master! Jiang Xian looked at the eye-catching bloodstains on her master's white clothes, and tears flashed in her eyes. It was all her fault for trusting others so easily. That was why she had brought so much trouble to her master. Hold on tight. Master will bring you to kill our way out. Ning Chen said softly. He swung his sword several times, and his figure flashed as he rushed toward Half Moon Mountain. Want to leave? Humph. At this moment, the Disaster King who had been observing the battle finally moved. He used vast essence gathering palm and used his full strength to move the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, all living things mourned, and gods and ghosts were frightened. Earth scroll, earth destruction, mountain destruction. Feeling the terrifying aura behind him, Ning Chen stopped and pulled back his sword. The mountain shook, and a powerful sword intent rushed out of the ground and collided with the incoming palm energy. With a loud bang, the earth scroll was unable to dissolve the three calamities palm energy. Ning Chen's mouth was dyed red, and he retreated several steps. His figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distance. Chase! The Disaster King coldly shouted. His figure flashed, and he quickly chased after Ning Chen. For figures rushed forward, and Ning Chen, who had not gone too far, was quickly blocked by a sword. The two swords collided, and sparks flew everywhere. The light of the divine halberd rose behind Ning Chen. Ning Chen was worried about his safety, so he turned his hand back and condensed a sword finger. With a clang, the halberd light was knocked away. One sword against four, and the battle cries were endless. Even if the person in the battle had an unparalleled fighting spirit, under the intense consumption of true essence and blood qi, he gradually showed signs of exhaustion. His plain white clothes were now stained with blood. Some belonged to his opponent, and some belonged to him. In Ning Chen's hand, the green ink sword had also reached its limit. It could break apart at any time. Seeing her master getting more and more injured, Jiang Xian's tears kept falling from her eyes. She felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Master, put me down and leave first. Come back and save me if you have the chance in the future. Don't say stupid things. Master will definitely bring you out of this alive. Ning Chen reprimanded her tiredly. He fought and ran at the same time. He leaned to the side and dodged a halberd light in front of him. He waved his sword with his right hand to block the tip of the clear sword. Then he saw the cloud and rain swords coming at him. Just as he was about to use his power, he felt his blood and qi stagnate, and his hand movements immediately slowed down. The sword finger knocked away the rain swords, but it could not block the cloud swords. A waterfall of blood bloomed and dyed Jiang Xian's eyes red. Blood and tears covered her young face. Right at this moment, another powerful palm energy flew over. Ning Chen subconsciously waved his sword to block it. In the blink of an eye, his sword was broken, and he was sent flying. PFFF. Vomiting a mouthful of blood, Ning Chen stood up. His consciousness was in a daze. On his back, Jiang Xian was also sent flying by this terrifying palm and fell to the side. Jiang Xian. At the edge of the half-moon cliff, it was hard to find a way out. Ning Chen looked at Jiang Xian, who was not far away. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he suddenly staggered. He had already reached his limit. Kill! The Disaster King gave the order without showing any mercy. Yu Yangtian and the others quickly surrounded him, wanting to end this battle without any suspense. At the edge of the cliff, Jiang Xian crawled up with difficulty. Her small face was now covered in blood and dust. After being washed by her tears, She looked like a little kitten. Master, Jiang Xian cannot implicate you anymore. With a brilliant smile and a final wish, Jiang Xian's body fell backwards, and she quickly fell down the endless cliff. Jiang Xian, Ning Chen's pupils shrank. He reached out to grab her, but it was already too late. He was unable to use his qi, and his master could only watch as the little girl who loved to cry and laugh for several months slowly disappeared into the cliff. The figure kneeling on the ground did not move at all. It was abnormally quiet. It was so heavy that it made everyone present feel a strong sense of unease. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, an indescribable wild laughter rang out from Half Moon Mountain. Thunder roared, wind howled, and snowflakes appeared. Amidst the blood that filled the sky, a dazzling green sword slowly rose from Ning Chen's body. As the bloody light flowed, a terrifying might exploded. Chapter 255. The appearance of knowing destiny caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The magnificent sword intent spread out and flattened everything within 1,000 zhang radius. Yu Yangtian, Xingyin, and Bu Yu were the first to bear the brunt of the sword intent. Xian Tian waved the clear sword in his hand and blocked the sword intent. With a bang, he retreated a few steps, and the corner of his mouth was dyed red. Humph! The Disaster King turned his palm to block the attack. However, the vigorous sword intent could not be completely dissipated. He still retreated half a step. Bu Yu! Not far away, Xingyin shouted. A huge hole appeared on Bu Yu's chest. The sword intent wreaked havoc. In the blink of an eye, all the vitality in his body dissipated. Yu Yangtian and Xian Tian also looked over, and their pupils constricted. Seeing his comrade die, Xian Tian felt a pain in his heart. His clear sword shone brightly and carried the sharpest killing intent for the first time. The plain-clothed figure at the edge of the cliff was covered in blood. His eyes were dim, and he had lost half of his consciousness. Only the sword intent around him kept vibrating. Thunder, wind, and ice, the three original auras, roared and galloped. Sandwiched within the sword intent, the power was shocking and made the bright moonlight lose its color. The clear sword was extremely fast and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. With a clang, it was blocked by the knowing destiny sword. The green sword body had blood-colored patterns flowing on it. At the moment of collision, a sword intent fused with the original aura quickly spread out. With the original aura being restrained, Xian Tian's aura suddenly stagnated. His body flew out and landed on the ground. He retreated a dozen steps. Yu Yangtian and Xingyin also rushed forward. The halberd light and the sword light intersected and fought against the strong enemy again. The knowing destiny sword blocked the two attacks. Soon after, the sword aura spread out and the two were sent flying again. Xian Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the young man who had lost half of his consciousness but was still unshakable. His expression was extremely serious. Yu Yangtian and Xingyin suppressed their injuries and carried the anger of their comrade's death. The divine halberd and cloud sword were filled with killing intent. Xian Tian waved his hand and the clear sword shone again. He also rushed forward. The knowing destiny sword was waved again and again. Block/stab, the most basic moves. The swordsman's consciousness was almost gone. Only the sword chi was flowing with the sword. Clang! It was unknown how many times the sword and halberd had clashed. With a crisp sound of metal shattering, the divine halberd broke. Amidst the dazzling red blood, Yu Yangtian's right arm flew off, blood splattering all over the sky. Ugh! Yu Yangtian landed on the ground and retreated a few steps. He barely managed to stop himself as he spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the rocks in front of him red. At the same time, Xing Yinlin's sword intent surged. His cloud sword was as resplendent as the moon as he attacked with all his strength. Be careful, Xian Tian hurriedly reminded. His clear sword shone brightly and turned into a stream of light to quickly follow. The blood pattern in the knowing destiny sword flowed. The three swords connected, and the sword aura leaned against each other. The clear sword blocked the tip of the sword, and the cloud sword continued to move forward. The moment it entered the body, blood splattered everywhere. Xian Tian took 3 steps back, and his expression changed. Amidst the bloodlight, the knowing destiny sword slashed out. The dazzling sword light flashed, and a horrifying sword wound appeared from Xian Yun's left chest to his right rib. Blood gushed out. Xing Yunlin! Xian Tian waved his sword, and 3 sword lights shot out. His body flashed as he grabbed the heavily injured Xing Yunlin and retreated 300 meters away. The clear sword's light was extremely powerful. It was less than 3 meters away, and it was extremely fast. The knowing destiny sword blocked 2 of them, but it could not block the third. The sharp sword light passed through his body and dyed his clothes red again. He did not retreat, nor did he groan in pain. He was already on the verge of losing consciousness. It's all over. Outside the battle, the Disaster King coldly snorted. He grasped the best opportunity and moved. Vast origin condensed in his palm, and black light gathered. An incomparably ferocious aura once again appeared in the world. The figure at the edge of the cliff had his black hair dyed red. He did not move at all. Blood continued to flow on the tip of his sword. He did not move at all. At this moment of crisis, an extremely dazzling golden light streaked across the sky, instantly arriving at the battlefield. Its sharp chi was extremely shocking. The sudden attack made the Disaster King's heart tremble. He turned his sword palm around and blocked the incoming attack. With a loud bang, the mountain collapsed and the world shook. A beautiful figure instantly entered the battle. She grabbed the unconscious Ningqin and turned into a stream of light that rapidly flew away. Meng Xuanji! The Disaster King waved his hand to knock away the falling mountain rocks. As he watched the 2 disappear, his complexion became extremely ugly. Seeing that the person he had surrounded was rescued, Xian Tian silently put away his sword. He walked over to the dead Buyu and carefully carried him on his back. He said, "Xing Yunlin, let's go." Xing Yunlin reluctantly nodded. He dragged his heavily injured body and silently followed. Not too far away, Yu Yangtian hesitated for a moment. In the end, he picked up his broken divine halberd and left with them. The Disaster King ignored them. His figure flashed, and he quickly chased after the 2. On Half Moon Mountain, a cold wind blew. After the 3 of them left, a figure appeared. He walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Then, without any hesitation, he jumped down the cliff. Jiang Xian's face flashed past so quickly that no one could see it clearly. Only the familiar leaning moon saber reflected a flash of brilliance in the night, and it was bone-chilling. Below the fire valley, the hammering sounds became more and more frequent. The forging of the weapon of destiny had reached the final, critical moment. In just a few hours it would be complete. Li Youwei's beautiful face no longer had the seductive smile of the past. Her expression was grave as she waited for the weapon to be completed. To the side, Li Yan frowned when he saw that the messenger had yet to return. A trace of unease flashed through his heart. He did not know what had gone wrong. "Elder Chu, go take a look," Li Yan said softly to the old man beside him. "Yes." The old man nodded. His figure flashed, and he instantly left the valley. "Brother, is something the matter?" Li Yue asked with a trace of suspicion. "It's nothing. Just a small matter," Li Yan replied. Li Yue nodded and did not ask any more questions. She turned her gaze and continued to look at the weapon of destiny in the fire valley with unusual concentration. Half a month later, Meng Xuanji put Ningqin down beside a stream 3,000 miles away from Shangxi. Her hands drew a series of complicated seals. With a flash of light, the complete separation and reunion death seal entered Ning Chen's body. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. After doing all this, Meng Xuanji turned her palm and condensed her qi. She activated her mighty true yuan and quickly healed Ning Chen's injuries. Ugh! Ning Chen grunted painfully. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The aura around him was extremely chaotic. The force of the halberd and palm kept filling his meridians, resisting the external true yuan. Meng Xuanji's eyes narrowed. She activated her qi and suppressed the chaotic aura with all her might. Golden phoenix blood flowed through his beating heart. After passing through his meridians, it returned to his heart. It kept repeating and quickly repaired Ning Chen's severely injured body. An hour later, Meng Xuanji stopped. She looked at the person in front of her and quietly waited for him to wake up. The bright moon moved to the west. There was not much time left for the night. Ning Chen finally opened his eyes beside the stream. 3 different kinds of light flashed and disappeared into the depths of his eyes. Meng Xuanji, seeing the woman in front of him, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to speak, he immediately felt that something was wrong with his body. The familiar aura of the separation and reunion death seal was many times stronger this time. Your life is in my hands now. Can you tell me your true identity? Meng Xuanji asked indifferently. Eastern Divine Prefecture, Great Xia Jiming Marquis, Ning Chen said slowly. The Sacred Land said that the Eastern Divine Prefecture intended to invade the 4 extremes. Is it true? Meng Xuanji narrowed her eyes and asked. You're just confusing the truth, Ning Chen replied. I want to hear the truth, Meng Xuanji said seriously. Ning Chen seriously told her the truth, including what he had seen at the peak of the 9 heavens. Peak of the 9 heavens. Meng Xuanji frowned. I will personally verify what you say. If you're lying, then even if we're thousands of miles apart, the separation and reunion death seal in your body will make you pay the price. After she finished speaking, Meng Xuanji took a step forward. Her robe fluttered as she ascended into the sky. Be careful of the Disaster King and the master of the 4 extremes. If you don't want the 2 realms to go to war, then you can't let the golden feathertail fall into their hands, Ning Chen reminded her. Meng Xuanji didn't reply. She disappeared in the first rays of the morning sun. Next to the stream, Ning Chen's expression gradually turned cold. He looked to the east, his killing intent sharp. Elder Chu returned to Lian and whispered a few words into his ear, causing the latter to unconsciously frown. Let's not worry about that for now. Once the forging is complete, we'll discuss it further, said Lian. There were less than 4 hours left. Soon, the Lihua dynasty's plan would succeed. Elder Chu nodded and stood to the side, cautiously waiting. Within the Lihua imperial city, a white-robed figure descended from the sky. Her spiritual sense filled the entire imperial city, and her powerful aura shocked all the martial artists present. Ning Chen was searching for Li Youwei's figure. At this moment, the knowing destiny sword trembled intensely as if it had sensed something. Within Lihua Valley, a pure white saber was completely formed on the forging table. The earth blacksmith's tired eyes burned with passion. This was the most glorious masterpiece of his life. He had forged countless weapons in his life, and he was especially skilled in sabers and swords. However, he had already forged a perfect sword. He wouldn't forge another one in his life. The moment the saber was completed, thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun. The entire sky darkened. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Elder Chu and Elder Li gathered their qi together, blocking the heavenly tribulation. The divine weapon floating in the air emitted a shocking aura. The saber had been fused with over 10 kinds of divine materials. It was pure white and flawless. It was so sharp that no one dared to look directly at it. Seeing that his karmic weapon had finally succeeded, Lian couldn't conceal his wild joy. Finally, he would become the #1 person in the Lihua dynasty's history. On the side, Li Youwei's eyes also flashed with gratification. After working so hard for so long, The Li dynasty had finally taken the most important step. However, at this moment, a figure stained with blood slowly walked over. The knowing destiny sword in her hand trembled more and more violently. The blood in the green was exceptionally dazzling. The divine weapon in the air was also affected and began to hum. With the green jade as the core, the twin weapons were connected, and their light soared into the sky. Seeing this person, Li Yan's smile instantly vanished. He couldn't understand why this person would appear here. Chapter 256. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and the bloodstains were dazzling. The figure walking over was filled with killing intent, shocking everyone present. Li Yue immediately sensed that something was wrong. She stepped forward and blocked his path. Unexpectedly, a pair of emotionless hands arrived in an instant and locked onto the woman's delicate neck. His eyes were as cold as ice, threatening to take one's soul away. The murderous intent that filled the sky condensed in the void. An ancient giant beast manifested. A mutated rock roared towards the sky, its momentum shaking the heavens. At the same time, thunder rolled in the horizon, turning into a raging torrent that descended. Something happened to Jiangxin. Do you know? The voice was excessively calm, but Li Yue felt the aura of death. Under the lightning, the cold gaze was so unfamiliar. It was completely different from the man in her impression of him. On the forging table, the craftsman trembled when he heard this. He looked at the young man in disbelief. How could this be? It wasn't me, Li Yue said with difficulty. Then who do you think it was? The calm voice didn't contain any belief or disbelief. There was only coldness. This was her last chance. If she answered incorrectly, she would die. The calmness in the midst of extreme anger was only because of a trace of friendship in the past. However, compared to Jiangxin's life and death, this bit of friendship could only be explained in one sentence. A person suddenly flashed through Li Yue's mind. She immediately revealed a look of disbelief. How could the person she trusted the most be him? The final explanation was about to come out of her mouth, but she swallowed it back down. Li Yue was filled with regret and disappointment. The brother who had protected and supported her since childhood had betrayed her trust this time. You don't have an explanation? Killing intent flowed through Ning Chen's eyes. He extended his right hand, and the knowing destiny sword rapidly spun into his hand. Ning Chen, have mercy! The craftsman urgently shouted. Let her go. That letter was forged by my people. It has nothing to do with Yue, said Li Yan indifferently. Ning Chen released his left hand, and Li Yue fell to the ground powerlessly. Although she wasn't injured, she was suppressed by the strong killing intent and couldn't summon any strength. No. Li Yue reached out to stop him, but she could only pull on the corner of his clothes. She couldn't stop him at all. Elder Li and Elder Chu blocked the front. They were on full alert, and their expressions were extremely grave. One was in the middle stage of the third tribulation, while the other was in the peak stage of the second tribulation. The two most powerful consecrators of the Li Fire Imperial family worked together to protect the Emperor. Little brother Ning, for the sake of our past friendship, everything can be discussed, Old Li quickly said from his wheelchair. Sentiments. Huh. Ning Chen smiled coldly and walked forward step by step. Amidst the cold wind, the killing intent around him intensified. In the canyon, the rock's cry shook the sky as if it was going to swallow the sky. Chu Jiang, quickly take his majesty away, shouted Elderly when he saw Chu Jiang's killing intent. Chu Jiang did not waste any more time. He walked to Li Yan's side and was about to leave with him. At this time, Li Yan also sensed that something was wrong. He angrily said, "What are you afraid of? Can't the two of you beat him alone?" Chu Jiang didn't have time to explain as he sped away with Li Yan. Only he and Elderly, who had reached the Khanate stage, could feel how terrifying the young man before him was. They were no longer on the same level. Even his will to resist was shaken. Without my permission, no one is allowed to leave today." Raising his hand, sword intent surged. The rock let out a long cry, and its wings trembled. A terrifying killing intent pressed down. Boundless sword intent spiraled out, turning into clouds that filled the sky. Chu Jiang was shaken. He had no choice but to turn back, but the sound of swords falling filled the air. Everything had been destroyed. The power of just one move shocked everyone. How could there be such a powerful youth in this world? Elder Li didn't dare hesitate any longer. He was the first to attack, giving the two of them a chance to escape. "Since you helped me forge my sword in the past, I'll spare your life for today's offense." Ning Chen's merciless words with a last bit of mercy. He moved around Elder Li and arrived behind him in a single step. His merciful sword didn't slash down. Instead, it instantly arrived in front of Li Yan and Chu Jiang. His sword finger condensed into frost, and his sword broke through Li Yan's qi si. Chu Jiang, who was beside Li Yan, didn't even have time to react. By the time he regained his senses, his eyes were already covered in blood. Ugh! With a long groan of extreme pain, Li Yan's sea of qi was instantly broken. Chaotic, genuine qi spilled out from every part of his body. Blood spurted out and splattered all over the sky. Chu Jiang was startled. He raised his hand to slap Ning Chen, but he was sent flying by a single finger. Swish! At this moment, a white saber light flashed behind him. It was bright and powerful. It was shocking to the extreme. Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. He leaned to the side and swung his sword. With a clang, he blocked the saber light behind him. Elder Li, who was sitting in a wheelchair, held his karmic weapon. He used all his cultivation to activate his divine weapon, doing his best to save his master. The pure white saber was dazzling. Its sharpness was close to the golden feather centipede. "My mercy to you isn't the right to let you be impudent. Back down!" shouted Ning Chen coldly. The life-knowing sword in Ning Chen's hand blossomed with a brilliant light. It sent the old man flying. The divine weapon that flew out of his hand fell to the side and buzzed incessantly. Due to the huge difference in strength, even the support of the divine weapon was useless. Li Yan, who was lying in a pool of blood, looked at the two consecrators who had been defeated. His mouth opened, but he could no longer speak due to the pain. If he had known this would happen, would he have made the decision back then? The emperor asked his heart. His heart was at a loss. Ning Chen waved his hand and grabbed the divine weapon. He looked at the figure on the ground and said coldly, "Is this why you betrayed your heart?" Seeing the divine weapon fall into the hands of the person in front of him, a hint of struggle flashed in Li Yan's eyes. However, his crippled body couldn't move. He could only watch helplessly as the divine weapon fell. Sigh. On the weapon forging table, the earth craftsman sighed softly and didn't say another word. He had failed to live up to the trust entrusted to him. What right did he have to plead for mercy? Li Yue crawled in front of the two of them with great difficulty. She tugged at the plain white clothes that were completely stained with blood, and her eyes were filled with pleading as she said, "Ning Qin, even if Royal Brother was wrong, you've already crippled his cultivation. For You's sake, please spare his life. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. A life for a life is my bottom line. Don't make me lose my last bit of rationality." Ning Chan waved his hand and pushed Li Yue away. He picked up Li Yan and turned into a ray of light. "Chase after him," Li Yue urged anxiously. Chu Jiang and Elder Li immediately turned into rays of light and chased after him together with Li Yue. On the weapon forging table, the earth craftsman walked down silently. His heart was very complicated. The world was unpredictable. Who would have thought that things would develop to this point? It was just a slight mistake, but the result was the difference between heaven and earth. The Lihua dynasty's 100-year plan was ruined at the moment of success. On Half Moon Mountain, a figure in plain clothes flew over. The man in his hand had his hair dyed red and blood dripped from his body. He was extremely miserable. The ruler of a dynasty had fallen to this point. Was he a tiger that had fallen to the plains? Or was he asking for it? Who could judge? It was just like General Exan who had been betrayed. If it weren't for a master who loved her, who would have thought of her after falling to the dust? Being weak meant not having the right to choose. Being weak meant being bullied, being betrayed and unable to resist. The killing intent in Ning Chen's eyes was so thick that it could not be dispersed. He hated Li Yan, but he hated himself even more. He had taught her how to cultivate her heart and how to treat others with her heart, but he hadn't taught her how to guard against others. As a master, he had failed in his duty. Half Moon Mountain was a bottomless cliff. Clouds and mist curled around it, making it impossible to see what was below. Even Xiantian cultivators couldn't see through the cliff. So how could it possibly be 10,000 feet tall? General Lexian was only at the 6th grade of the natal realm, and she had been poisoned first. If she fell, she would definitely die. With a flash of light, Ning Chen appeared at the edge of the cliff. Looking down, a rare trace of pain flashed through his eyes. In his life, he was rarely willing to give his feelings because he couldn't bear it anymore. Meeting General Exan was just an accident. Later on, he felt her persistence and admired her martial spirit. Only then did he have the heart to teach her. Since he had acknowledged the existence of General Exan, he used all his efforts to teach her. Day by day, he watched the little girl who was as quiet as a little beast grow up. Although he had never told anyone, the gratification in his heart truly existed. His dream of family was shattered. His black hair, still dyed with blood, fluttered in the cold wind. Ning Chen carried Li Yan and stood at the edge of the cliff, unable to speak for a long time. Your Majesty, Ning Chen, Chu Jiang, elderly, and Li Yue caught up. Looking at the figure at the edge of the cliff, they anxiously called out. Li Yue's teary eyes were pleading. She was pleading for her brother's last chance to live. No matter what he did wrong, as his sister, how could she watch him die? Ning Chen looked at the pleading Li Yue and thought of Xia Ziyi and Xia Xinyu. He also thought of Wild and Crown Prince Man, who didn't give him any face because of his sister. It seemed that the imperial family wasn't as filthy as he had imagined. Brotherly love was always the most precious and rare emotion. If he had done something wrong, perhaps Ning, she would have done the same. Letting go of his hand represented the final judgment. The figure that fell down the cliff disappeared in the blink of an eye. Imperial brother. After so many days of nervousness and today's sudden change, Li Yue vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. Chu Jiang and Elder Li's figures flashed. They wanted to go down the cliff to save her, but they were forced back by a sword. The price of betrayal could only be repaid with their lives. Ning Chen sighed at Li Yue's feelings for her brother, but he still wouldn't show any mercy. If he showed mercy, who would show mercy to General Exan? The cold sword was unshakable. The blood in the green was glaring. Sliver by sliver, it sealed the two's hope. At this moment, a figure flew out from below the cliff. He was carrying Li Yan, who had fallen down the cliff. Seeing the plain-clothed young man at the edge of the cliff, a strange expression flashed across his face. "It's you! It's you!" The two pairs of eyes were cold. Knowing Destiny and Qingyue moved at the same time. The moment they clashed, they stopped at the same time. It wasn't that their hostility had dissipated. It was that they had appeared here. Jiang Hua was the peerless genius of the general family. He was a heaven's pride that lived under praise and reverence. He shouldn't have come here, but he had unexpectedly appeared. Was it brotherly love? Perhaps it was. For more than 10 years, no one had ever seen Jiang Hua say anything about the injustice that Jiang Exan had suffered. Even after he became the head of the family, he still held an indifferent attitude. Gradually, many people, including Jiang Exan herself, began to forget that this dazzling son of the general family had a younger sister by the name of Jiang Xan, and not the shame of the general family, Jiang Xan. Chapter 257. At the edge of Half Moon Cliff, the coldness in their eyes gradually faded. Jiang Xan hasn't died yet, said Zhang Hua. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. How is that possible? I can't save her by myself. I need help, said Zhang Hua. I'll go with you. Ning Chen didn't hesitate. His figure flashed, and he jumped into the cliff. Did you throw him down? How should we deal with him? Asked Zhang Hua calmly as he looked at Li Yan. Ning Chen grabbed Li Yan, and a snow-white sword condensed in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the snow-white sword pierced through Li Yan's body and nailed him to the cliff. Let's go. After doing all this, Ning Chen called out and jumped down the cliff. Soon he disappeared from sight. Zhang Hua glanced at Li Yan, nailed to the cliff. What a ruthless method! In the next 3 days, this person would truly experience what it meant to live a life worse than death. However, Zhang Hua did not care about this. He moved his feet and quickly followed. On Half Moon Cliff, Chu Jiang panicked when he saw Li Yan in danger. He was about to help, but just as he was about to approach, a surge of sword intent spread out, and Chu Jiang was immediately sent flying. Ugh! A painful groan resounded through Half Moon Cliff. The sword intent spread out and entered Li Yan's meridians. His entire body was in pain, and his blood dyed the cliff red. Your Majesty! Chu Jiang panicked. Elder Li immediately stopped him from continuing. Don't be rash, or His Majesty will suffer even more. Then what should we do? Asked Chu Jiang. Wait, Elder Li slowly said. The sword intent of the observing snow sword should disperse in 3 days. Before that, they could only pray that His Majesty would be able to endure. On the cliff, the blood-covered figure's consciousness was gradually fading. Blood dripped down his clothes drop by drop. This was the merciless call of death. Although the people on the cliff wanted to help, they were powerless. They could only watch as Li Yan's life force slowly disappeared from his body. At the bottom of the cliff, 2 silhouettes appeared. Ning Chen looked around at the fog-shrouded area, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Be careful. This place is much more dangerous than you imagined, warned Zhang Hua. Yes, Ning Chen responded, just as he took a step forward. The knowing destiny sword in his right hand suddenly trembled. The blood pattern on the sword lit up and connected with his blood vessels. In the blink of an eye, it merged back into his body. Is it time? Ning Chen frowned as he sensed the dormant sword in his body. This sword had yet to be fully matured. Now that it had been forcefully reborn, he did not know how long it would take for it to recover. Zhang Hua also noticed this and asked, Can you still fight without your sword? It's fine. Please lead the way. Ning Chen calmly replied. Zhang Hua didn't say anything more. He stepped forward and walked into the depths of the fog. Ning Chen followed and walked forward with him. The fog in the air was getting thicker and thicker. Gradually, the innate spirit sense couldn't sense things too far away. It was severely restricted. On the road ahead, the pressure grew stronger and stronger, and the two of them became more and more cautious. Time passed bit by bit. The blazing sun moved westward, and the day was coming to an end. The fog in the valley grew thicker and thicker. All of a sudden, sword lights appeared above the two of them. They were bone-chilling and fell silently. Clang! The two divine weapons faced each other. Moonlight flickered. Now that they had been reborn, they were completely different from the last battle. They seemed to have gained something else, and their spirituality was overwhelming. The weapon of providence in Ning Chen's hand shone with a flawless white light. When he swung his saber, space shrieked and a glaring crack appeared. When the saber and sword clashed, the two of them both took several steps back. This was just the first clash, and they were already at a disadvantage. What is it? Ning Chen frowned and asked. I don't know. Jiang Hua's expression was grave. There were no records of such dangers below Half Moon Cliff. If he had not come down once, he would also know nothing about it. Sword lights flashed through the fog. The two of them used their sabers to resist. After fighting for a long time, they still couldn't find their opponent's aura. Buy me some time. I'll disperse this fog. Ning Qin shouted and turned to saber. Silver light shone brightly around him. Jiang Hua understood and spun his saber rapidly. Saber lights soared into the sky, turning the area 10 meters around the two of them into a forbidden zone. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly, but none of the swords could break through the saber lights and get within 10 meters of the two of them. The life scroll was circulated to its limit. Surging cold air quickly spread out, and the surrounding fog turned into raindrops. In an instant, everything became clear. There was no longer any fog obstructing their vision. Around the two of them, 12 swords of different shapes circled around them. Their sword lights were eerie and frightening. Jiang Hua, where are you? Ning Qin asked as he swung his saber and knocked away the incoming sword lights. Jiang Hua cut his finger and used his blood as a guide to form many complicated hand seals. A moment later, a faint blood-red light soared into the sky from the depths of the eastern valley, reflecting in front of the two of them. You go and save them first, Ning Qin quickly said as he flipped his palm and forcefully grabbed a sword. Yes. Jiang Hua did not waste any more words. He quickly rushed toward the eastern valley. 6 of the 11 sword lights wanted to chase after him. However, the saber and sword hummed together. Saber lights appeared from the sky and blocked all the attacks. At this moment, Jiang Hua's figure was already far away and disappeared into the valley. After Jiang Hua left, Ning Qin forcefully activated his martial arts to destroy the remaining consciousness in the swords. The next moment, his martial senses were raised to the limit, and he fought against the 11 sword lights with all his strength. The battle was fierce and intense. At this moment, in the depths of the valley, there was the same earth-shattering sound of the formation. The strange situation was difficult to understand. Ning Qin was worried about the safety of Jiang Hua in the valley. He held his saber and sword together, 9 of them attacking and 1 of them defending. He wanted to break out of the formation as soon as possible. There were new wounds on his plain clothes. The 11 sword lights were unusually sharp and came and went without a trace. It was as if 11 upper sky realm experts were working together. It was overwhelming. The saber light and sword intent were drowned by the sword lights. In the depths of the valley, Jiang Hua was also covered in blood and was seriously injured. This was an unrecorded, primitive place. As soon as it showed its ferocious power, the 2 peerless geniuses in the world were surrounded by danger. Scroll of heaven, absolve heaven of innocence. At this moment, among the layers of sword lights, the heavenly book moved that had never appeared in the world rose. He held his sword in reverse and turned his saber rapidly. The blue brilliance reflected the last remnants of the sun and turned into a skyrocketing light that slashed down. Crack, crack. The 11 swords around him were broken. The broken swords scattered all over the sky. Ning Qin staggered. The extreme move triggered the injury that he had not recovered from yesterday. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His saber and sword fell to the ground. The blood was dazzling. Jiang Xian. Ning Qin stood up with difficulty. A stream of light flashed and rushed to the depths of the valley where the fierce battle was taking place. The sun set and the moon rose. In the depths of the valley, the thick fog rose again. The sound of the battle shook the world. The light of the saber and sword vibrated everywhere, destroying the entire valley. Jiang Hua's body was covered in blood. Especially on his right arm, there was a deep wound that showed the bone. He was seriously injured. The figure opposite him had a leopard's body and a dragon's head. Its huge body was red and dazzling. It held a red sword in its mouth. The flames on the sword were rising. Yazi! Ning Qin looked at the beast in front of him. His body shook and he was in disbelief. A leopard's body and a dragon's head. It held a sword in its mouth. It had fierce eyes. All the characteristics showed that the beast was the second son of the dragon, Yazi. In the distance, 3 waterfalls fell into the pool below. Affected by the scorching temperature, the water in the pool evaporated unceasingly. White fog curled up and quickly filled the air. Through the fog, an unconscious figure could be seen floating in the pool. The red light was faintly discernible. It was already very weak. After Ningchen saw it, his body moved quickly. He quickly rushed to the pool. Roar! A sky-shaking roar echoed. The red sword flew out of Yazi's mouth. With a loud bang, it fell from the sky. Ningchen used his sword to fight against the sword. However, he felt a wave of fire in his face. The ground below him was instantly scorched. The Qin Yu was sharp. It streaked across the sky like a stream of light. However, the dragon's head swallowed and spat out red lightning. With a loud bang, Jianghua was blown away. Feelings of snow. Frost surged. The sword light soared into the sky. It went against the wind and snow. It fought the beast bravely. The swords collided. Ning Qin suppressed the injuries in his body. The sword spirit circled around his body. The silver light blossomed in the wind and snow. It was exceptionally dazzling. Jianghua also activated his martial arts. His sword spirit was awakened from the Qin Yu. The moonlight shone from the 9 heavens. The 2 moons were in the sky, competing with each other for glory. The 2 prides fought against Yazi. It was an unparalleled ancient mythological beast. It was infinitely close to the humans' 3 disasters. In addition to its innate talent, it was terrifyingly powerful. The 2 of them were both dyed red. However, because of the figure in the pool, neither of them retreated half a step. On the half-moon cliff, the cold wind rustled. The cold moon from the east sprinkled on the ground. Between the broken cliffs, Li Yan was nailed to the cliff by the snow sword. There was not much vitality left in his body. On the cliff, Elder Li was waiting silently. He was completely powerless. Chu Jiang brought the unconscious Li Yue back to the palace. It was not only to heal her injuries, but also to stabilize the situation in the court. The country could not be without a ruler. Li Yan suffered such a great disaster. The possibility of him surviving was less than 1 in 10. Even if he did not die, he would be crippled. It was impossible for him to rule the Lihua dynasty. Although it was cruel, it was an irreversible fact. For the sake of the Lihua dynasty, it was unavoidable to choose a new ruler. However, Li Yan only had 1 son. He was not even 5 years old. Even if he ascended the throne, it would be difficult for him to rule. The worst thing was that Duke Muyang had a large number of troops and the sacred land behind him. He was a great threat to the new emperor. Chu Jiang and Elder Li did not know much about the matters in the court, so they could only leave it to Li Yue. Fortunately, the court did not know what happened to Li Yan, giving them some time to prepare. At this moment, the red light gathered and a blood-red figure walked out. Looking at the half-moon cliff that had been destroyed beyond recognition by the great battle, a glint flashed in his eyes. Elder Li felt the aura behind him and his body turned cold. He turned his wheelchair around and saw a red figure with red hair and red clothes. The powerful pressure he gave off was not any weaker than the previous 2. Is this the place? Duan Fengqin did not pay attention to the person in front of him. He murmured, and the red figure disappeared again. The figure rushed down the cliff. When he saw the person nailed to the cliff, his eyes narrowed. However, he did not make a move. The familiar sword intent was as sharp as before. This was a sword that could not be broken, not even him. The red figure quickly disappeared, and only the person nailed to the cliff was left. The cold wind blew, and the scene was bleak. Chapter 258. 300 miles to the west of Juxiao Mountain, At the top of Jiuxiao Mountain, spatial turbulence roared. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared. Looking at the turbulence in front of her, a faint light flashed in her eyes. After a while, Meng Xuanji stepped into it. The space twisted and gradually blurred. She had been to the top of Jiuxiao Mountain before. When her cultivation reached the third calamity, she had the ability to reach here. However, she had never thought that the sky above her was not the sky. He said that the sky was fake. She had thought that the sky was like this. Who was the frog in the well? Who was the frog in the well? She did not believe anyone. She only believed in her own eyes. Other than that, she wanted to know who was lying between him and the sacred ground. The spatial turbulence kept rushing past her. She had to be very careful with every step. Meng Xuanji did not dare to be careless. She spread out her spiritual sense and was on guard against the turbulent storms that could appear at any time. The gilded feather drake was dazzling. Its sharp aura rippled and caused cracks in the spatial turbulence. Meng Xuanji did not dare to trust either side. She could only be at ease if she carried it with her. She knew very well that once the war between the two realms began, it would be a scene of misery and suffering. She could not be wrong. She did not dare to be wrong. No one could bear the consequences, not even her. The figure that disappeared in the spatial turbulence became more and more unclear. Just like the future of the four extremes and the divine prefecture of the East, no one could see clearly. In the deep valley of Half Moon Cliff, the battle became more and more intense. Facing the Yazi whose strength was comparable to the three calamities of the human race, Ning Chen and Jiang Hua fought very hard. Blood spilled on the ground and soon turned into scorched earth along with the dust and mud. The red sword in the Yazi's mouth was comparable to a peerless divine weapon. Every time it clashed, the weapons in the two people's hands would tremble violently and cry out continuously. Now that the leaning moon saber had a saber soul, its power was different from before. It could still fight. In comparison, the sword in Ning Chen's hand was only one of the 12 swords. The difference in quality was too great. Soon, it was destroyed by the red sword and fell apart. A sword was extremely important to a swordsman. If it wasn't for this, there wouldn't have been a legend of Grand Xia who spent his entire life searching for a sword. Even more so, there wouldn't have been the Sword of Desolation, who sat at the end of the world for countless days and nights, waiting for the birth of a sword embryo. The sword in Ning Chen's hand was destroyed. In an instant, Ning Chen's body was dyed red again. The treasured sword in the blazing flames continuously attacked. There was no technique or sword intent, only the most powerful power. It was as heavy as Mount Tai, and it was difficult for a human to shake it. Heaven scroll. Ning Chen was about to use the heavenly book martial arts again when suddenly his qi and blood stagnated and he vomited. The after effects of the continuous battles were finally beginning to show themselves. First, he had barged into the spatial turbulence and fought against the Disaster King for almost 2 months. Then, because something happened to Jiang Exan, he was besieged by the Disaster King and several powerhouses from the Holy Land. His body had not been able to recover in time, and now he had to fight against the 3 disasters-level vicious beasts again. His body was full of injuries, and it was difficult for him to continue. On the other side, Jiang Hua was not much better. When he went down the cliff alone to save people, he was already injured. Now he was even more injured. He tried to break through the Yazi's defense several times, but he was forced back by the lightning and fire. He could not advance, but he was also unwilling to retreat. The 2 blades stopped at this moment. Facing the 3 disasters, the 2 tribulation geniuses with incomplete bodies were now in the most dangerous situation. They could not retreat, nor did they dare to retreat. This was because the aura in the pool was getting weaker and weaker. If they retreated now, they might not have another chance. Am I late? At this moment, a red figure appeared in the distance. After a few steps, it arrived in the middle of the battle. You're not late. There's still time to collect its corpse. Jiang Hua Yidao pushed away the scarlet sword and retreated several steps. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Huh." Luan Feng Chen waved his hand, and a flowing blood blade appeared. The slender blade flashed with a brilliant light, and he slashed at the Yazi. Roar! An angry roar shook the heavens. The Yazi opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning mixed with scorching flames. It charged straight at the red figure. With a bang, the flowing blood blade slashed through the lightning and landed on the Yazi's head. But with a loud bang, the dragon's head remained unharmed. The dragon opened its mouth again, and Wan Fengchen hurriedly retreated, avoiding the lightning. He glanced at the two covered in blood and said, "I can't believe you can last this long against such a monster." "Cut the crap. Jiang Xian can't hold on any longer. I didn't call you here to listen to your nonsense." Jiang Hua's expression became even more solemn. Compared to the first time he had come down, Jiang Xian's aura was much weaker. It seemed like it could disappear at any moment. Life scroll! Ning Qin flipped his palm and condensed his qi. He forcefully circulated his body, and cold qi immediately spread out, filling the entire valley. For a time, the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped. The pool and waterfall rapidly froze at a visible speed, turning into a world of ice crystals. Within the pool, Jiang Xian's aura was already drifting. The cyclone within his body was pulled by the life scroll, and it began to rotate bit by bit, slowly healing his injuries. Seeing this, the Yazi let out a furious roar. The red light around its body became even brighter, and the world of ice collapsed. Ning Qin suffered a backlash and vomited a mouthful of blood. He suddenly staggered. "Hurry up! I can't keep her alive for too long." Ning Qin couldn't care less about his injuries. His figure flashed quickly, and the weapon of Providence shone again. The pure white blade slashed across, and a brilliant light shone. Jiang Hua and Wan Fengchen didn't say anything else. Qing Yu and Flowing Blood Blade pushed themselves to their limits and charged forward. The three geniuses used their full strength. The three blades' light covered the moon in the sky, and their sharp auras caused the flames around them to collapse. For the first time, they seemed to be evenly matched. The Yazi's ferocious aura was limitless. Its furious roars shook the heavens and earth, and terrifying sound waves spread out. Flames and lightning spewed out, and the red sword danced in the flames, trapping the three geniuses. In order to save Jiang Xian, Ning Qin and Jiang Hua pushed their battle intent to the limit. They suppressed the pain in their bodies, and their blazing battle souls lit up the world. Luan Fengchen was at his peak. Adding on the fact that he had taken back his own blade, his battle strength had greatly increased. In order to cooperate with the two, he also pushed his cultivation to the peak. The three geniuses fought the Yazi, and the blade light fought the sword. The scorched earth rumbled and was swept up by the powerful aura, turning into 100-meter-long sandstorm. Rivers and mountains drink hatred, blood maples October red. Luan Fengchen used his ultimate skill for the first time. The slender blood blade shone brightly, and an endless amount of blood-colored light rose up. It was like the October maples, and red light covered the sky. Moon shadow. With the help of Jiang Hua's Yun blade, the moonlight scattered and the moon disappeared. In the next moment, where the moonlight shone, a flowing shadow appeared out of thin air and slashed down. The two geniuses' ultimate skills were unparalleled. They directly cut through the flames and lightning and landed on the Yazi's body. With a loud bang, the Yazi roared and retreated a few steps. Drops of beast blood dripped from its head. It was the first time it had been injured. At that moment, Ning Chen's body moved. He raised his hand and pointed. His sword intent shone brightly. In the midst of the falling snowflakes, a snow-colored sword condensed. The sword followed Ning Qin and arrived in front of the Yazi in an instant. At the same time, the red sword appeared. Flames surged as it slashed down with the power to break the sky. Ning Qin did not care about the incoming sword. He gathered all of his power into the sword. Immediately, the wind and snow became like a wave. It actually suppressed the endless sea of flames in an instant. The sword intent roared and a dazzling silver light gathered. It went through the Yazi's wound and directly penetrated its body. With a shocking roar, the red sword fell at the same time. Bai flew out and blood splattered all over the sky. The dust gradually dispersed. The figure kneeling on the ground was bleeding like a fountain, dyeing the ground in front of him red. Ning Chen's left shoulder and arm had a terrifying sword wound. The broken bones of his arm could be faintly seen. It was extremely eye-catching. "How are you?" Jiang Hua rushed over and grabbed Ning Chen. He retreated 30 meters and asked, "Don't worry about me. Cherish this opportunity." Ning Chen pushed Jiang Hua away and staggered to his feet. His right hand grasped the blade that was originally in his left hand. He forcefully endured his injuries and withdrew the wind and snow around him. The heavenly scroll rose again. It rose endlessly and shone brightly in the night. Jiang Hua and Luan Feng Chun focused their minds. Their blades resonated and two blade intents surged out, illuminating the moonlit night. The heavily injured Yazi roared furiously. Its aura flickered. Waves of fire spread out. It was extremely ferocious. The three blade lights worked together to break the ferocious aura. The red sword slashed down. Jiang Hua was the first to be sent flying. Behind him, Luan Feng Chin cut through the waves of fire. Raging thunder rushed past and also retreated a dozen steps. Finally, Ning Qin condensed his qi with his heavenly scroll. The heavenly scroll's moves were pushed to the limit. His blade light soared into the sky and gathered the last of his strength. With a loud explosion, the Yazi's body crashed into the ground. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Seeing an opening, Jiang Hua's figure flashed and arrived at the pond behind the Yazi. He grabbed Jiang Xan and quickly flew back. However, at that moment, the Yazi faced the sky and roared. Its ferocious aura shook the heaven and earth. Thunder and fire filled the sky like a storm. Its destructive power made the three's expressions change. "Take Jiang Xan and leave." At the critical moment, Ning Chen shouted anxiously. He flipped his palm and forcefully activated the original aura in his body. In an instant, lightning, frost, and wind surged out in the air. Along with the surging blood mist, it turned the area around him into a blood-red world. Jiang Hua did not hesitate. He stepped on the air and quickly left with Jiang Xan. What a hateful aura! Luan Feng Chen's expression was cold. His flowing light blood blade rose up. He used his ultimate move to resist the Yazi's attack. In that instant, the entire half-moon canyon collapsed. Two streams of blood flew out from the sand. After landing, they were still unable to withstand the huge force and were forced back dozens of steps. "Let's go." Luan Feng Chen's figure flashed, and she arrived at Ning Chen's side. She supported the exhausted Ning Chen and quickly left. The cold moon hung high in the sky. On the other side of Half Moon Cliff, three figures appeared. They all coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered. "Next time there's a loss like this, don't call me again." Luan Feng Chen wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and bitterly smiled. "Ah, we're friends. There's no need to be so calculative." Jiang Hua put down Jiang Xan and turned his palm to heal her, but he was stopped by a hand. "Her cultivation technique is special. Let me do it." Ning Qin took a step forward. "Your body?" Jiang Hua asked with a frown. "It's fine. I can still hold on." Ning Qin nodded and walked forward. He raised his hand and frost filled the sky. The life scroll's radiance was dazzling. Heaven and earth's spiritual qi entered his body and transformed into boundless true qi that poured into Jiang Xion's body. Chapter 259. Snow began to fall from the sky at an unknown time. One after another, beautiful snowflakes drifted down from the top of Half Moon Mountain, gradually dyeing the world into a snowy white color. On the other side of Half Moon Cliff, 3 figures were standing on the cliff. The wind and snow around them had formed a huge whirlpool that revolved around the plain-clothed youth. The other 2 were standing outside the whirlpool, waiting solemnly. These 3 heavenly geniuses from different realms were covered in injuries. In order to save Jiang Xian, they had joined hands to fight the 3 calamities. They had almost all died at the Yazi's hands. It was said that the Yazi was the most vicious of all vicious beasts. Even looking at it for too long would cause it to crazily retaliate. Jiang Xian had the aura of the phoenix blood on him. When he had fallen down the cliff, the Yazi had sensed it and sucked him into a pool of water. However, the Yazi was already infinitely close to the 3 calamities. Adding on its innate talent, it was not inferior to the 3 calamities. Jiang Xian's cultivation base was too weak, and he couldn't bear the Yazi's berserk aura. Perhaps if he had been a moment later, he really would have been unable to save himself. Within the wind and snow, blood dripped from Ning Chen's mouth, dyeing the ground red. The shattered meridians in Jiang Xian's body were healing at a visible speed. The phoenix blood was still there, speeding up his recovery. Outside the wind and snow, Zhang Hua and Wan Fengqin calmly watched. They didn't dare to rashly interfere. They could only trust the plain-clothed youth and wait patiently. "He's not a spy," said Zhang Hua calmly. "Perhaps." Wan Fengqin sighed. How could he not see that? It was just that he also didn't want to believe that person had tricked him once more. "No matter what you choose, at least before he recovers, I won't let you bring him back to the Holy Land," said Zhang Hua indifferently. "Yes." Wan Fengqin nodded. He looked at the figure in front of him, not saying anything else. The snow in the sky grew heavier and heavier. A huge whirlpool fiercely revolved around Su Yi's body. Endless spiritual qi condensed. However, his broken body was unable to endure it. Ning Chen suddenly felt his strength run out. His body became unstable several times, and his aura rapidly scattered. Not good. Zhang Hua and Wan Fengqin saw that Luan Feng's body was on the verge of collapsing. If he continued to force himself, he would be in danger. Thus, Zhang Hua and Wan Fengqin charged into the snowstorm and channeled their Jinqi into his body. With the support of the foreign yuan, Ning Chen's figure finally stabilized. With a soft shout, the life scroll was activated again. As the silver light rose, it converted the 2's true qi and infused it into the meridians around Jiang Xian. Vast vital energy vibrated, and the gates of hell seized his life. As time passed, General Jiang Xian's severely damaged body gradually recovered, and his expression returned to its normal state. The 3 of them stopped, each looking exhausted. Jiang Xian slowly opened her eyes as well. When she saw the familiar figure in front of her, she subconsciously called out, "Master!" A trace of gratification appeared in Ning Chen's eyes. In the next moment, his crippled body could no longer support itself. He staggered a step and fell forward. "Master!" Startled, Jiang immediately came back to his senses and supported the former. Just now, he saw that his master was covered in blood and his almost crippled left arm. Returned to the general family's saber tomb. Jiang Hua helped the 2 of them over. His figure flashed as he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Luan Fengqin's feet moved and a red shadow scattered as she followed behind. Half a day later, in the general family saber tomb, Bai Yi lay quietly on a stone platform. Around her were ancient sabers gently swaying, flowing with the aura of time. The saber tomb was a forbidden area of the general family. It contained the sabers of all the elders and above of the general family for thousands of years. Some had been corroded by time, and some had not been damaged even after thousands of years. The location of the general family's saber tomb was very secretive. Only the general family's patriarch of each generation knew about it. Coupled with the concealment of the formation, even innate masters would have a hard time finding it. Ning Chen's injuries were too severe, especially the sword wound from his left shoulder to his left arm. The flame qi had almost destroyed all the bones and meridians in his arm. It would take more than a day or two to recover. In the saber tomb, Jiang Hua and Luan Fengqin had already recovered from their injuries. Jiang Xian silently guarded Ning Chen's side. Since returning, she had not said a word. Jiang Hua came to check on her several times. When he saw Jiang Xian silently guarding her, he sighed in his heart and did not disturb her. 4 days later, Ning Chen woke up. Jiang Xian was startled at first, but then her tears fell like rain. She immediately threw herself into Ning Chen's embrace and cried. Ning Chen smiled tiredly and rubbed the girl's hair. He softly said, "All right, don't cry." Hearing the commotion, Jiang Hua quickly rushed over. They looked at each other seriously for the first time and then spoke at the same time. "Many thanks." "Many thanks." What were they thanking for? Although the two of them said it, they didn't know what to thank. One was Jiang Xian's master, and the other was Jiang Xian's brother. This was something they should do. Luan Fengqin also walked over and stood not far away, silently waiting for an answer. Ning Chen gently pushed the girl away and stood up. He looked at the red-robed youth in front of him and spoke of his origin. Eastern Divine Province, Grand Xia Jiming Marquis. Holy Son of the 4-level Holy Sun. Luan Fengqin also did not hide anything. Ning Chen waved his hand, and a drop of phoenix blood flew out. It shone with a red light, and traces of powerful vitality spread out. "This is phoenix blood." A familiar aura floated in front of him. Luan Fengqin's expression finally changed. Wrong, it was all wrong. Phoenix blood was something only the Long Life Palace had. That person also had this aura. However, he had not gone back for a long time and had gradually forgotten about it. He still remembered the first time they met on the 9-Cloud Mountains Jade Pearl Peak. He had felt that this person in front of him was familiar, but he hadn't remembered. Now he finally knew that this was the aura of Phoenix blood. Before that, only the Calamity King of the Long Life Palace had Phoenix blood. Eastern Divine Province, there is a place called Ascension Valley. The story wasn't long. Ning Chen calmly told it while the three listened. The more they listened, the more silent they became. The truth was always cruel and hard to accept. There were no strict boundaries between who was right and who was wrong. Only the human heart could judge. "I'm going back to the sacred land." With that, Luan Fengqin turned and left. His red hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. At this moment he was no longer as free and easy as before. He was shackled and gradually sank. He had believed him, but he had been wrong. He had lied to him once again. 10 years of kindness. He had taught him martial arts, the Tao, and how to be a person. But now he found that he could no longer see through him. Under the moonlight, the red figure carried a heavy weight. With a gust of cold wind, he disappeared. "Your injury?" Jiang Hua asked. "It's fine." Ning Chen shook his head and interrupted the former. "Master." Jiang Xian's face was still tear-stained. Ning Chen wiped away the tears on her face and said softly, "Jiang Xian practiced martial arts well in the future. Listen to your brother's teachings. Remember, your master is #1 in the world. You are her disciple. You won't lose to anyone." "Master, where are you going?" "I'll go with you." Jiang Xian panicked when she heard her master say goodbye. She grabbed his arm and refused to let go. "Jiang Xian, your master has his own matters to attend to. Don't throw a tantrum." Jiang Hua advised. A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. In the end, he rubbed the girl's hair. Then he pushed her hands away and walked away. In the past, she couldn't have it, so he could only keep her by his side. Now that she had it, how could he stop her? As a master, he always hoped that she could obtain more. That way he could be at ease. Jiang Xan couldn't stop herself. She squatted there and cried. Those who heard her felt an indescribable bitterness in their hearts. Jiang Hua stood to the side and silently waited. He didn't dare to say anything. Ning Chen continued north and didn't look back even once. When he first heard Jiang Hua's name, he didn't have a good impression of him. No matter how dazzling he was, someone who couldn't even protect his younger sister was still shameful. Later, after the battle at the Jiang family, Jiang Hua rushed back from outside. The first time they met, it was a life and death battle. At that time, there was no nonsense to be said. There was only a life and death battle. After that, they met on Half Moon Cliff. Their first reaction was to fight with swords. After calming down, they guessed each other's intentions. During the battle with the Yazi, both he and Jiang Hua's martial arts weren't complete. They were surrounded by danger. Seeing the unshakable might of the three disaster beasts and Jiang Hua still unwilling to retreat, he knew that this man was a good brother. Everyone had a different way of protecting. Perhaps it was just that outsiders didn't know. The cold moon had completely disappeared. The cold wind rustled. On Half Moon Cliff by Yi gathered. She glanced at the empty cliff and turned to leave. He didn't die. He was really lucky. Rumor had it that the emperor was blessed with luck. As long as it wasn't a fatal situation, there would always be surprises. Now it seemed that the rumor wasn't false. Luck had existed since ancient times. There was a weapon in the Great Xia Palace that suppressed luck. The reason why the Great Xia dynasty was invincible for thousands of years was because of this weapon. It wasn't hard to guess the use of the sword in his hand. When the weapon was being forged, Li Yan, Li Yuwei, and two other innate experts were present. This already explained a lot. In addition, the Lihua royal family wasn't as loyal to the sacred ground as imagined. Li Yan risked the revenge of an innate expert to betray his heart to the sacred ground. The only explanation was that he wanted to divert the sacred ground's attention. And the rumors about him and his senior that were spreading around a few days ago should be Li Yuwei's doing. In the world, no divine weapon could make an emperor so nervous unless this weapon was related to the country. However, what surprised him was that the Lihua royal family's weapon of destiny had just been forged. Then, in the past few hundred years, what was the weapon that suppressed the dynasty's luck? Who was it? In the past, he didn't think in this direction. Now that Li Yan and Li Yuwei gave him a hint, he couldn't waste such a good idea. In the earthly craftsman manner, there were no more clanking sounds. After forging the weapon, the earthly craftsman put down the hammer in his hand. Every day he would just sweep the snow or plant a cold moon plum blossom in the courtyard. The cold wind blew a waterfall of snow. The snow hadn't completely fallen, but there was red in the snow. It was the blood on his clothes. Bai Yi appeared and walked into the courtyard. When the earthly craftsman saw the young man in front of him, his hand that was planting flowers paused. He said softly, "Sorry." Ning Chen didn't say anything. He waved his hand and a pure white sword appeared in front of him. He said, "I'm just here to ask, is this the weapon of destiny?" The earthly craftsman was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." "Name it," Ning Chen said calmly. "Nian Qing," the earthly craftsman said softly. "Huh." Ning Chen turned around. When the snow fell, Bai Yi left. Bai Yi's figure flew higher and higher above the Li Fire Empire. He looked down at the entire Qingli city. The surrounding qi poured into the sword. In an instant, a dazzling white light bloomed in the sky, illuminating the entire horizon. In the next moment, the ground beneath the imperial palace shook. Vast amounts of purple qi rose into the sky. However, before it could fly, It seemed to be bound by something. It couldn't move even half a step forward. This shocking scene shook the entire imperial palace. Li Yuwei, Duke Muyang, and the imperial consecrators all sensed it and hastily walked out. Is this it? Ning Qin took a step forward and sped down. His falling momentum increased the power of his sword. With a slash of his sword, a huge crack appeared in space. It shocked everyone. Under the terrifying sword light, a majestic palace in the center of the imperial palace suddenly collapsed. An ancient bronze bell wailed and then exploded, filling the sky. Within the holy palace of the four extreme holy lands, a person's expression instantly changed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked in the direction of the Li Fire Empire. When the ancient bell shattered, the Li Fire Empire's karmic luck that had been suppressed for hundreds of years flowed out like a spring. Ning Chan waved his hand, and white sword light flashed. He circulated his body, forcibly absorbing the karmic luck of the heavenly cycle into his sword. Thunder rumbled in the sky. The huge change that had occurred hundreds of years ago had appeared again today. Within the imperial palace, Lien seemed to sense something and woke up from his coma. His crippled body trembled powerlessly, but he couldn't change anything. The experts of the Holy Lands and the imperial consecrators of the Li Fire Empire rushed over, wanting to stop him. However, they were all blocked by the karmic luck. They couldn't get even half a step closer. Ning Qin! Li Yue rushed over. Looking at the figure within the lightning and purple qi, a trace of powerlessness flashed across her beautiful face. Without karmic luck, the Li Empire would be like cotton floating in the rain. It would be precarious. In his heart, did he really not care about friendship at all? Thunder rumbled, becoming more and more shocking. The moment all the purple qi was absorbed into the sword, it suddenly descended. Ning Qin swung his sword, splitting the sky. The lightning that filled the sky collapsed and dissipated. The pure white sword had now turned purple. Purple qi curled around it, appearing and disappearing at times. It was extremely shocking. The instant they brushed past each other, Ning Qin paused and calmly said, "Senior earthly craftsman said that this sword is called Remembrance. Do you think this name is correct?" Chapter 260. Hearing the question, Li Youwei's body trembled. She wanted to beg him to show mercy, but she did not know how to say it. The figure that brushed past her eventually left. No one dared to stop him, and no one could stop him. In the cold wind, the bloodstains on her clothes were still so glaring. She could no longer raise her left arm. A word of gratitude was as light as a feather, but it was as heavy as Mount Tai. The past flashed before his eyes like reflections. There was joy, sorrow, kindness, and even the hatred of betrayal. Gradually it faded, dispersed, and disappeared with the wind. At the last moment, the last words left by the person who left were vague and hard to understand. Li Youwei's body shook. There was no joy in her heart, only the pain that she could not suppress. She bowed deeply. This was the last greeting she could give to the dynasty as the eldest princess. In the next moment, the white clothes vanished, vanishing into nothingness. 10 days later, the new emperor of the Li Hui dynasty ascended the throne. A child who was not even 5 years old, the only bloodline of the royal family, ascended the throne. The new emperor was still young. In the past, the empress and the eldest princess ruled together. But everyone knew that from now on, the person in charge of the dynasty would be the beautiful figure behind the beaded curtain. Duke Muyang controlled a large number of troops and became the biggest variable. Especially after the new emperor ascended the throne, things started to become unstable. The 3 Khanate consecrators of the royal family became the biggest support of the Li dynasty. After the upheaval, Li Youwei's personality changed a lot. She became more mature and diligent in political affairs. She no longer had the charming smile of the past. At the top of the 9 heavens, in the turbulence of space, Meng Xuanji was still approaching the sky screen. She was not far from the truth. Even though she believed most of what he said, she still wanted to take a look personally to make the final confirmation. In the four extremes sacred ground, in the sacred palace, an intense battle broke out. Red saber light illuminated the world. In the end, Hong Yi was heavily injured and escaped from the sacred ground. The master of the four extremes did not send anyone to chase after her and let Luan Fengchen leave. Half a day later, a young man in blue walked into the palace and knelt down respectfully. "Greetings, master." "Xian Ji, get ready," said the master of the four extremes. "Yes." Xian Ji bowed respectfully. His overly handsome face was expressionless as he got up and left. The experts of the sacred ground all bowed when they saw the blue figure walking out of the sacred palace. Many of them were at the third tribulation of the Khanate tribulation. In the Holy Lands, strength was everything. There was only one exception, and that was the person in front of him. A second-grade Khanate realm cultivation wasn't outstanding. However, Xianji was the person with the highest status in the four extremities realm other than the State Lord and the Holy Sun. The 100-year-old plan, the overt and covert arrangements, and the plan to massacre the sects were all made by the person in front of him. Step by step, he pushed forward the plan of Shenzhou. Now, the opportunity to open the passage between the two realms was right in front of them. Xianji was the only and most suitable candidate. In front of the Holy Land, the light of a formation platform flickered. Within the formation, a black and white jade pendant floated up and down. It was the yin-yang jade, the most precious treasure of the immortal ascension realm of a major sect that had been destroyed. Xianji stood in the middle of the formation and formed a series of hand seals with a flip of his hand. The light of the formation grew brighter and brighter. 7 days passed, and the Holy Land was quiet, waiting for the most important moment of the century to arrive. In the Longevity Hall, the Disaster King moved, ready to go to the Holy Land. However, just 100 miles away from the Longevity Hall, he was stopped by a plain-clothed figure. "It's you," the Disaster King said coldly, squinting his eyes. There was no reply. Only the light of the blade responded. Purple Dragon, Qi surged, mighty and powerful. The Disaster King saw that the situation wasn't right. He retreated 100 feet and flipped his hands, trying to summon the rebirth mirror in the Longevity Hall. However, after waiting for a dozen days and nights, Ning Chen wouldn't give him another chance. The light of the blade was like lightning, closing in on him. "Junior, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The Disaster King was furious. He turned his palm and used the flowing light battle suit to block the light of the blade. With a bang, the two of them retreated half a step. Before they could recover, the light of the blade fell like lightning again. In an instant, a dozen purple lights flashed past. On the remembrance blade, fate was added to it. Space couldn't bear it. Cracks appeared and kept spreading, reaching hundreds of feet away. The Shenzhou War of the Four Extremities realm was a battle of the future. Everything in the world was destroyed, and everything within dozens of miles was destroyed. Ning Chen's battle intent reached its limit. He was determined to cut down the Disaster King here. The purple light of the blade was mighty. Each strike was stronger than the last. The more the Disaster King fought, the angrier he became. As the king of the three disasters, he was forced to this point by a junior. How could he endure this? The pride of a king could not be blasphemed. The Disaster King roared angrily, and a gloomy aura spread out from his body. In an instant, the entire ground was affected, rising up with a rumble. The might of the three disasters shook the world. Ning Chen was not afraid at all. He stabbed his blade into the ground and slammed his right palm down. His body drew in the dragon chi in the blade, and a heavenly book martial art appeared. Earth scroll, earth destruction, mountain destruction. The blade light rushed into the sky like a tide. It was endless, rising from the ground and rushing into the sky. The shocking momentum shook the world. The rising ground immediately collapsed and was destroyed. Sand flew everywhere, and there was no place left intact. Purple chi flashed through the sand again, instantly arriving in front of the Disaster King. With a bang, the blade and palm collided. The vigorous force destroyed another 100 feet. The two people who had fought to the peak were filled with killing intent. They had surpassed the power of the 5 tribulations, and even the moonlight paled in comparison. Within the longevity hall, the 2 Xiantian experts sensed the shock waves from the battle in the distance. Just as they were about to go and help, they suddenly found themselves unable to move. The figure that appeared in the air was blurry, and they could not see her face clearly. She only raised a finger, and the world was frozen, making the 2 Xiantian experts feel like they were trapped in a cage. He said that he wanted to focus on this battle without any distractions, so he could not be disturbed by anyone. She owed him a favor, and she had repaid it today. 100 miles away from the longevity hall, blood had already begun to seep out of the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. However, his battle intent was still unparalleled. The purple chi was like a furnace, shining brightly. In his strongest moment, even though he had temporarily lost his sword and his left arm, he still relied on his cultivation and luck to fight the Disaster King alone. 3 terrifying slashes appeared on the Disaster King's battle armor. This was the best work of an earthly blacksmith. Its sharpness was comparable to the gilded feather saber, and even the flowing light battle armor was unable to block it. Blood-red light shone on the cold moon. With the 3 scrolls, Ning Chen's battle prowess was no longer inferior to anyone after using his luck to make up for the difference in cultivation. His battle spirit was dazzling. Damn it! The Disaster King forced the blade light back with a single punch. The humiliation of being suppressed completely erupted. Yuan condensed in his palms, and he used the longevity hall's 10,000-year legacy move. A black moon appeared in the sky, illuminating the world. As soon as the black moon appeared, all life within several dozen miles scattered. The flowers, birds, beasts, and insects all turned to dust, dissipating between heaven and earth. A surging might that could destroy the heavens struck fear into people. Boundless pressure spread out. Even 100 miles away, the forgotten sorrow could sense this terrifying aura. It looked into the distance, and a glimmer of light flashed through its eyes. In the battle, Ning Chen waved his hand, and Yinqing spun rapidly in the air. He raised his hand again, and snow drifted through the air. A snow-white sword condensed, and an instant later, the luck within the blade connected. The sword hummed as it absorbed the purple chi. Heaven and earth resonance. Frost condensed on the sword's fingers, and rays of light streaked through the air. The blade and sword flew out like purple rainbows. Heaven and earth resonance appeared in the world once more. With a loud bang, the 2 extreme moves collided. The black moon exploded, the sand flew wildly, and the wind howled furiously. The corners of the 2 people's mouths were dyed red as they retreated several steps. This was the first time the Disaster King felt the threat of death. He was unable to conceal his shock and fury. Ever since he had entered the 3 disasters, he had never felt something like this before. Even if he didn't want to admit it, the youth in front of him now had the strength to match him. Within the 4 extreme Holy Lands, Xianji's grand formation had already reached its final stage. The 4 extreme realms master appeared, and Xiantian also walked out. He silently followed behind the 4 extreme realms master. Disaster King, are you still not coming? The 4 extreme realms master looked into the distance, his dignified eyes flashing with light. The formation had already been completed. The 4 extreme realms master, Xiantian and Xianji walked in. The formation flickered, and the 3 of them instantly vanished. At the peak of the 9 heavens, boundless spatial turbulence flowed. Meng Xuanji was already not far from the sky. She walked forward step by step. The light in front of her grew brighter and brighter. It was the light from another world, warm and unfamiliar. She didn't know that danger was right in front of her. At the peak of the 9 heavens, only those who had reached the 3rd tribulation could reach it. Coupled with the spatial turbulence, it wouldn't be easy to invade the divine prefecture. The Sacred Land's plan of 100 years and the Longevity Hall worked together openly and covertly. They first destroyed the Immortal Ascension Realm in order to obtain the most crucial item in the plan, the Yin-Yang Jade. At the end of the spatial turbulence, Meng Xuanji, who had walked for nearly a month, finally reached the sky. She flipped her palm and pushed away the illusions in front of her. A barren land appeared before her. It seemed to be right in front of her, yet it was so far away that she couldn't touch it. Do you see it? How about it? Why don't you come with me and expand the divine prefecture? The 4 extreme realms master and Xian Ji appeared. They looked at the woman in front of them. Meng Xuanji's pupils shrank. A chill rose around her. She clenched her golden feather gauze tightly and was on full alert. What a pity! The 4 extreme realms master sighed softly. He raised his hand, and a surge of pressure swept down. Meng Xuanji was about to attack when a clear sword suddenly emerged from her Dantian's sea of qi. It was so silent that she couldn't react in time. How can this be? Meng Xuanji spat out a mouthful of blood and her aura wildly scattered. She looked at the golden feather gauze in her hand and was about to throw it into the spatial turbulence. However, Xianji was already prepared. He flipped his hand and used a strange magical art. The golden feather gauze seemed to be bound by threads and slowly flew over. Xianji pulled out the clear sword, bringing with it a dazzling spray of blood. A gentleman couldn't be unsheathed. Xianji remained silent and didn't say another word. Ning Qin, I'm sorry. Meng Xuanji has disappointed you. Meng Xuanji's kneeling figure was covered in blood. How pitiful and desolate was she to be reduced to such a state. Meng Xuanji covered her mouth as she coughed violently. Blood seeped through the gaps between her fingers, staining her eyes red. Outside the Longevity Hall, the separation death seal within Ning Chen's body rapidly scattered. In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared. Ning Chen's expression changed. Something had happened to Meng Xuanji. In that instant, the saber light froze. The Disaster King seized the opportunity and pushed Ning Chen back with a palm strike. Then, he rushed towards the sacred land. Ning Chen came back to his senses and quickly chased after him. The 2 figures sped through the sky one after the other. After a flash of light, there was a vast expanse of purple qi. The Disaster King appeared in the sacred land. He stepped into the formation and quickly disappeared. Stop him. Hold on until this king and the realm master return. Yes, 7 Xiantian experts walked out. 2 were at the 4th tribulation, 2 were at the 3rd tribulation, and 3 were at the 2nd tribulation. The 7 of them worked together to stop the Disaster King with the help of the sword formation. Ning Chen faced him with a single saber. His purple qi had weakened a lot. For the sake of killing the Disaster King, he had to finish everything in one fell swoop. The Disaster King arrived. He glanced at Meng Xuanji, who was covered in blood, and sneered. In the end, it had still come to this. Begin. The realm master of the 4 extreme realms didn't ask anything. The Disaster King stepped forward and suppressed his injuries. His cultivation base was raised to the limit. Dim light soared into the sky as he raised his cultivation base to the limit. The realm master of the 4 extreme realms also condensed his qi. A 5-colored brilliance rose and poured into the golden feather lance. It crashed into the point where the 2 realms connected. In that instant, the entire realm master of the 4 extreme realms trembled. Countless volcanoes erupted and the earth cracked. It was like the end of the world. The mountains and rivers were being destroyed. Heaven and earth wept. In just an instant, Countless people suffered the calamity of heaven and earth. Corpses littered the ground. It was a sad and desolate scene. A fine crack appeared in the boundary between the two realms, and it quickly widened. Xianji! The Disaster King, the realm master of the four extreme realms, shouted. His aura soared to the sky. He used all his cultivation base to open the crack to the point where one person could pass through. When Xianji saw this, his figure flashed and disappeared. At this time, space swirled and Sui walked out. She looked around and quickly began to move. Chapter 261. After Xianji entered, the master of the four extreme realms and the Disaster King could no longer hold on, and the crack between the two realms began to slowly close. At that moment, Sui appeared. She waved her hand and collected the kneeling figure. The remembrance blade flew out and stabbed into the crack. Purple chi surged out and prevented the crack from closing. Su Yi's figure entered the crack and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When the Disaster King saw this, he furiously circulated his true essence and slammed his palm into the crack. His palm energy surged and shook the heavens. In the boundary passage, Ning Chen's remembrance blade spun as he pushed his body to the limit. He also slashed out with his blade at the Disaster King. The two attacks collided, and the Disaster King suffered a backlash. His mouth turned red as he was heavily injured. What a pity! A final sigh of regret came from the boundary passage before the crack closed with a bang, drowning out all sound. Under the sky, the master of the four extreme realms glanced at the Disaster King and asked, "How is it?" "I'm fine," the Disaster King said calmly as he calmly suppressed the roiling blood energy in his body without leaving a trace. The master of the four extreme realms nodded and said, "Xian, from today onwards, help the Disaster King conquer the various sections. Within half a year, we will unify the four extreme realms." Xian respectfully bowed and gave the order. "Disaster King, I'll leave the rest to you." The master of the four extreme realms turned around. "Understood," the Disaster King replied. In the boundary passage, Xianji and Ning Chen briefly glanced at each other before passing through. However, they did not enter at the same time. They had been separated for an unknown amount of time and could not touch each other. All that was left behind were after-images. Su Yi disappeared with a cold smile that seemed both smug and mocking at the same time. Ning Chen did not pay any more attention to him. He activated his true essence to protect Meng Xuanji, who was nearing the end of her life. He did his best to heal her. However, her Dantian Sea of Qi had been destroyed, and her true essence had been shaken. Most of her meridians had been destroyed, and her body had been seriously injured. This was not something that could be healed. His true essence was like a stone sinking into the ocean, and it had no effect at all. Blood dripping down Su Yi's clothes, which had been stained with blood several times. Meng Xuanji, hold on. Ning Chen didn't want to give up. He waved his hand, and the remembrance saber spun rapidly. The vast purple chi fell and separated from the saber. Then it entered Ning Chen's body. The purple chi in the boundary passage was vast and mighty. Gradually it became weaker and weaker until it finally disappeared. The blade turned from purple to pure white once again. The luck dissipated and returned to its original state. The three calamities were unstoppable. Going against the flow to slay immortals consumed a lot of energy. After fighting the Calamity King, there wasn't much energy left in the saber. Now, in order to save Meng Xuanji, it was all used up. With his luck depleted, Ning Chen activated the scroll of life again. A waterfall of frost surged, and snowflakes fell. Meng Xuanji's body was quickly sealed in ice. Divine Great Land, Ascension Valley. The void rolled, and Xianji walked out. After he landed, he flipped his hands and made a complicated seal. Many talismans flew out and disappeared into the void. After doing this, Xianji revealed a cold smile. His feet moved, and he turned into a stream of light and left. Half a day later, the void trembled again. Ning Qin walked out with Meng Xuanji. As soon as he stepped on the ground, the surroundings became brighter and brighter. In all directions, cyan flames shot out one after another, bringing with them a chilling aura. Before they even reached him, he could already feel a powerful chill. Ning Chen's expression didn't change. He was already prepared. He spun his saber, and a sky-blue radiance rose to protect his body. The green flames collided with the rising brilliance and could not advance any further. In the next moment, the blue brilliance spread out, carrying with it countless blade lights. It destroyed everything in its path and disappeared into the void. The talisman in the void was revealed and immediately collapsed. Su Yi walked out of the aftermath and went away step by step. On this day, the great Xia Jiming Marquis returned. Divine Great Land. The flames of war burned through half of the divine land. After Bei Meng retreated, Great Xia could gather troops in the west and counterattack the Eternal Night cult. Marquis Xing, Marquis Jiyu, and Marquis Bai returned from outside Heaven's Gate and quickly headed west. The 300,000 battle-hardened soldiers guarding the borders in the past couldn't be compared to the temporary reinforcements from the various cities of Great Xia. Together with Marquis Kaishuan's Blackwater army, they quickly defeated the heavy cavalry of the Eternal Night cult in the west. The 4 marquises led the troops to attack the first hall of the Eternal Night cult. They were determined to get rid of this threat once and for all. However, just as they were about to succeed, another change occurred. To the left of the first hall of the Eternal Night cult, heaven and earth rumbled. A majestic palace that wasn't inferior to the first hall slowly rose from the ground and appeared in front of everyone. The second hall of the Eternal Night cult appeared. In an instant, countless formation patterns resonated between heaven and earth. The killing formation was activated. The vanguard army of Great Xia suffered heavy losses and retreated hundreds of miles away. In the second hall, a man in a light purple fur coat sat on the main seat. His brows were cold and arrogant. Below him, the generals knelt respectfully to welcome the Eternal Night military advisor. The cultivation of the third tribulation of the Khanate stage shook the hall. Although he wasn't as strong as a martial lord, he couldn't be an ordinary person to be able to sit on the seat of a hall master. 3 days later, side halls rose around the second hall and surrounded the main hall, forming a scene of stars surrounding the moon. The Eternal Night cult began to counterattack. Countless experts walked out from the side halls. The foundation of the Eternal Night cult that had been passed down for countless years appeared, shocking the world in a single day. Although they still hadn't seen the Khanate stage, everyone who walked out was at least at the 7th rank. More than 10,000 people, shocking the world. Every 1,000 people formed a team, led by a half-step Khanate general, and quickly assembled. The Divine Martial Army, the most elite force of the second hall of the Eternal Night cult, appeared in the world for the first time. After this day, the Eternal Night cult and the Great Xia Empire went to war. To the west of the cult, more than 10 dynasties controlled by the Eternal Night cult gathered their troops and attacked the east. The world was once again in chaos. The majestic army of more than 400,000 people, plus the Eternal Night heavy cavalry of the first hall and the Divine Martial Army of the second hall, clashed violently with the Blackwater army of the Great Xia Empire's Marquis' triumphant return and the 300,000 soldiers under the other 3 marquises. After this battle, the reputation of the Eternal Night military advisor and the Divine Martial Army spread throughout the world. The Martial Monarch, the Eternal Night military advisor, and many peak 9th rank and half-step Khanate generals showed the world the true terror of the top martial artists. The flames of war ignited in the west, northwest, and southwest of the Great Xia Empire, and the cult's influence was truly displayed. The surrounding dynasties all started wars and invaded the Great Xia Empire, but the Great Xia Empire was not to be outdone. With 1,000 years of history, they weren't weaker than anyone else. apart from the brave and loyal Marquis guarding the southeast. The other 6 marquises were all gathered in the major battlefields to resist the Eternal Night disaster. After the end of Fan Lingyue's era, the pressure on the 8 marquises of the Great Xia Empire was greatly reduced, except for the 3 in the west. This was the key to the Great Xia Empire being able to deal with the Eternal Night cult wholeheartedly. In the Divine Continent, the strongest Great Xia Empire and the Eternal Night cult were embroiled in the flames of war. No one knew how many dynasties were involved, and the chaotic scene of 1,000 years ago was recreated. In the second hall of the Eternal Night cult, the Eternal Night military advisor stood in the middle of the hall. In the void, an illusory chessboard engraved between heaven and earth appeared faintly. Black and white pieces were placed, and the world's structure was determined. Zhong Qianqiu, how's the plan? The martial lord walked over, his tyrannical aura surging. After 2 years, his strength seemed to have increased. The 7 marquises of the Great Xia Empire all have extraordinary strength, and they can fight well. Facing them head-on is definitely not a good plan. However, the Great Xia Empire also has a weakness, and that is that their peak battle strength is insufficient. Tonight, I will set up a formation to trap Marquis' triumphant return, and then I will lead you to the imperial city of the Great Xia Empire. At that time, the dean of the Tiansong Academy will be entrusted to you, martial lord. Zhong Qianqiu waved his hand and placed a black piece, saying indifferently. The martial lord nodded. He had no objections to the former's plan. In terms of strategy, the second hall master's height was indeed not something he could compare to. In front of the Netherworld Palace, Bai Yi took form and walked in. Who is it? In the stone cave, the ghost girl who was cultivating suddenly opened her eyes. Her figure flashed, blocking the path of the person who came in. Ghost girl, I trust you have been well since we last met. Ning Chan revealed a trace of a smile as he spoke. You! The ghost girl's delicate body trembled. Under the big red veil, her beautiful eyes revealed a look of disbelief. She had clearly seen him and Ascension Valley turn to ash in that sea of flames, disappearing without a trace. How that familiar aura couldn't lie. The ghost girl slowly lifted the red veil, revealing her charming face. She stared at Ning Chen without blinking. You didn't die? I died, and then I came back to life. It's hard to explain in a few words. Ning Chen lightly smiled. I've always wanted to ask, why do you always wear a red veil? It's not like you're so ugly that you can't show your face in public. Ning Chen casually asked, then walked back to his original stone room. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You don't want to know the answer. After a brief moment of excitement, the ghost girl recovered her calm. Ning Chen didn't mind. If she didn't want to talk, then he wouldn't. Everyone had their own secrets. His curiosity wasn't that heavy. Within the stone room, the Death-Breaker bow and Heaven-Pardoning arrow were placed there in perfect condition. However, the ink sword had been destroyed in Ascension Valley. What happened to your arm? The ghost girl asked. It's a bit injured. Right? Do you still have the 9 Wonders separation flower? If you don't need it, you can return it to me, Ning Chen said rather shamelessly. You've already given it to me, the ghost girl indifferently said. There's no need to be so calculative between friends. Ning Chen smiled. When did I say that I was your friend? Although she said that, the ghost girl still waved her hand and threw over a jade box. Half of the 9 Wonders separation flower quietly lay inside the box. Its vitality was boundless and extremely extraordinary. This is for you. Ning Chen took the box and threw over a ball of red light. The ghost girl narrowed her eyes and slowly said, Phoenix blood? He had this aura on his body. Although it was very faint, it could still be felt. Ning Chen nodded and took 2 steps forward to put away his things. He asked, How long have I been gone? 2 years, the ghost girl calmly said. Ning Chen frowned and said, Can you tell me what happened in these 2 years? Ghost Girl nodded and told him everything she knew bit by bit. Zhong Qianqiu. Hearing this name that came up the most, a trace of brilliance flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. Was this another outstandingly intelligent strategist? The Eternal Night cult had become a huge threat in the end. It seemed that this time not only did he have to deal with the matter of the four extremes, he also had to deal with the strategist of the Eternal Night cult. The number one strategist of the Eternal Night cult, the number one person in the world, a wiser person who surpassed Fan Lingyue. Ning Qin didn't say anything when he heard the ghost girl's evaluation of Zhong Qianqiu. Perhaps, but he would only know after a real confrontation. Chapter 262. The cold moon was like a hook hanging high up in the sky, spreading down a chill. Great Xia had entered winter from late autumn, and half of its territory had started to freeze. On the western battlefield, the Eternal Night cult's army had launched a large-scale invasion. The Blackwater army was pinned down by the cult's heavy cavalry, while the Divine Martial Army was at the rear. More than 100,000 soldiers from different battlefields took turns to attack. Around Marquis' victorious return, lines of formation runes rose. 49 Pinnacle Heaven's Reach warriors joined forces to protect the formation, temporarily trapping the Great Xia war god. The foundation of the Eternal Night cult was so deep that it was frightening. In the human world, a peak rank 9 martial artist would be regarded as a consecrator. However, the second palace of the Eternal Night cult had produced such a shocking number of powerhouses. Even though Qianqiu had been preparing for this moment for a long time, the formation he laid down was extremely powerful. Even someone as powerful as the Great Xia, war god, couldn't break it in a short period of time. In the royal capital of Grand Xia, numerous silhouettes appeared, their auras towering up into the sky, terrifying to the extreme. The person in the lead was dressed in a light purple fur coat. He had a handsome face and a slightly cold expression. Behind him, 12 figures stood in a row. Just by standing there, they gave off a terrifying feeling that they were heavier than mountains. The Divine Martial Guards, the personal guards of the second hall head of Eternal Night. Every generation, there were only 12 of them, and the weakest was half-step to Xiantian. The Xiantian realm was a huge moat on the martial path, and it was extremely difficult to cross. However, in this generation of Divine Martial Guards, 2 people had managed to cross it. The cultivation of the Divine Martial Guards was special, and the green-white armor they wore was also different. It was carved with complicated formation patterns, and each one of them had an unimaginably huge price to pay. Even the Eternal Night cult, which had a deep foundation, found it difficult to do so. However, the combat strength of the Divine Martial Guards was shocking, and each one of them was comparable to Xiantian. Especially the 2 who had stepped into Xiantian, they were extremely terrifying. As soon as Zhong Qianqiu and the others appeared, Xia Zi, Grand Preceptor, and Qing Ning, who were in King Hao's manor, Grand Preceptor's manor, and the Imperial Palace, all sensed the presence of Zhong Qianqiu's group. Just the 3 of you. Zhong Qianqiu swept his gaze over them. Zhong Qianqiu, you shouldn't have come here. The Grand Tutor took half a step forward and said coldly, First Connie tribulation? Even the capital of the Confucian sect has fallen to such a state. It seems the once flourishing Confucian sect has also declined, said Zhong Qianqiu. In the academy, 2 powerful figures were confronting each other. One was Dean Tiansong, and the other was the Eternal Night Martial Monarch. Their auras collided within a radius of 30 meters, forming an absolute forbidden domain. Not far away, in an ordinary courtyard, the headmaster stood up and picked up a lamp. His old body began to bend. 2 years had passed, and the headmaster had aged even more. The headmaster didn't care about the battle between the college and the imperial city. When he heard the voices of the people in the world, he sighed. What they didn't know was that the decline of the Confucian school was not because of their martial prowess, but because of their hearts. As for why there were fewer and fewer Xiantian experts in the Confucian sect in the last 1,000 years, the reason was because of him. Teacher, you just broke through not too long ago, so your realm isn't stable yet. Z should do it, Xiaozi said calmly as she walked out. Be careful. The Grand Advisor did not try to be brave and instructed. Yes. Xiaozi nodded and clenched her fist. An ancient sword appeared in the form of an autumn water splendor, the famed edge of the Confucian school, the silent autumn waters. Behind him, Qingning flipped her hand and took out the silver spear blade and body. After combining them, she stood quietly at the side, ready to attack at any time. Hua Zhuang, Zhong Qianqiu said. As she spoke, a beautiful figure walked out. She wore a green and white battle suit. Her expression was calm, and she didn't smile at all. Hua Zhuang was one of the 2 Xiantian experts in this generation's 12 divine martial guards. After Hua Zhuang, 5 figures walked out and surrounded Great Xia's King Hao. The 6 divine martial guards stood in the air. The battle patterns on their battle suits flickered, giving half-step Xiantian experts the ability to walk in the air. The leader, Hua Zhuang, was already at the second tribulation of the Xiantian realm. With the battle suit behind her, her aura was even more terrifying. Zhong Qianqiu waved his hand, and rays of light landed on the 6 of them. Instantly, their aura became even stronger, causing others to be terrified. The Grand Advisor, Qingning, had a serious expression. While she was watching this battle, she was also on guard against the others. Kill! Hua Zhuang ordered calmly. She took a step forward with her halberd in hand. Her halberd shook the world, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. Xiaozi's expression did not change. Righteous qi exploded from her body. White light rose and autumn water flowed. Her sword met the halberd head-on. With a loud bang, the void exploded. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, shaking the heavens and the earth. At the same time, the other 5 rushed forward. Saber lights were everywhere, and the situation was instantly sealed. The 6 of them formed a formation. Their terrifying combat power was comparable to the 3rd tribulation of the Xiantian realm. At this moment, sharp killing lights flashed continuously. With the situation pressing, silent autumn water no longer remained silent. She released a dazzling light. The halberd light was heavy, the sword light was heavy, and the saber light was fast, but the sword light was even faster. The 6 of them formed a formation. But for a moment, they didn't gain anything. Xiaozi, who was only at the 2nd tribulation of the Xiantian realm, had displayed shocking combat power. Oh! Zhong Qianqiu's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Great Xia's king, Hao, to be so capable. If Ningqian was here, he wouldn't be surprised. Although the former first prince of Grand Xia was kind-hearted and wasn't suitable to be an emperor, he was a true heaven's chosen. If it wasn't for that arrow, he might have left the rest of the younger generation far behind. Xiaozi didn't like to fight. Hence, in the eyes of the world, he wasn't that dazzling. Compared to Underworld's child of hell, God Sect's child of God, and Sword One of Desolate City, he was much weaker. However, in terms of true strength, Great Xia's king Hao wasn't weaker than anyone. In fact, he might even be stronger. With the 5 sabers working together, Hua Zhuang gave up on defense and only attacked. God power added to the halberd's might, causing a huge explosion. Xiaozi's sword blocked the pass. Righteous qi was dazzling, lighting up the entire sky of the imperial city. His sword was like 1,000 caddies, breaking through the heavens and sinking into the ocean. Remnant wind. Seeing that the person in the formation was unshakable, Zhong Qianqiu summoned another Xiantian. Remnant wind walked out, and the remaining 5 divine martial guards followed. Their figures flashed as they stepped into the battle. A silver spear light swept out, blocking the 6 of them. Qingning also entered the battle. Grand Sage couldn't continue to watch, so he opened the Confucian sect golden scroll to help Qingning. Saber light and sword shadows crisscrossed, and the silver spear flew back and forth. After adding on the power of the Confucian, sect golden scroll, it also didn't allow Remnant Wind and the others to take a step forward. The two of them fought bravely, using their ultimate techniques to protect the 1,000-year dynasty and its millions of citizens. However, the strongest among them had yet to make a move. Zhong Qianqiu's cold eyes flickered with a brilliant light as he walked forward step by step. With a lift of his right hand, numerous runes flew out and formed a gigantic formation in the sky. Within the Heavenly Mandate Palace, 3 dark dragon guard commanders with golden patterns on their robes knelt, asking the person on the throne to give the order to activate the foundation of the nation armament. Xia Mingri got up and said, "Permission granted." The 3 dark dragon guard commanders deeply bowed, and their figures flashed as they disappeared from the palace. Not long after, the ground beneath the imperial palace rumbled. Under the purple fate that was countless times stronger than the fate of the Lihua dynasty, several powerful auras appeared. The next moment, an old figure opened his eyes. He only glanced at the sky before walking up. An ancient and desolate aura rippled out from the elder's body. Although it was powerful, it was short-lived. The last light of his life was only allowed to shine once. "Welcome, Emperor Xiaoyu." Xia Mingyue knelt down. This was the first time he had kowtowed to someone since becoming an emperor. Great Xia's Emperor Xiao Yu was the only brother of the 13th generation emperor of Great Xia. The two of them had worked together to protect Great Xia for 40 years. Within the killing formation, Xia Zi sensed the unique bloodline aura of the imperial family from the elder. His body trembled, and a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. Not bad. The old man glanced at Chu Zi, who was fighting bravely in the middle of the formation. A faint gratification flashed across his aged face. The bloodline of the imperial clan did not disappoint him. Seeing the elder's appearance, Zhong Qianqiu frowned. A peak 3rd tribulation expert was not to be underestimated. Yin and Yang for divisions, no sun in 8 directions, raging sea of thunder. Zhong Qianqiu formed a seal with both hands. Thunder rumbled as the dark clouds in the sky roared. Terrifying bolts of lightning crisscrossed, turning the surrounding 300 meters into a sea of thunder. The might of the curse shook the heaven and earth. As the lightning descended, the Emperor Xiao Yu's feet moved and arrived in front of the Evernight strategist. He slapped out with a palm, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Zhong Qianqiu flipped his palm to block the attack. With a bang, he was forced back 3 steps as his blood and qi churned. Great Xia's foundation is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, it won't last long. Thunderbolts descended, filling the eyes with dazzling lightning. Xiao Yuwang's figure shifted rapidly, constantly switching between the thunderbolts. He could not avoid them, so he turned his palms to block them. However, every time he blocked a thunderbolt, his aura would weaken a little. Zhong Qianqiu saw that the person in front of him could not last long, so he chose not to clash head-on. Instead, he used his lightning arts to trap the enemy and wait for the former to dissipate. "You're going too far." Amidst the killing formation, Xia Zi could feel the Emperor Xiao Yu's aura weakening. His rage could no longer be suppressed, and killing intent finally appeared. The winds and clouds on his sword changed as the righteous energy turned benevolent, showing signs of Azura. Hua Zhuang and the others immediately felt the pressure increase. A sword light flashed in front of one of the divine martial guards, and by the time he turned around, his head had already been separated from his body. Xia Zi took the halberd head-on and flew out of the killing formation. He arrived in front of Zhong Qianqiu in an instant and slashed down with his sword. Zhong Qianqiu retreated and dodged the sword. His right hand flashed and 4 talismans flew out. Yin and Yang, 4 divisions, no sun in 8 directions, borrowing power from heaven and earth. 4 flame divine generals appeared in the world. Each of them was over 30 meters tall, and when they swung their fists down, A terrifying heatwave ignited the surrounding air. The Evernight military advisor had gone all out with the descent of the divine generals and the martial monarch. Just at this moment, ghostly energy spread out from the distant horizon. Amidst the ringing of bells, a person and a palanquin slowly walked over. Beside the palanquin, a familiar figure appeared. His white robes fluttered in the wind. At this moment, everyone in the world was shocked. Looking at the figure beside the palanquin, their faces were filled with disbelief. Sensing the dangerous aura coming from this person, Master Yan's expression turned serious. He said, "Your name?" "Great Xia, Jiming Marquis Ningchen." Chapter 263. The most ordinary name gave people the deepest shock. Wu Ho, who sacrificed everything to protect Great Xia, had finally returned after 2 years. "Welcome, Wu Ho." In the palace, the dragon guards were the first to react. They put down their weapons and knelt down respectfully to welcome the return of their Marquis. "Welcome, Wu Ho." After the dragon guards knelt down, the imperial guards also came back to their senses. They knelt down one by one with respect to welcome the return of Wu Ho. After the shock, the people in the palace also reacted. They looked at the familiar figure in the sky. At this moment, guilt, regret, excitement, and all sorts of thoughts flashed across their minds. Finally, they knelt down and bowed respectfully. "Welcome, Wu Ho." The people who knelt down in the city kowtowed together with the most sincere respect. The deafening greeting shook the heavens and the earth. It resounded throughout the entire palace, announcing Great Xia's gratitude and longing for the person in the sky. At the most difficult moment, the white figure was not only covered in blood, but also took on the infamy of the world. He silently endured everything and sacrificed everything to protect Great Xia. In front of the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Xia Mingri looked at the scene in front of him. Although he had mixed feelings, he did not say anything. In the ghost carriage, the ghost girl walked out. Looking at the figures below, she was shocked. "Rise," said Ningchen. He was as calm as ever, and there wasn't much emotion in his voice. Inside and outside the palace, after hearing the voice from the sky, everyone got up. Looking at the sky, the worry on their faces disappeared. There was no longer the fear of the enemy's invasion. In the past, Wu Ho was able to lead Great Xia through difficult times. Today, he would be able to do the same. Behind the 4 flame generals, Zhong Qianqiu squinted his eyes. Jiming Marquis, so he was the legendary Wu Ho of Great Xia who stopped Lingyue from going south. Ningchen glanced at the situation on the battlefield and roughly understood. He walked to Xia Zi's side and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." The murderous vibes around Xia Zi gradually dissipated, and the undetectable change disappeared. The qi of righteousness once again filled his entire body. Seeing the change in Xia Zi's body, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with worry. However, this was not the time to say anything. He focused on the enemy. "Leave this person to me," Ning Chen said softly. "N." Xia Zi nodded. His figure flashed and appeared beside Xiao Yuwang, waving his sword to block the thunderbolts in the sky. The power of talismans was amazing. Zhong Qianqiu was the second lord of the Eternal Night Palace. In addition to his outstanding strategy, his attainments in formations and incantations were extraordinary. Coupled with his cultivation of the third tribulation of the innate realm, his threat was no less than that of the Eternal Night Martial Monarch. On Ning Chen's left and right, 4 flame deity generals surrounded him. Their giant fists fell, and waves of fire covered the sky and covered the earth. The remembrance blade appeared out of thin air. The pure white blade spun, and rays of blade light spread out. The flame general's arm was immediately torn apart, scattering in all directions. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. The flames that filled the sky quickly gathered at the flame divine general's severed arm, and in the blink of an eye it grew back. Ning Qin frowned slightly. He reached out and grabbed the remembrance saber. His figure flickered and slashed at Zong Qianqiu, who was not far away. Is it that simple? Zong Qianqiu sneered coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, the 4 flame divinity generals disappeared and turned into 4 walls of fire in front of him. Boom! As the sharp blade light fell, the 4 divine flame generals collapsed one after another and scattered. Soon after, they gathered together again and were completely unharmed. 3,000 miles of sword snow. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He raised his hand and pointed. Once again, frost surged around his body, and boundless cold air spread out rapidly. The temperature of 1,000 feet around him suddenly dropped, turning into a world of wind and snow. The sword intent spread out in the wind and snow, and the 4 frozen flame deity generals instantly fell apart, unable to gather again. Zong Qianqiu narrowed his eyes. The dark green talisman appeared again in his right hand. With a wave of his hand, evil qi covered the moon. In the space stirred, half of a terrifying evil god with a green face and fangs appeared. Never-ending. Before he finished speaking, Ning Chen's figure had already disappeared. The blade light was awe-inspiring, and it instantly arrived in front of Zong Qianqiu to take his life. The green talisman was split in half by the blade light, and the evil god that had not fully manifested dissipated. It could not descend. Zong Qianqiu's footsteps shifted as he dodged the blades that were ceaselessly descending upon him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the other 2 battles were similarly at a disadvantage, and they were even faintly showing signs of defeat. He understood in his heart that his plan today had already failed. Retreat! Zong Qianqiu pushed away the blade light in front of him and retreated dozens of feet. He waved his hand and summoned a boundless sea of fire, Hua, Zhuang, remnant wind, and the others immediately retreated. Jinming Marquis, I will remember it. However, you will soon realize that the enemy you are facing is not as simple as 2 years ago. Behind the sea of fire, Zong Qianqiu laughed coldly, and his figure faded away. Perhaps. Ning Chen waved his hand, and Yinqing retracted her brilliance. The battle ended, and the commoners and soldiers below rejoiced. Their nervous mood was finally put down. Imperial ancestor. In the sky, Xiazi supported the Xiaoyu king, who was already at the end of his life. A trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. The Xiaoyu king looked at the royal bloodline in front of him and then at the youth not far away. He no longer had any worries in his heart. It was enough for Great Xia to have such a royal bloodline and a martial marquis. Before he could say another word, Xiaoyu king's body quickly disintegrated, turning into dust that filled the air and dissipated. The years that he owed were finally repaid at this moment. Looking at this scene, Ning Chen's heart was inexplicably complicated, and he fell silent. Imperial ancestor Xiaoyu. Xiazi felt a pain in his heart. A trace of great aura flashed through his boundless righteousness. It was so fast, but it was still seen by Ning Chen, who was not far away. What happened? Let's go down. The Grand Advisor looked at everyone and said, Okay. The people in the sky all nodded. Their figures flashed, and they descended from the sky. Qing Ning walked over, and without saying anything, she slapped him mercilessly. Ning Chen held his head in pain, but could only smile apologetically. He did not dare to say anything. Immediately return to the palace with me to see the Empress. Qing Ning said with a cold face. Ning Chen did not dare to say anything. He nodded and signaled to the ghost girl not far away, then left with Qing Ning. When he passed by Xiazi, Ning Chen paused, but did not know how to remind him. He could only suppress the uneasiness in his heart and continue forward. In the imperial palace, the doors opened. The dragon guards respectfully knelt down, and their majestic figures lined up from the entrance to the main palace. Greetings to the Marquis. Once upon a time, when he went south to resist the Buddha kingdom, the Battle of Mount Megia, and quelled the rebellion in the imperial city, the soldiers of the Dragon Guards had always followed their Marquis. They had witnessed his sacrifice for the Xia kingdom. Even in the darkest moment, when the world cursed him, they had never doubted their Marquis. Rise. It was still the same calm voice, but this time there was something more. Ning Chen looked at the familiar faces on both sides, and a touch of warmth flashed through his heart. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Xia Mingri saw the two coming and nodded in greeting. Ning Chen briefly explained the situation of the four extremities, mainly describing the characteristics of the person who came back with him, so that Xia Mingri could pay more attention. If a Xiantian expert wanted to hide, it would be very difficult to find. However, the people of the four extremities must have come to completely open the passage between the two realms. Then, they must have found a strong cultivator of the Three Disasters realm to help. This was the only clue, and also the most important one. In the Divine Prefecture, the number of strong cultivators of the Three Disasters realm could be counted on one hand. The college chief of the academy, the Golden Staff Imperial Preceptor of Northern Meng, and the Martial Lord of the Eternal Night God. As for the others, they were more or less fake. Having the combat power of the Three Disasters realm did not mean that they were in the Three Disasters realm. Mu Bai, Marquis Victorious Return, and the former Prince Yen were typical examples. As for the abbot of the Dui Temple, he was indeed in the Three Disasters realm. However, after being nailed to Mount Megia and burned with resentment for several days and nights, no one knew what realm he was in now. To completely open the passage between the two realms, it required an extremely large amount of power. Only those in the Three Disasters realm could do it. As for whether the combat power of the Three Disasters realm was feasible, no one knew, and no one dared to take the risk. According to the rumors, the Eternal Night God sect should have two strong cultivators above the Three Disasters realm, and the Martial Lord was one of them. However, until now, even the second palace of the Eternal Night God had appeared, and that strong cultivator of the Three Disasters realm still had not appeared. This made people wonder whether the strong cultivator of the Three Disasters realm still existed. After all, no matter how strong a person was, he could not withstand the erosion of time. Even the Xiantian realm could only live for 200 or 300 years. Under normal circumstances, without a large amount of natural treasures to prolong their lives, there are not many people who could live for more than 300 years. Even if their cultivation reached the heavens and they entered the Three Disasters realm, they could not live for more than 500 years. After hearing about the Four Extremes realm, Xia Mingri's expression was incomparably solemn. He did not expect that there would be such a great danger right in front of him. Indeed, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. The two discussed for a while. Xia Mingri glanced at Qing Ning, who was quietly waiting not far away, and said seriously, "You just came back. Go to the Weiyang Palace and pay your respects first. We can talk about other things later." "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and turned to leave with Qing Ning. Originally, men were not allowed to enter the harem, let alone at night. However, the Marquis of Jiming was an exception. In the world, everyone knew that when Ning Chen was still a little eunuch, he worked in the Weiyang Palace until he left the palace and became a marquis. It could be said that he was taught by the former Empress Zhongsun. For a long time, the Marquis of Jiming could enter and leave the Weiyang Palace freely. It was a matter that everyone tacitly agreed. No one would make a fuss about it. There was no need and no one dared. Now it was even more impossible. In the Weiyang Palace, the Zhongsun Palace was brightly lit, but it was a bit too quiet. The Zhongsun Palace was already asleep. The palace was not lit by the lights, but by the night luminescent pearl that Ning Chen had once offered. The battle in the sky was so shocking that all the people in the imperial city were alarmed. Only the Zhongsun Palace was peaceful. There was no sound at all. In these 2 years, the Empress was easily awakened. So, every night, I would seal the Empress's palace and not let anyone disturb her. Qing Ning said, "Why not cover the night luminescent pearl?" Ningchen asked softly. We can't cover it. Once it is covered, the Empress will immediately wake up. Qing Ning's expression flashed a touch of sadness. Chapter 264. 2 years had passed and Zhang Sun had changed a lot. Although her face was still beautiful, her hair was covered with white frost. Ning Qin suddenly felt fear in his heart. It was a fear that he had never felt before. All along, Zhang Sun had been a beautiful and strong figure in his eyes. Only today did he realize that Zhang Sun was also gradually aging without him noticing. In his heart, Zhang Sun was his only elder in this world. Her position was so important that no one could replace her. Gently pushing open the door without making any sound, Ningchen walked into the room. Looking at the sleeping figure on the bed, he silently knelt down. The light of the night pearl shone on the plain clothes, reflecting a heart filled with guilt. The kneeling figure was no longer the Marquis of Xia. He was just a wanderer who had left home for a long time. Qing Ning did not stop him. She quietly stood at the side and waited. In the quiet palace, the kneeling plain clothes did not move. 2 years had changed too many things. The only thing that did not change was the feelings of protecting each other. Without Zhang Sun, Ning Chen would not be who he was today. This feeling was hard to return. The cold moon shone in the sky and gradually headed west. Unknowingly, Zhang Sun opened her eyes on the phoenix couch. Just as she sat up, she suddenly felt a familiar aura not far from the bed. She looked over in disbelief. The next moment, her body trembled and tears flowed down silently. You're back. The saddest thing in life was when a white-haired person sent off a black-haired person. She once thought that the tablet on the Marquis temple would be placed by her personally. The wooden tablet that was sent over was carved with thousands of carvings. Today he was back. Come here. Zhang Sun waved her hand and said softly. Ning Chen stood up and silently walked to the side of the phoenix couch and sat down. Zhang Sun raised her hand and caressed the face of the young man in front of her. Her eyes were filled with tears again. You've grown up. She still remembered that when he first entered the palace, he was still a reckless young man. Almost 4 years had passed, and the young man in the past had lost his childishness. He had truly grown up. Ning Qin did not know what to say. No matter how eloquent he was, at this moment, only guilt was left in his heart. It was getting late outside. Although the night had not completely dispersed, Zhang Sun was no longer sleepy. She got up and walked down from the phoenix couch. In front of the dressing table, a beautiful face was reflected in the bronze mirror. The passage of time did not leave many traces on the face of the person in the mirror, just like when they first met 3 years ago. Qing Ning walked forward and picked up the silver comb on the table, preparing to dress her grandson as usual. Let me do it. Ning Qin took the silver comb and asked softly. Qing Ning nodded and retreated to the side. After leaving for 2 years, Zhang Sun's hair had grown even longer. It hung down his back and reached his waist. Ning Chen held a comb and combed it seriously with a calm expression. The familiar warm aura made one feel at ease. Only in this Weiyang palace could he let down his guard and not think about the storms outside. In the past, when he was at his weakest, it was Zhang Sun who used her own wings to protect him time and time again. Now that he had reached the Xiantian realm, he no longer needed Zhang Sun's protection, but he still could only feel that peace by her side. That sister of yours is not bad, Zhang Sun said softly as she looked at her reflection in the mirror. Ning Shi? Ning Chen asked. Yes, I've already accepted her as my adopted daughter. However, before I get married, I'll continue to live in your Wu Marquis manor, said Zhang Sun. As long as Ning Shi is willing. Ning Chen naturally has no objections. I'll follow your arrangements, replied Ning Chen. What about you? You've already rejected the little princess of the barbarian dynasty and Exanu that I arranged for you. Do you have anyone you like now? If you like any girl, I'll personally propose marriage for you, said Zhang Sun seriously. Ning Qin bitterly smiled. What he was most afraid of was Zhang Sun mentioning this matter. Nyang, Ning Qin has already reached the Xiantian realm. His lifespan is different from ordinary people. There's no need to be in such a rush, said Qingning. Zhang Sun fell silent. After a long time, she looked at herself in the mirror and muttered, "But I can't wait." It was a very soft sentence, but it made the two people present tremble. Looking at the strands of white hair that could be faintly seen in Zhang Suin's hair, their hearts ached. Zhang Sun really was no longer young. A mortal's lifespan was only 60 years. Zhang Sun was not a Xiantian, so she could not keep waiting. "I'll follow your arrangements." Ning Chen suppressed the bitterness in his heart and no longer insisted. "How about 3 years?" Zhang Sun naturally hoped that Ning Chen could be together with a person he liked, so she didn't want to force him. Softly, she said, "If you still haven't found the person you like after 3 years, then I'll make the arrangements." 3 years wasn't a short time. At that time, she would have more than half of her doubts. It was also the longest time she could wait. Although a mortal's lifespan was 60 years, there weren't many that could live past the age of destiny. In the past 2 years, she had gradually felt that her body was getting worse by the day. According to Great Xia's customs, the marriage of the younger generation had to have the blessing of the older generation. Xanu and Zi still had imperial uncles that were still alive. As for Ning Qin, he only had her as an elder. He was the person she was most worried about. After her hair was combed, the rest of the makeup was taken care of by Qingning. Ning Qin stood to the side and waited quietly. Ever since she had retired behind the scenes, Zhang Sun rarely stepped out of Weiyang Palace. Her makeup had also become much simpler. She looked less luxurious and more simple. After winter, Great Xia had just experienced a bout of snow. The back garden of Weiyang Palace was covered in a layer of silver. It was very beautiful. Zhang Sun was supported by Qingning and Ning Qin as they walked in the back garden. Suddenly, she saw a maple tree in the corner and paused. Ning Qin followed her gaze and immediately understood what Zhang Sun was thinking. "Back then, I heard Qingning say that you climbed from this tree to her roof to look at the stars, disturbing her rest." Zhang Suin's beautiful face revealed an almost undetectable smile. "And at the time I just entered the palace, I didn't think too much about it. I saw a tree next to the wall, so I climbed up. I didn't think that below it was Qingning's room," said Ning Qin. After saying this, Ning Qin glanced at the woman on the other side and smiled. "However, Qingning's temper is good. She didn't bicker with me." Qingning turned her head, her right hand cracking. Her warning was very clear. This brat's skin was itching again. Zhang Sun smiled. How could she not understand the meaning behind Ning Chen's words? However, she ignored it. The younger generation was playing around. Let them do as they pleased. The three of them walked in the back garden. Most of the time, they didn't have much to say. 2 years had passed. There are too many things that needed to be said. When they were about to speak, they felt that there was no need. The rising sun shone on their bodies, bringing a slight warmth. Zhang Sun was tired from walking. The three of them sat on a stone bench in the garden to rest for a while. Qingning had brought a thick cotton cushion. It wouldn't be cold to sit on it. She had specially prepared it for Zhang Sun. Ning Qin saw that Qingning had carefully prepared everything. He inexplicably sighed in his heart and also sat down beside Zhang Sun. There wasn't much time left like this. He could only cherish every moment. Not long after, a delicate palace maid walked into the back garden. Seeing the three of them, she bowed and said, "Your Highness, Marquis, breakfast is ready." The palace maid was very unfamiliar and young. She should have just entered the palace not long ago. It was indeed fortunate that she was assigned to Weiyang Palace. Ning Qin responded. He immediately helped Zhang Sun up and walked out of the back garden. The palace maid followed behind. Her pretty little face was flushed. Her eyes were filled with admiration. She had also seen the great battle last night. Lord Wuho was really too powerful. Which family's young man wasn't passionate? Which family's young lady wasn't yearning for love? The palace maid was in the prime of her life. Of course, she would also admire heroes. Qing Ning helplessly shook her head. She didn't shatter the little girl's beautiful dream. She just put the blame on Ningqin, who was beside Zhang Sun. Breakfast had already been sent to the hall. It was very simple. It was all light vegetarian dishes. In these 2 years, Zhang Sun had already stopped killing and didn't touch meat. Many people in the palace said that compared to the Buddha in the temple, their empress was more like a Buddha. Actually, the people of Xia didn't believe in Buddha. Zhang Sun, as the former empress, was naturally the same. However, whether she believed it or not, she still hoped to pray for him. After breakfast, the people in and out of the palace came one by one. It wasn't appropriate for Ningqin to stay any longer. Thus, he bid farewell to Zhang Sun. Everyone in the manor knew that the Marquis would return today. They were all looking forward to it. The old housekeeper was so excited that tears rolled down his face. He had been waiting at the door since early in the morning. After more than 2 years, the Marquis was finally coming back. In the manor, she anxiously walked around. Her delicate, doll-like face was also filled with excitement. Beside her, Lu Ruo, she was much quieter. However, the tears in her eyes revealed that she wasn't as calm as she looked on the surface. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, a white figure came from afar. It looked like he was still very far away, but after a few steps he was already in front of the manor. "Brother!" She was the first to react. She immediately ran out of the door and rushed over. Lan Jun, who came from a dangerous building, had been specially trained in princess etiquette by Zhang Sun for a long time. At this moment, he completely forgot about it and cried without caring about his image. "Marquis!" Lu Ruo, she walked forward and bowed. Finally, she couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes and dripped down. "Okay, everyone get up. Let's go back to the manor first." Ningqin patted Ning, "She's back," and gently pushed her away. He glanced at the group of people kneeling in front of the manor and said, "Yes." Everyone got up. The old housekeeper hurriedly pushed aside the people blocking the way and invited the Marquis into the manor. Very quickly, the news that the Marquis of Jiming had returned to his residence spread to the ears of every noble in the imperial city. Invitations to visit, along with generous gifts, were sent from every residence to the Marquis residence. In a room in the backyard of the Marquis manor, Ghost Girl looked at the deeply unconscious woman on the bed. With a flip of her palm, she circulated her body, and a vast amount of true qi continuously poured into the latter's body. After a long time, Ghost Girl stopped and looked at Ningqin. She said solemnly, "My ghost origin can only help her maintain her life for a while. If you want to save her, you have to think of another way." Chapter 265. Ningqian walked forward, raised his right hand, and activated the life scroll. Extreme cold air surged out and sealed Meng Xuanji's body in ice again. Unexpectedly, even the ghost girl's ghost origin couldn't save her. This was troublesome. The recovery ability of a Xiantian expert's body was much stronger than a Houtian expert's. However, the prerequisite was that they still had Xiantian strength. Now that Meng Xuanji's Dantian Sea of Qi was broken and her cultivation was scattered, there was no way for her to recover. The scattered true qi had destroyed too many meridians, and even her internal organs were severely damaged, causing her to be in a coma. Ningqin thought for a long time. It wasn't impossible to save her, but it wasn't easy. The Eternal Night cult should have a way to repair the Dantian's Sea of Qi. Last time, one of the martial lord's 2 seas of qi was broken, but when he came out again, he had already recovered. Meng Xuanji had to be saved. Even if they didn't care about their past relationship, a 5th Tribulation Xiantian expert was still an indispensable help. The enemies that the Great Xia and the Divine Prefecture were facing were not only the Eternal Night cult, but also the potential four extremities. The Xiantian experts sent by the four extremities holy lands would definitely try to open a path between the two realms. They were truly a great threat. There's one more thing. Underworld Child has already started causing trouble, and the news of your return will soon spread. You must be careful, warned the ghost girl. Ning Qin narrowed his eyes. Back then, he had been worried that Underworld Child would become a great threat. When he was breaking through, he chased him for 1,000 miles, but he still escaped in the end. In the past year, there have been a lot of accidents happening to cultivators. Their bodies and blood qi were devoured, causing a lot of people to panic. Although no one saw who did it, I went to take a look. It's definitely a forbidden technique of the underworld, continued the ghost girl. Can you sense his whereabouts? Asked Ning Qin. The ghost girl shook her head and said, It's very difficult, especially in the past few months. I feel that the connection between us is getting weaker and weaker. This means that Underworld Child's strength is gradually surpassing mine. Ning Qin frowned slightly. His previous worries had come true. With the ghost girl's strength, Underworld Child had probably broken through the third tribulation of the Xiantian realm. This was a scourge who was repeatedly deranged and completely unrestrained by morals and ethics. If it was not stopped once it continued to devour others and grow, the threat it brought would probably not be inferior to the Eternal Night Cult and the Four Supremes. Marquis Bey, you sent someone to deliver an invitation and generous gifts. The Marquis of Luo Shui sent someone to deliver an invitation and generous gifts. Marquis, at this moment, outside the backyard, there was a constant stream of announcements. Gifts from all the nobles arrived almost at the same time, including many people who had kicked him when he was down in the past. Accept the invitation and return the gift, Ning Qin said calmly. Yes. Outside the courtyard, the old butler hesitated for a moment, but he still acknowledged respectfully and turned to leave. In the room, Ning Chen pondered for a moment before walking out with the ghost girl. There were priorities, and he had to do them one at a time. The problem with the Eternal Night Cult wasn't something that could be solved in a day or two. Right now, the most important thing was to find a way to wake Meng Xuanji up. The second thing was to deal with the Underworld Child. The third and most important thing was to find the person sent by the Four Extremities as soon as possible. In the room next door, she was learning embroidery from Lu Ruoxi. This was also a task given by Zhang Sun, so she had to learn it. Ning Qin knocked on the door, then waved his hand and said, Ningxi, come here. Hearing this, she quickly put down the needle and thread that was giving her a headache and ran out in a few steps. Lu Ruoxi smiled bitterly and helplessly shook her head. Why did she feel that teaching Ningxi embroidery was more tiring than learning it herself? Brother. She hugged the arm of the person in front of her and said happily, Is something the matter? Ning Qin nodded and softly said, I have something to do in the next few days. If someone comes to visit, I'll leave it to you to receive them. Don't neglect the guests. If there's something you can't solve, go to the palace and ask the Empress. Okay. She thought for a moment and obediently agreed. Ning Qin glanced at the ghost girl and said seriously, I'll leave it to you during this time. Don't worry. The ghost girl nodded and replied. After that, Ning Chen's figure flashed and turned into a stream of light that flew towards the academy. In a quiet courtyard of the Heavenly Sky Academy, Bai condensed into a form and walked in after knocking on the door. You're back. The teacher was tidying up his brush and ink at the desk. Yes. Ning Qin nodded. The teacher walked to the bookshelf at the side and took out an ancient golden piece of paper. This is what you left behind before you left. Today, it's time to return it to its rightful owner. Ning Qin stepped forward and waved his hand to put it away. Teacher, I'm here to ask you something. Speak. The teacher said. Will Great Xia perish? Ning Qin asked seriously. Yes, the teacher calmly said. Hearing this answer again, Ning Qin frowned. Great Xia's greatest danger still hadn't passed? The future is vague and difficult to predict. However, it all depends on one's effort. Just do your best. The teacher taught. Junior understands. Ning Qin respectfully bowed and said, after asking what he wanted to ask, Ning Qin bid farewell and left. However, when he walked to the door, he seemed to have thought of something. He paused and asked, Teacher, if there's a gray aura in the boundless righteousness, what does that mean? Bedevilment. The teacher replied. Ning Chen's body trembled, and he said in disbelief, Is there a way to reverse it? Losing one's heart due to extreme sorrow, falling into the azure path and never coming out. The teacher replied. Ning Chen suppressed the shock in his heart, clasped his hands to thank the teacher, and then stepped away. He was too careless. Something must have happened to Xiazi to lead to this situation. In the Hao mansion, a woman as beautiful as a flower sat quietly on a swing in the courtyard, looking at the sunset with a beautiful smile. 2 years later, the former 9th princess of the great Xia dynasty was even more beautiful and stunning. Not far away, Xiazi quietly looked at the woman on the swing. His eyes were full of sorrow. At this moment, Su Yi appeared in the courtyard. Ning Qin walked out and glanced at Xiazi. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly trembled. He looked at Xia Xinyu, who was not far away, and the shock on his face could not be concealed. How could the body of 7 fatalities be like this? Marquis Jiming, long time no see. Xia Xinyu smiled and greeted him. In an instant, it was as if hundreds of flowers had bloomed. She was dazzlingly beautiful. Ning Chen's feet moved, and he instantly arrived beside her. He grabbed her arm and inserted his vital energy into it. After a while, he looked at Xiazi and said in shock, When did it start? 2 years and 9 months ago. Xiazi sighed and said, Does the Empress know? Ning Qin asked in a deep voice. Xiazi shook his head and said, She has been hiding it from me. At this moment, even someone as smart as Ning Qin did not know what to do. Wasn't the body of 7 fatalities innate? How could it suddenly appear in Xia Xinyu? The last person who had such a body was Fan Lingyue. It was impossible to cure, and it was impossible to even prolong his life. Moreover, the timing was too strange. Fan Lingyue had just disappeared in the heavenly tribulation, and the body of 7 fatalities appeared in the world again. It was too much of a coincidence. In just a few years, the underworld body, ghost body, divine body, and Tao body all appeared one by one. Now, even the body of 7 fatalities appeared in succession at the same time. It was too unbelievable. If it was not for the fact that he did not believe in gods, he would even suspect that there was a god secretly controlling everything. All right, it's not easy for us to meet, so don't look so sad. Ning Qian, wait here. Imperial brother and I will go to the palace to pay our respects to Imperial mother and then come back to catch up, said Xia Xinyu as she stood up from the swing. It's just paying respects. Let's go together, said Xiazi softly. No. Xia Xinyu shook her head and smiled. He can't go. If Imperial mother sees us together, she'll nag about our marriage again. You two go. I'll wait for you to come back. Ning Qin nodded. Xia Zi nodded and left with Xia Xinyu. After the two left, Ning Chen stood in the courtyard. With a flip of his hand, he took out the chaos scroll and activated it. Sparkling light flickered, but in the end, it disappeared without a trace. Ning Chen sighed and put away the chaos scroll. He had thought too much. However, if she was still alive, perhaps she would be able to see something. The sun had set and the curtain of night was about to fall. Candles were lit in the Hao mansion. In the courtyard, 2 people sat in front of the steps and drank wine. Under the cold night sky, a beautiful figure danced under the moon. Her sleeves fluttered, as light as a fairy, as if she would leave at any moment. The 9th princess was good at dancing, but she rarely danced. On the day of her eldest grandson's birthday banquet, her dance was so beautiful that the whole courtyard paled in comparison. The two did not speak. They quietly watched the beautiful figure dance in the courtyard, focused and serious. After one song, Xia Xinyu stopped and walked over. She smiled sweetly and asked, "Was it nice?" "Yes," said Ningchen honestly. "Do you regret it?" Xia Xinyu's eyes flashed with a sly smile. Ning Chen was startled, but he immediately reacted. He laughed involuntarily and said, "It's too late for regrets. Where have you been in the past 2 years?" Xia Xinyu stopped teasing him and asked softly. "The four extremes," replied Ningchen. The wine cup in Xia Zi's hand paused. He calmly said, "Tell me about it." Ningchen nodded and gave a simple explanation of what had happened in the past 2 years. He also mentioned the matter of the underworld child. This was a problem that had to be solved as soon as possible. Xia Zi controlled both the imperial court and the Confucian sect. He might be able to help a lot. You're the only one who has seen the four extremes. Only you can handle this matter. As for the matter of the underworld child, leave it to me, said Xia Zi slowly. Ningchen thought for a moment, then nodded. Be careful. The underworld child might have already stepped into the third tribulation of the Xiantian realm. His strength is very difficult to measure. It's fine, said Xia Zi as he drank the wine in his cup. Xia Xinyu was not interested in these so-called serious matters of men. Instead, she was curious about Ning Chen's strange experiences. Do phoenixes really exist? What do they look like? Asked Xia Xinyu with a strange expression. Ning Chen was just about to answer when he suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand and flames jumped. A fiery red phoenix feather flew out and appeared in front of the two. Chapter 266. The phoenix feather was as translucent as blood and was surrounded by tiny red flames. It was extremely beautiful. If Xia Xinyu hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten that the two phoenixes had given him a phoenix feather. Xinyu, this is for you. Ning Chen handed over the phoenix feather in his hand. What is this? It's so beautiful. Xia Xinyu took the feather. Her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. A phoenix tail feather, replied Ningchen. Xia Zi's experience was different from ordinary people. He could tell at a glance that this phoenix tail feather was unusual. This phoenix tail feather is extraordinary. What use does it have? Ningchen looked at the feather in the flames and transmitted his voice. I'm not too sure either. However, the seven extremities physique belongs to the extreme yin physique. A fire phoenix or even a young divine beast, regardless of whether it's useful or not. There's no harm in Xan you bringing it along. Many thanks, said Xia Zi solemnly. Between you and me, there's no need for thanks, replied Ningchen. Xia Zi nodded. He raised his cup and clinked it with Ning Chen's before drinking it in one gulp. Ning Chen smiled and also finished the wine in his cup. As the wine cup was hidden, a trace of undetectable worry flashed in the depths of his eyes. His teacher's words made him worried. Xia Zi was a sentimental person. The matter with the third prince had already been a huge blow to him. If something happened to Xia Xinyu, the consequences would be even more serious. The two of them both had their own worries. The empty wine jars around them grew more and more. Xia Xinyu accompanied them until the moon rose to the south. Only then did Ning Chen stand up and leave. The time between friends was always short. After sobering up, they still had their own things to do. He's changed a lot. Xia Xinyu picked up Ning Chen's cup and poured some wine for him. As she drank, she felt a burning sensation in her mouth. Do you regret it? Asked Xia Zi softly. It's too late for regrets. Xia Xinyu smiled. The same answer echoed in the night. Most of the time, even people themselves would forget whether their smiles were real or fake. The Marquis shrine was the most solemn and inviolable place in the Grand Xia. One soldier after another knelt down to welcome the guests. Ningchen walked in and looked at the rows of Marquis memorial tablets on the stage. His heart was extremely heavy. Behind the 1,000 years of the Great Xia, behind the extreme prosperity, were the names that were exchanged with blood and lives. the River of Forgetfulness and Shuet-I. Two new spirit tablets appeared on the altar. The figures who had fought bloody battles finally put down the heavy burden on their shoulders and took a good rest. Ning Chen silently lit 3 incense sticks. After a moment, he turned around and left. At Heaven's Gate, a white figure flashed past and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The matter of Meng Xuanji and the 4 extremities was the most urgent matter. No matter what, he had to make a trip to the Eternal Night sect. However, the Eternal Night cult was not so easy to break into. He had to be fully prepared. There were thousands of disguise techniques in the world. However, while they could fool ordinary people, they could not fool Xiantian experts. However, there was one person who managed to fool everyone in the world. Duxiu. Back then, when Duxiu changed her appearance, even old eunuch Pei, who was at the Xiantian realm, was unable to recognize her. It was clear how miraculous this technique was. Duke Xiu came from the Wang family of Donglin. If he wanted to obtain this mystical technique, he would have to make a trip to the Wang family. After the Wang family of Donglin arrived at the capital of Northern Meng, the ancient city of Miracle in the desert, they quickly took root there with the help of the imperial family and became the 11th power comparable to the 10 great families. At daybreak, Ning Chan appeared in the city. After 2 steps, his figure disappeared again. In the Wang family, Shuet-I appeared. Before anyone could be surprised, he had already entered the main hall. Marquis Jiming. Some of the important figures of the Wang family immediately recognized the young man in front of them and cried out. Hearing this name, the hearts of the other members of the Wang family trembled, and they subconsciously became vigilant. Back then, the Wang family had almost been destroyed by this Marquis Jiming. If the family head had not sent them out in advance, the Wang family would have ceased to exist in this world. Now, the Wang family was under the control of a grand elder. He waved his hand and dismissed the gathered guards. Then he walked in front of the young man in the hall and cupped his hands. Marquis Wu, may I know the reason for your visit? How could they not lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof? They could not give this young man another reason to destroy the Wang family. I came to borrow the technique Duxiu used to change her appearance, Ning Chen said calmly. Rui technique? The grand elder of the Wang family frowned and explained. This technique does not belong to the Wang family. It belongs to the imperial family of Heshi. Now, only the Empress knows where this technique is. Empress? Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. If that was the case, it was in the hands of Sufian. In the next moment, Shuet-I disappeared. After Ning Chen left, the grand elder of the Wang family heaved a sigh of relief. Facing a Xiantian master who could attack at any time was not an easy task. He hoped that the Empress could see the current situation clearly and not overestimate herself. In the main hall of the Northern Meng Imperial Palace, Mingyu was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe and a crown on her head. She was seriously listening to the officials below talking about how to govern the country. In the 3 years after the war, Northern Meng had gradually returned to the right track. Below the main hall, civil and military officials were lined up on both sides. However, at the head of the right row, there was an additional chair. The person sitting on the chair was the old minister. In the past 2 years, every time there was a court session, Mingyu would give the old minister a seat so that he could sit and listen to politics. With Northern Meng returning to the right track, the old minister's burden was also lighter. He rarely participated in politics in court. Most of the time, he just listened quietly. However, even so, no one dared to underestimate the seemingly benevolent old man. When the military advisor passed away, Northern Meng was in chaos. It was the old minister and Marquis Xiao who used extremely bloody methods to suppress all the rebels. For a time, Northern Meng was silent. No one dared to make any moves. In the sky outside the hall, the void rolled and Ning Chen appeared. He used the Book of Chaos to hide his presence. He quietly looked at the little girl in the hall. A warm light flashed in his eyes. After a long time, the figure in the sky turned and left. In the imperial garden of the imperial palace, the sound of the zither was faint. It carried longing and reminiscence, spreading far and wide. In the garden, the proud snow, winter sweet, bloomed beautifully. The cold wind blew, and the winter sweet flew, drifting away with the sound of the zither. At this time Sui appeared. Without a sound, she was already 10 zhang away. Su Fian's eyes trembled. The hatred that she had suppressed for 3 years could no longer be concealed. The sound of the zither suddenly changed, filled with killing intent. The winter sweet that filled the garden immediately turned into deadly sharp blades, quickly flying towards the person in front of her. Ning Chen walked forward step by step. He did not dodge. Before the thousands of sharp blades could reach him, they turned into ashes and disappeared between heaven and earth. Su Fian's eyes turned cold. Her left hand slammed on the stone table. The spring lightning flew up. Her right hand gathered energy. For strings were plucked together. Immediately, purple lightning appeared again. It was as if 1,000 birds were crying. The sea of flowers in the surroundings was destroyed by the lightning. 4 strings cry whirled. Purple lightning frightens the gods. The powerful move turned the entire imperial garden into a purple lightning world. The thunder shook the heavens. The spring lightning quickly spread in all directions. Ning Chen's body flashed and instantly appeared in front of Su Fian. He pointed his sword. In the sky full of snow, the lightning dissipated and the 7 strings stopped playing. How could this be? Su Fian's heart trembled. She wanted to pluck the spring lightning again, but her hands were sealed by the wind and snow. For a moment, she was unable to move. "Can we sit down and talk?" Ning Chen calmly asked. "What is there to talk about between us?" Su Fian coldly snorted. "I want to see your imperial family's Rui technique. You can state your conditions." Ning Chen calmly said, "Can I even take your life?" Su Fian coldly sneered. "Miss Su, although this negotiation is asking for a sky-high price and sitting on the ground to haggle, if you block all the ways to haggle, I don't think it will be a good thing for you." Ning Chen indifferently said. Su Fian forcibly suppressed the hatred and anger in her heart. Her mind gradually calmed down. His words were not wrong. The difference in strength between them was too great. Right now, her only bargaining chip was the Rui technique. She had to make good use of it. The imperial garden quieted down. Su Fian was still weighing the conditions. She had not spoken the entire time. Ning Chen was also not in a rush. He calmly waited. The Rui technique was very useful to him. It was the key to his ability to deal with the eternal night god sect and the 4 extremities. For Mingyu's sake, as long as Su Fian's conditions were not too excessive, he was willing to settle things peacefully. "If you want the Rui technique, that's fine. But I want you to seal your cultivation base. In the future, when you are in the sky realm, receive 3 of my moves. After those 3 moves, if you don't die, I'll hand over the Rui technique." After a long time, Su Fian made her decision. She slowly raised her head. Impudent! However, as soon as she finished speaking, a clear but intimidating voice rang out from the entrance of the imperial garden. Following that, several figures appeared in front of the 2 of them. At the very front was Mingyu. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. Behind her, several figures followed, not even daring to breathe loudly. "Who gave you the guts? How dare you neglect my guest?" Mingyu said angrily. Su Fian stood and gracefully bowed. She calmly said, "I wouldn't dare. Your Majesty might have misunderstood. We were only exchanging pointers." Mingyu's gaze turned to the nearby Ningchen. Excitement flashed through her eyes, but with so many people around, she suppressed it. "Greetings, Your Majesty." A smile flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. He cupped his hands. Seeing the person in front of him not kneeling, a young official in the crowd immediately became angry. But just as he was about to open his mouth, he was slapped on the head by the old official. "Dispense with the formalities." Ming Yu's expression returned to normal. She calmly asked, "Just what is going on?" "It's just as the Empress said. It's only exchanging pointers." "I hope your Majesty can agree," said Ningchen seriously. Ming Yu was a bit worried, but due to her trust in the former, she still nodded. "Permitted." "Thank you, your Majesty." Su Fian respectfully bowed. Her eyes instantly became cold. She stood up and walked to the side. With a wave of her hand, the spring lightning flew up. As it rapidly spun, purple lightning descended from the heavens. Ning Chen dispersed the spiritual energy around him. His cultivation was still at the 9th rank. There was no need for him to seal it. Su Fian used her full strength. The purple lightning merged into one and crashed into the person in front of her. Immediately after, a shocking explosion rang out. Sand and stones flew everywhere, covering the sky. That's the first move. You still have 2 more. Chapter 267. Within the dust, there was no change in the voice. It was as calm as usual, without the slightest hint of emotion. Su Fian sneered. She was not the least bit surprised that he could withstand her first move. She also did not expect that her first move would be able to seriously injure him. After the dust settled, Ning Chen calmly looked at the girl in front of him. He also wanted to see just how much she had grown in these past few years. After the first move, the second move was about to begin. Suddenly, Su Fian's right hand's 5 fingers all began to bleed. The blood dyed the 5 zither strings, and a blood-red mist instantly spread out from her body. When the blood lightning appeared, the air pressure in the courtyard changed. A power that did not belong to the Hotian realm exploded. The blood-red lightning unceasingly surged. The ground between the 2 people quickly collapsed and sank down several zhang. The shocking power caused the generals behind Mingyu to be on guard. They took a step forward and blocked in front of her. The current Empress's martial path was not ordinary. This was something that many people knew, but no one had thought that she would be this strong. Within the blood lightning, Su Fian pushed her body to the limit. Borrowing the power of the lightning from the previous 2 moves, using her own blood chi as a guide, she forcefully plucked the 5 zither strings. She once again used the imperial family's legacy technique. 5 strings break the heavens, spring lightning shakes the world. 5 strings were released, the sky and earth changed color. With a clear whistle, Su Fian's chi instantly rose from half-step Xiantian to the Xiantian realm. In the instant that he broke through the sky, the blood lightning became several times stronger, causing an even more terrifying phenomenon of the earth collapsing. The 4 generals immediately retreated with Mingyu, the old minister, and the others to avoid this terrifying celestial power. Facing this killing move that Su Fian had prepared for a long time, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. Although this move borrowed the power of the previous 2 moves, no matter what, it could still be considered as entering the Xiantian realm. For a half-step Xiantian to be able to do this, it was indeed extraordinary. Out of his agreement with his opponent, Ning Chen no longer stood still. With the limit of the 9th rank, he activated the life scroll in his body and formed a sword with his fingers. As the frost surged, the sword intent spiraled up and blocked around his body. The thunder that broke the heavens crashed into the spiraling sword intent. Immediately, Ning Chen's entire body was submerged by the blood lightning. The dazzling light covered everything, making it difficult for people to see clearly. In the distance, Ming Yu's expression changed. She looked at the lightning, extremely nervous. "Not bad, but it's a pity." A calm voice sounded, and the roaring lightning stopped altogether. In the next moment, a majestic sword will spread out, and the blood lightning that filled the sky was instantly dispersed. With a bang, it dissipated between heaven and earth. The figure that was still intact shocked everyone present. Such a powerful move actually had no effect at all. Su Feiyan's state of mind was similarly shaken. She had thought that he would be able to block it, but she did not think that it would be so easy. "You still have one last move," said Ningchen seriously. It was rumored that when all 5 strings of the spring lightning were used at the same time, it was extremely difficult to block. He had seen it himself, and it was indeed not bad. However, what he wanted to know now was what level the spring lightning's 6 strings could reach. The Heshi dynasty had already been destroyed for 1,000 years. Now, the only one who could play the spring lightning was Su Feiyan. Disregarding personal grudges, he actually really wanted to see if the Heshi imperial family's martial arts were as powerful as the legend said. Su Feiyan clenched her fists until they were pale. Her beautiful eyes were filled with unwillingness and helplessness. However, after a moment, it was replaced by an even stronger hatred and anger. The spring lightning flew up, and Su Feiyan's body exploded to the limit. Her hair immediately burst open, and a dazzling light crazily surged. She actually wanted to absorb the surrounding spiritual qi to break through her shackles and stay in the Xiantian realm forever. The light that soared into the sky brought with it the power of lightning. Under the influence of hatred and anger, Su Feiyan forcefully entered the Xiantian realm. Her body suffered a backlash and blood fell like rain. The Heshi dynasty's only imperial bloodline displayed a shocking amount of willpower. She forcibly endured the pain of her body's backlash, and once again rushed to the limit. 6 strings were released, and the entire imperial garden rumbled. Seeing this, Ningchen waved his hand and sent Mingyu and the others out of the battlefield. 6 strings destroy the world, black and yellow tyrannical. The earth crumbled and flipped from the front of Su Feiyan's body to the surroundings. The imperial garden seemed to have suffered a heavenly tribulation and was completely submerged by the black and yellow lightning. The destructive power made all the citizens of Beimeng Imperial City feel it clearly. They looked towards the imperial palace, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Ningchen raised his hand, and streaks of sword intent flew out, colliding with the lightning. In an instant, the sword intent shattered and dissipated. "Oh!" Ningchen's eyes revealed a look of admiration. The power of 6 strings did not disappoint him. Frost surged, and the blade and sword gathered. In the midst of the rapid rotation, blue and dark yellow light flourished. Ningchen condensed his qi with his fingers, and streaks of light streaked across the sky. With the limit of the 9th grade, he activated the resonance of heaven and earth technique. The spiraling blade and sword flew out, colliding with the raging lightning in the sky. The collision of 2 extremes was earth-shattering. After a terrifying loud sound, the aftermath of the destruction spread out in an instant. There was nothing left in the surroundings of the imperial garden, and it was completely razed to the ground. Only the wild sand in the sky could be seen, and everything was annihilated. Ugh! Su Feiyan was forced back several steps by the aftermath of the collision. She spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered unsteadily. The backlash of her jinqi was difficult to suppress. However, her eyes were still firmly fixed in front of her, waiting for the result. At that moment, in the midst of the dust, light footsteps could be heard. A white figure slowly walked out, and blood blossomed on his right shoulder. However, that was all. Ningchen raised his hand and touched his right shoulder. Silver light shone, and the wound quickly froze. The martial arts of the imperial family of Heshi were indeed unique. The full power of 6 strings should have been able to reach the 5th tribulation level. Unfortunately, Su Feiyan's cultivation was too low. Although she had forcefully opened the 6th string, she could only use less than 20% of her strength. Su Feiyan had already done well, but she had chosen the wrong conditions. Ever since he had been stranded in the 4th realm, his cultivation had not been able to fully recover. This forced him to get used to the fact that his cultivation could not keep up with his realm. As for how to fight with less strength, no one understood it better than him. 3 moves have passed. Please fulfill your promise, said Ningchen seriously. How could that be? The cruel reality was hard to accept. Su Fian's feet were unsteady. Under such a huge blow, the air around her became even more chaotic. The backlash of her Jinqi leapt out from her body, bringing with it a beautiful waterfall of blood. The spring lightning was completely dyed red. Drops of blood dripped down, and the pitiful cries continued. Ningchen glanced at the bright moon in the distance and sighed in his heart. He took a step forward. His sword finger condensed into frost and pointed at Su Fian's Dantian Qi Si. Immediately, a vast amount of energy surged into Su Fian's body, forcefully suppressing the backlash of qi. The battle had ended. The 4 generals and the old minister quickly rushed over. When they saw Ningchen healing the empress, their faces were filled with gratitude. They were not idiots. They knew very well about the enmity between the empress and the Xia Jiming Marquis. The reason the latter was willing to help was probably because of his majesty. The imperial garden had been completely destroyed. It was a scene of desolation. There was not a single place that was intact. The shattered earth showed the intensity of the previous battle. The innate ability of this person was truly astonishing. After a long time, Ningchen stopped. He looked at Mingyu and said she is fine now. However, she will only wake up in a few hours. Mingyu nodded and ordered, "Men, send the empress back to Chu Palace and take good care of her." Yes. A few palace maids and eunuchs who had been waiting for orders hurried forward and respectfully received the order. "You all can also leave," Ming Yu said to the officials behind her. Yes. The 4 generals and the old minister bowed respectfully and then left. In Qianyuan Palace, the palace maids and eunuchs who were in charge of Ming Yu's daily life were all dismissed today. In the tightly shut room, the little girl's tears fell down like a pear blossom in the rain. Her beautiful little face immediately became like a little kitten. "All right, don't cry." Ningchen gently wiped the tears off little Mingyu's face and coaxed her. However, it would have been better if he did not coax her. Once he coaxed her, her tears fell like rain. Her little dragon robe was wet and he could not wipe it in time. Ningchen's heart ached. He pulled the little girl into his arms and softly comforted her. "You are not allowed to leave today," Mingyu sobbed. "All right, you are also not allowed to leave tomorrow." Mingyu continued. "All right." Ningchen thought about it. The Rui technique was not something that could be learned in a day. Thus he agreed. When Mingyu heard him agree so easily, her little face lifted. She probed, "I am not leaving the day after tomorrow." Seeing the little girl's cautious appearance, Ningchen's heart ached. However, he could not nod anymore. "Mingyu, be good. I still have important things to do. I cannot delay it for too long. However, I will come to see you often." Ningchen said gently, "You must keep your word." Mingyu was a little disappointed, but she still obediently nodded. She did not make trouble for no reason. She wiped her tears and said, "I must keep my word." Ningchen replied. Only then did Mingyu stop crying. She revealed a smile that resembled a little kitten. She was charming and very cute. Ningchen rubbed the little girl's hair and smiled. "You are already a big girl. You are still crying. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? They wouldn't dare." Little Mingyu wrinkled her nose and said arrogantly, "Huh." Ningchen chuckled. Indeed, no one would dare. Northern Meng's little emperor was about to grow up. 11 years old, was no longer a child in the divine continent. "Your Majesty, the Empress has woken up. Something has been sent over." Outside the palace, a gentle-looking palace maid walked over and said respectfully, "Come in." Mingyu said. The palace maid pushed open the door. After seeing Mingyu's appearance, she immediately turned around and closed the door. "This is Zijing. She used to be Sister Lingyue's personal maid." Mingyu said softly, Ning Chen nodded and carefully observed the maid in front of him. Since Fan Lingyue left her behind for Mingyu, there should be no problem in terms of trust. Marquis, Her Majesty the Empress sent someone to give this to you. Zijing bowed in a natural and graceful manner, and then handed over a jade slip as she said. Ning Chen withdrew his gaze and took the jade slip from Zijing. He narrowed his eyes. He had finally obtained the Rui technique. With this, he would be able to find a way to enter the Eternal Night God sect and find a way to repair his dantian. On the other hand, the person who had reached the four extremities was most likely a martial lord. He could also use this opportunity to find traces of that person. Chapter 268. Qianyuan Palace. After the sun set, the lights gradually lit up. Zijing had arranged a residence for Ning Chen, right next to Mingyue's. There were many rules in Qianyuan Palace, especially after nightfall. Other than Zijing, the other palace maids and eunuchs were not allowed to enter Qianyuan Palace as they pleased. Ning Chen's impression of Zijing was not bad. She was natural and unrestrained, a woman who could hold her own. The person that Fan Lingyue chose was indeed different. Zijing. Ning Chen spoke. Marquis. Hearing the call, Zijing walked forward and bowed respectfully. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and said seriously, I have something that I want to ask your opinion on. Marquis, please speak. Zijing said softly, You are Mingyue's only personal palace maid, and also the only person that I can trust. So, I want to leave a spiritual imprint in your body. If Mingyue encounters danger in the future that she cannot resist, you can activate this imprint. At this point, Ning Chen's tone changed, and he said seriously, However, with your current cultivation, once you activate this imprint, you will have to pay an extremely heavy price. It may even be your own life. Zijing did not think too much and directly knelt down. She said calmly, Please, Marquis. No more consideration. Ning Chen finally confirmed. This servant has already thought it through. Zijing replied. Ning Chen nodded and did not say anything else. He raised his right hand, and immediately the wind and snow between the two began to spin rapidly, forming a large whirlpool of 10 feet wide. The powerful aura caused the sky to change color, turning it into a white world of ice and snow. After a moment, the wind and snow quickly shrank. A drop of abnormally red blood flew out from Ning Chen's finger and slowly entered between Zijing's eyebrows. The silver light gradually disappeared. After doing this, Ning Chen put down his hand and said, All right, get up. I have left my martial comprehension in your spiritual sense. I hope it will help you break through to Xiantian in the future. Thank you, Marquis. Zijing got up, and after saying her thanks, she turned and walked towards Qianyuan Palace, continuing to do what she needed to do. Looking at the leaving figure, Ning Chen nodded again. It was indeed not bad. With this woman by Mingyue's side, he could rest assured. As the night deepened, Ning Chen returned to his room. Just as he took out the jade slip that Su Fian had given him, he heard a knock on the door. Creak! The door was pushed open, and little Mingyu walked in wearing a pure white cotton shirt. When she saw Ning Chen in the room, she said sweetly, I want to sleep here. Ning Chen put down the jade slip in his hand and stepped forward to close the door tightly, blocking the cold wind that constantly blew in. It was winter now, and the night was very cold. The little girl's body was weak, and she couldn't withstand the cold. You're already so old, yet you still want to sleep with me. Aren't you embarrassed? Ning Chen took the blanket from the bed and wrapped it around the little girl. I want to sleep here, Mingyu said stubbornly. Ning Chen had no choice but to agree. He sat by the bed and helped the little girl dry her wet hair bit by bit. Soon after, he let her lie down and leaned against the headboard with his clothes on. He patted her lightly and coaxed her. All right, go to sleep. Tell me a story. Mingyu squeezed her head into the former's chest and requested. Ning Chen thought about it for a while, Then he recalled the stories his mother told him during his childhood and told them to the little girl. Time gradually passed, and little Ming Yu's breathing gradually stabilized as she fell asleep. Ning Qin carefully removed the little girl's hand that was wrapped around him. After covering her with the blanket, he walked over to the table and picked up the jade slip he had just put down. Using his spiritual sense, he slowly imprinted the cultivation technique recorded in the jade slip into his mind. This would be the key for him to enter the Eternal Night sect in the future. With this Rui technique and the Chaos Scroll that could conceal his aura, even experts of the 3 calamities wouldn't be able to easily discover him. After reading it, Ning Qin walked out of the room and went to the courtyard. He began to cultivate according to the method recorded in the cultivation technique. In a nearby room, Amethyst raised her head and glanced at the figure in the courtyard. She then continued with what she was doing, no longer paying any attention to him. In the southeast of the Grand Xia, the former sect, 1 pavilion, and 2 aristocratic families were now a thing of the past. 3 years ago, the Donglin Wang clan was nearly uprooted overnight, causing this enormous clan that had prospered for 1,000 years to suffer a great loss and gradually withdraw from the stage of history. In the current southeast, the sect, 1 pavilion, and 1 aristocratic family were divided into 3 parts. While the Grand Xia was preoccupied, they were rapidly growing stronger in a low-key manner. However, there were always all kinds of unexpected variables in the world. The growth of the sect and the increase in the number of martial artists attracted the most terrifying source of disaster, the underworld child. This was a demon that had truly walked out of hell. Wherever the underworld child passed, there would be a scene of devastation burned by the flames of hell. Human life, ethics, and rules had never held any meaning to the underworld child, a variable that even the netherworld couldn't tolerate. Once it appeared in the southeast, it brought endless calamity. A 3rd tribulation Khanate expert that exceeded common sense was immeasurably harmful to the human world. The flames of hell burned through this divine land, bringing about the most merciless suffering. Countless people died in the sea of flames. The resentment was shocking, and no one was able to escape. Ha! Insane and crazy laughter rang out between heaven and earth. The struggling state of the people in the flames before they died gave the demon a brief moment of interest. However, a moment later, it disappeared like smoke in thin air. His handsome face once again regained its cold indifference, and he continued to walk forward in boredom. Half a day later, the underworld child arrived at the sword sect. Boundless flames of hell descended at the same time, and the cruelest massacre unfolded. Hundreds and thousands of disciples of the sword sect fell into pools of blood. Not a single one survived. The 2 ancestors of the sword sect woke up from their slumber. They were both experts that had broken through to the Khanate realm. One of them had even reached the peak of the 3rd tribulation. The 2 of them joined forces to fight the underworld child. However, as the saying went, virtue is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. In the end, the 2 of them were nailed to death in front of the sect by their own swords. Swords? They're just useless pieces of metal. The underworld child mocked indifferently. With a wave of his hand, all the swords in the sword sect snapped and scattered on the ground. Not long after, the underworld child left. The 2 ancestors of the sword sect and the elders with the highest cultivation in the sect who had died in battle had their cultivation and vitality completely devoured. In the end, they were burned to ashes in the flames. The destruction of the sword sect caused a huge uproar in the southeastern region. An atmosphere of fear continued to spread. All the sects and aristocratic families felt insecure, afraid that they would be the next to be targeted. The underworld child's existence was now known to the world. However, the flames of death were still rapidly spreading across the land. In just a few short days, over 4 large sects and aristocratic families had been destroyed, and 2 cities had been turned into seas of flames. After hearing the shocking news, Xiaozi finally understood why Ningqin was so afraid of this person. "Royal brother, you can go." "Don't worry about me," said Xia Xinyu with a gentle smile. Xiaozi gently nodded. With a wave of his hand, silent autumn waters flew out from the sword platform. With a single step, she turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the distance. In the northern Meng imperial court, Ningqin, who had stayed for 2 days, also chose to leave. From beginning to end, he didn't look back. Even if his heart was as hard as steel, it couldn't withstand the tears in the little girl's eyes. He was afraid that if he looked back, he wouldn't be able to harden his heart. On the western battlefield of Granxia, the Marquis of Victorious Return and the Marquis of Plainclothes were working together to deal with the main forces of the Evernight army. The battle was getting more and more intense by the day. Including the northwestern and southwestern battlefields, the 3 battlefields had a total of 6 Marshal Marquis of Granxia. On this day, the 7th Marshal Marquis had also arrived. This was the first time Ningqin and Marquis of Victorious Return had officially met. The 2 strongest Marshal Marquises of Granxia didn't exchange greetings as expected. After nodding to each other, they directly turned to the war. On the western battlefield, although the Blackwater Army and the Marquis of Plainclothes' 100,000 soldiers were blocking the majority of the Eternal Night cult's forces, it was already extremely strenuous. Fortunately, Granxia's reinforcements were also constantly coming to the battlefield, and only then were they able to resist the invasion of the Evernight army. Currently, the 2 biggest problems are the individual strength of a martial monarch and the divine martial army under Zhong Qianqiu's control. Marquis of Victorious Return said seriously. Ningqin thought for a moment, then said, "In the future, there might be worse situations." "What do you mean?" Marquis of Victorious Return frowned and asked. Ningqin simply explained the 4 extreme Holy Land's deliberate plan to invade the divine continent. This was the problem he was most worried about. After hearing this, Marquis of Victorious Return's frown deepened. Now there really was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. It couldn't get any worse. "You think the Eternal Night cult will help the 4 extreme realm masters open the passage between the 2 realms? There are too many uncertain factors in this plan, and it might not be a good thing for the Eternal Night cult," Marquis of Victorious Return said in a deep voice. 3 years ago, the 4 extreme realm masters had most likely already made contact with the Eternal Night cult. However, at that time, Fan Lingyue was present, so the Eternal Night cult didn't need to help the 4 extreme realm masters, nor did they dare to. Now, Northern Meng has already retreated, and the war between Granxia and the Eternal Night cult has already begun. Judging from the strength displayed by both sides, if the Eternal Night cult wants to take down Granxia, they will have to rely on external forces. At this point, Ningqin turned his gaze to the Eternal Night cult in the west and said with a serious expression, "Moreover, even if the 4 extreme realm masters descend, the first thing they will have to deal with will be Granxia, which occupies more than half of the divine continent. The burden on the Eternal Night cult will be greatly reduced, and they might even be able to temporarily hold back and reap the benefits. In addition, there is another matter that I have always been very concerned about, and that is the 3 disasters expert of the Eternal Night cult who has yet to appear. If they are hiding their strength, there is really no need for them to do so at this point in the war. The most likely possibility is that the Eternal Night cult has an even more important matter to deal with, and they are tying up this person's energy. The enmity between Granxia and the Eternal Night cult has been accumulating for thousands of years. I really can't think of anything else that the Eternal Night cult cares about more than this war. However, one thing is for sure, if they only rely on the Eternal Night cult's current strength, what will the final result of this war be?" After saying this, Ningqin turned his gaze to Marquis of Victorious Return and said seriously, "If Granxia wins this war, what will happen to the Eternal Night cult? Or perhaps, how will Granxia deal with the defeated Eternal Night cult?" "Cut the weeds and eliminate them completely, Marquis of Victorious Return said without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 269. Ning Chen nodded. I think so too, and I'm sure the others feel the same. The Grand Xia and the Eternal Night Church have a fundamental difference in beliefs. Adding on the enmity that has existed for 1,000 years, there's no turning back now. I think the Eternal Night Church would rather use the tiger to devour the wolf than completely disappear from the world after this war. The Grand Xia's 1,000 years of brilliance has been too dazzling. In comparison, the Eternal Night Church has been much more low-key. The goal of the four extremities is the entire divine continent. Although they will eventually threaten the Eternal Night Church, that will be after the Grand Xia is destroyed. Before that happens, the Eternal Night Church will instead become the biggest beneficiary. Of course, the precondition is that the Eternal Night Church's three calamities expert no longer exists, or that he's really held back by other matters and can't act in a short period of time. Otherwise, with 2-3 calamities, plus one who's proficient in formations and curses, the current balance will immediately be broken. There's no need to open a path between the two realms. Hearing Ning Chen's analysis, Marquis Triumphant Return fell silent. Although it was only a guess, the truth wouldn't be too far off. Now it seemed that no matter which possibility it was, it would be very unfavorable for the Grand Xia. Is there any way? Marquis Triumphant Return asked. There are 2 suggestions, but they're not easy. First, find the person sent by the four extremities as soon as possible. Second, eliminate the martial monarch with all our strength, Ning Chen said solemnly. The existence of a martial lord was an enormous threat to the Great Xia. The title of the #1 expert of the Divine Prefecture was not undeserved. Although one of his Dantian's Qi Cs had been destroyed by Prince Yan, it had already recovered. Moreover, that battle had already happened 3 years ago. The martial lord's strength must have increased again. One could imagine how difficult it would be to eliminate him. However, if they could truly eliminate the martial monarch, that would be the best result. Not only would they be able to severely damage the Eternal Night Church's strength, they would also make the possibility of the four extremities descending even more remote. Marquis Triumphant Return lightly shook his head and said, It's very difficult. Let's not talk about the former for now. The matter of eliminating a martial monarch is indeed very difficult. The strength of a martial monarch is already completely different from 3 years ago when he just came out of seclusion. Now that his realm has completely stabilized and coupled with his practically undying body and dual Qi C's physique, his battle strength is even more terrifying. It's not something an ordinary 3-disaster realm expert can compare to. Ning Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, I'll think of another way. During this period of time, I hope that Senior Marquis Triumphant Return can keep a close eye on Martial Lord's movements. If Martial Lord intends to go to Ascension Valley, I hope that Senior can stop him as much as possible. Understood. Marquis Kai Xian nodded. For the rest of the time, Marquis Victorious Return went over the specifics of the battle, including the distribution of their forces, the strength of each of the enemy's champions, the characteristics of their troops, and so on. Ning Chen listened from the side and quickly imprinted this information into his mind. After a long time, Marquis Triumphant Return explained everything clearly, and Ning Chen also understood most of it. Soon after, he bowed respectfully and said, Thank you for your guidance. I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Be careful. Marquis Triumphant Return didn't ask any more questions. Ning Chen nodded and didn't delay any longer. He turned around and left. In the following 10 days, Ning Chen seemed to have disappeared from the world once more, and no one saw any trace of him. Zhong Qianqiu made several predictions, but because of the Chaos Scroll, he was unable to find anything. The battle on the western battlefield was becoming more and more intense. The Eternal Night cult intended to pull apart the battle lines, and then use their absolute advantage to tear open an opening and wait for an opportunity to advance east. The godly Might army became a sharp knife, causing Great Xia to be extremely fearful. Although they sent a large number of troops to surround and block them, they suffered crushing defeats time and time again. The 4 Confucian sect heads and many Confucian sect experts were forcefully transferred to the western battlefield by Xia Mingri's imperial edict to assist the Bai Marquis in resisting the godly Might army. The battle turned heaven and earth upside down. Ning Qin used the Chaos Scroll to conceal his aura, then quietly observed each of the Eternal Night cult champions and chose the person to replace them. It could be seen that the Eternal Night cult's division of labor was very clear. The martial lords were responsible for fighting outside, and Zong Qianqiu would choose to guard the shrine most of the time. Unless it was a crucial battle, he wouldn't come out. Because of this, Ning Qin was even more suspicious that the Eternal Night cult had an even bigger conspiracy. They were restricting part of the cult's power, and this power was even more than he had imagined. No matter what, he had to enter the Eternal Night cult as soon as possible and find out how deep the waters were. The Eternal Night cult's heavy cavalry camp, Tongguang's champion tent. The heavily injured champion couldn't fight for a short period of time and was escorted back to the shrine by 500 heavy cavalry. Tongguang was good at fighting and ranked second among all the martial lords champions. However, his opponent was the Bai Marquis of Great Xia. Although every martial Marquis of Great Xia was full of karma, and it was very difficult for them to enter the Xiantian realm, there was no need to doubt their battle strength, which was close to Xiantian experts. The strongest martial Marquis of Great Xia, such as the Marquis of Wangchuan and the Marquis of Blood Robe, had even fought with the Three Disasters realm for a short period of time. Even if they were defeated in the end, it was enough to show the strength of the martial Marquis of Great Xia. The Bai Marquis had been stuck in the half-step Xiantian realm for a long time. If he wanted to break through to the Xiantian realm at all costs, he could have done so long ago. However, just like the martial Marquis of Great Xia, the Bai Marquis also chose to stay in this realm forever and didn't fight. Once a Marquis was conferred the title of Marquis, every martial Marquis represented not only by themselves, but also by the tens of thousands of soldiers under their command, and even more so by the territory of Great Xia behind them. Ning Qin already had a general understanding of every champion from the Marquis of Victorious return. In addition to his recent observations, when Champion Tongguang was about to be sent back with heavy injuries, he had already locked onto his target. On the way back, Ning Chen was still carefully observing Champion Tongguang's every move, trying his best to remember every habit and detail. In the carriage escorted by 500 heavy cavalry, Champion Tongguang had been feeling anxious the whole time. He didn't know why, but he couldn't sense any danger. He repeatedly asked the troops to stop and be on guard, but in the end he didn't find anything. After walking and stopping for a few days, Champion Tongguang's intuition was proven to be overthinking for the last time. One of the leaders of the heavy cavalry weighed his words and tactfully said, "Lord Champion, we have to hurry. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to return to the divine sect before sunset today." Yes, once again he didn't find anything. Champion Tongguang had no choice but to temporarily suppress the uneasiness in his heart and nod in response. Tongguang didn't know that this stop was his last time in the world. From now on, Tongguang was no longer Tongguang. The divine sect was already not far away. Not far away, the void rolled and a white figure walked out. In the next moment, it disappeared again. No one noticed that the curtain of the carriage moved slightly. After that, there were no more abnormalities. In the southeastern territory of Grand Xia, the underworld child's calamity was becoming more and more terrifying. Even the large sects with Xiantian cultivators found it difficult to resist. Rivers of blood flowed. Under the moonlight, another city turned into a sea of fire. The once flourishing Prajna city was now completely destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives in the sea of fire. Miserable cries and resentment soared to the sky. In the sky, the underworld child in his dark blue battle armor revealed a crazy smile. He was once again in high spirits, admiring the miserable situation below. Hee-hee-ha-ha. His crazy laughter spread across the sky, shaking the earth. The houses below couldn't withstand it and collapsed with a rumble. In the southwest, Xiazi, who had been chasing after the underworld child, finally sensed the abnormality in the distance. His expression changed slightly and his figure flashed, rushing over. Save them! Inside the flames and outside the flames, cries for help could be heard everywhere. However, the heavens couldn't see them, and even if they did, they would only be merciless and ignore them. At this moment, a figure wearing a black imperial robe rushed over. His overwhelming righteous aura filled the world. It was so dazzling. It's the Crown Prince. It's King Hao. Outside the Sea of Fire, many people recognized the figure in the moon. In the past, when Xiazi was still a prince, he had been sent by Emperor Xia to the southeastern border to resist the invasion of the Menyon Kingdom with the Marquis of loyalty and courage. When he passed by Sanskrit City, many common people saw this amiable and approachable prince on the streets. Crown Prince, save them! Save them! The figure outside the Sea of Fire knelt down and kowtowed, continuously begging. Disappointing. When the underworld child saw the person who came, his interest that had been piqued with great difficulty immediately turned dull. He took a step forward and quickly left. Xiazi's figure flashed past. When he heard the cries of the people below and saw the underworld child gradually leaving, he didn't have time to think. He waved his hand and threw silence of autumn waters down. The Howran sword fell, and sword intent spread out. Overwhelming righteous aura spread out, trying its best to resist the flames from hell. In the sky, the figure wearing the black imperial robe had already disappeared and was rushing in the direction of the underworld child. Save me! The people in the flames didn't know what was going on. They began to despair and kept struggling, screaming miserably. Save them! Crown Prince! Seeing their loved ones being devoured by the flames, the people kneeling outside the flames also despaired. Their hatred and resentment became more and more unforgettable as they screamed miserably. Xiazi, even if I become a malicious spirit, I will still curse you. The final voice in the flames was filled with resentment. It was mournful and malicious, causing people to shiver. Evil was endless and more people would suffer. However, how could the people outside the Sea of Fire care? Disappointment and despair turned into malicious curses that resounded throughout the Sea of Fire. In the distance, Xiazi finally caught up to the underworld child. Overwhelming righteous aura enveloped his body as he began to fight. This was a battle between the peak of evil. The moment they clashed, it was already a life and death battle. Foolish person, even after losing your sword, how much can you still do? The underworld child knocked back the person in front of him with a palm strike. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. It's enough to kill you. Xiazi waved his hand to seal the wound on his left shoulder and took a step forward. Overwhelming righteous aura erupted from his body and rose to its peak. It blossomed with a dazzling brilliance in the night sky. His black hair broke free from its restraints and fluttered in the wind. When their palms collided, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The 9 heavens trembled and countless gods were startled. It was as if they were being struck by a heavenly tribulation. Huge rocks swirled in the air as they were swept by an even more terrifying shockwave. Ha! The devil's laughter echoed between heaven and earth. The one who had lost his mind was surging with evil aura and devil flames.